documentary, does that include the thread that dropped with Andrew Tate's voice notes?
I believe that there's some pretty alarming and disturbing stuff in those voice notes, but I believe, and I said very similar things about the Twitter files leaks. I don't think you can allow somebody to edit the content and then release it with a premise. And I'm not going to use one argument to defend something that people think I'm on one side of, and then ignore that argument on the other side. I think those WhatsApp messages should have been released in their entirety. They could have used technology to mask her voice. I think context is important. I think the content of them is certainly alarming. And in terms of sending out messages to young guys, I think some of the stuff being said, is pretty disgusting. But I think it's also vital that we hear both sides of that conversation in an unedited form in order to be able to sort of come up with a full opinion. So for me, I'm alarmed to hear people talking like that to a woman. But, I appreciate that there are some contexts where that is part of, whatever it is, these sex games that people play and stuff like that. I'm not saying that's the case. I'm just saying that it would be more responsible, I think, if Vice could release all the footage without editing, and it would allow us, as people looking into this and trying to understand it better, to come up with an opinion on it.
Sulaiman, any quick thoughts before we dig into the discussion and start playing different recordings and looking at different threads and all the evidence we've seen? We're not only going to talk about the Vice documentary, which will be the main focus to kick off the discussion, the debate, but we're also going to talk about other threads that I've tweeted and others, including yourself and Crabman, have tweeted that would be worth discussing. And a lot of them really point to the potential Loverboy crime or the allegations being true. But Sulaiman, any quick thoughts on the Vice documentary before we kick it off?
Yeah, because I do think that we should focus on the Vice documentary first in order to have some structure, because we don't want it to be like too chaotic, as well as especially because there's so many speakers. Also, I just want to give a big shout out to Kim.com. Obviously, it's an honor to be on this panel with him. If Andrew Tate's the top G, then he's definitely the top K, because in terms of not having the opportunity to take a part and not taking it, and having the opportunity to give up the case at certain points and didn't. So that's high level behavior. I don't think many of us would be able to make them moves, essentially. Now, coming back to the point, in terms of the what Sam mentioned, yeah, I agree. So I mean, Andrew Tate is a polarizing figure, and I guess more so in the West, even in the East as well, but maybe less so. In terms of his impact on society, obviously, we've discussed this on many threads, but it's been significant. His impact on the younger generation has been as well. And in terms of the Vice content, I agree with Sam. That was my main problem. When the first article dropped, and after the first, so before the second even dropped, and I've not even read the article, I assumed straight away, and I wrote this in my new thread, I assumed that they would have a one-sided content drop in terms of the voice messages as well as the text messages. And then when I read it, that's exactly what happened. And when we're all trying to judge the information, that automatically makes us think that they're trying to hide something. So let's say the conversation isn't, let's say her voice notes are, pleading and, trying to defend herself, and he's the aggressor and she's the victim. If we heard that would, it would blow any kind of person who's supporting Tate out of the water and say, look, it's unequivocal. You've got no comeback for this. And then that would be the case. But when you have a scenario where the voice notes are edited out one way, and then the text messages, and then someone's put the text messages online from the documentary, and apparently it was only on the documentary for a second or so, but some people managed to snip it, where she actually says, I consented, so it can't be rape, or something. I might be paraphrasing, but it was roughly like that. So, and that was the assumption
we'll get into the
specifics, of course. Yeah. But just to add to what Sam's saying, I agree. And I guess that's the problem we've got. We've got one-way traffic in terms of the content that's dropping. So in terms of if it's from Vice or if it's from the Romanian media who've got a relationship with the judiciary and they're, leaking information. So I think that's where we are really. So then in the end, you end up in a scenario where it seems like you're trying to combat that information and it looks too one-sided, but you have to always look at the content in a fair manner as possible.
Yeah, and I do want to just quickly say to anyone requesting to speak, please do DM us, because when the space gets to 4 or 5 K
Sorry, could you add Raphael as well, please? He's
of course. Raphael Goldstein. Goldstone, sorry, is that right, Sulaiman?
That's right. Yeah. Sorry, it's
Yeah,
Goldstein.
cool. Yeah, I'll bring him up now. Goldstein. I'll bring up Clarissa as well. I see you requesting, Clarissa. We didn't have you scheduled, but would love to have you on and get your thoughts. Again, anyone requesting to speak, do DM us so we can actually, because we might not be able to see all requests. I'll just introduce the panel. I'll let you introduce Rafael again, Sleiman, before we kick it off. We do have Steph, who's been covering the story since day one. He came to the space. We brought him up, and he's been working with us behind the scenes in giving clarity on the case. And he's done a good job at being. Initially wasn't too objective, and I think get more and more objective over time. Syrian Girl was here from the early stages, very critical of Tate, and I think her and Sleiman and other panelists have gone back and forth. Crabman's done a lot of threads and a lot of investigative journalism on Tate, obviously biased against Tate. So I'd say Sleiman and Crabman, two sides of that, on both sides of the fence. We do have Carla. Carla came out, and I want to applaud anyone that comes out. Because it is difficult to come out with stories like this, but you came out and said that Tate was trying to control you in one way or another. So we'd love to hear your story as well. Good to have you, Carla. Thanks for coming on. So I'm going to kick it off with Nick. Are you with us?
Yes, sir, I am.
Hey, shit. So I want to kick it off with playing the first recording of Tate, the one that dropped by Vice, the voice notes. I think this is a good place to start, in my opinion. And obviously, Sleiman and Sam, you guys could, as co-hosts, you're happy to jump to separate different points afterwards. You can help me organize the agenda, but I think that's a good starting point. And I want to keep it structured because I want this space to be as factual as possible, and I want all the panelists to have material and any information ready to share with the audience. Because what we've seen is that this space and tweets that we've done have been used as sources by many, which gives us a responsibility to make sure we share facts. And Crabman, you've got a lot of information. So I would love for you to actually structure it in a great way to go through it. And any panelist that wants to speak, put your hand up. A lot of you are not regulars, like obviously Sam and Kim and Steph and Nick. Yeah, that's the best. Or you can jump in if it's urgent. You want to jump in and debate a certain point. But Nick, I'll let you play the voice notes from the threads that were leaked by Vice before the documentary, so we can start discussing those, and I'll probably get Sleiman's thoughts on them first.
Yeah, stall for another 30 seconds because I got signed out of Google all of a sudden. So
okay, I'll let you while you sign in. Maybe Carla, I'll kick it off with you then, and before going through the voice notes, you came out with your experience with Andrew Tate, and I know it's not unrelated to Vice, but just giving Nick time to prepare. Tell us your story. What happened? What can you share to back up what happened? And again, really appreciate.
Hi. Well, obviously, it has been very difficult for me because a lot of people are not reading the context of the media articles. A lot of people are assuming that I am the reason that he is in jail, which is completely. Everyone knows it. Somebody who has accused him of rape. It's not me, and I am not. Can I make clear, one of the 6 trafficking victims in Romania? And I think people just want to read what they want to read because I'm the closest thing to being associated with him who has actually spoken openly to the media, whereas everyone wants to know who the other girls are. So I obviously have been receiving a lot of abuse online, but people are not reading the context that obviously I could have been one of the girls. I could have actually been one of the victims because he was trying to get me to come to Romania. And the only reason that I did choose to speak out is because if I thought from the way he had spoken to me, oh, there's no way in hell, because he spoke to me in a very nice way. He did start talking to me in a very charming, polite manner, but then the messages changed before we'd met up. So that's when I was like, hold on a minute. The things that I've read in the media are identical to the way that he wrote to me. So I can't sit back knowing that I'm a public figure and not say that I have similar messages to what other people are saying the way that he wrote to them also.
So question about the messages that you have, Carla. Have you shared those messages publicly? I didn't have time to prepare and go through everything in preparation for this because something came up.
I actually did. There was a while ago when I did put something on my TikTok, and I've had thousands of people like, oh, you're lying, you haven't posted the screenshots. But I don't need to post the screenshots because everyone that I know personally have seen them, even my PR management. I wouldn't even legally be able to talk about a false claim. Of course, the messages are real. I would be sued if they weren't. If I need to, I will obviously post them on social media because I can back up exactly everything that has been said to me. But I just know from the experience, the way that he spoke to me was very, very similar to the messages that his alleged accusers are saying that he was writing to them also.
Are you able, Carla, just to go through them, and Nick will go to you to start going through the Vice documentary, but if you can pin it above, do you know how to pin a tweet at the top? I can do it if you could just DM it to me, Carla, or pin it above. Just so you have the transcript or the screenshots tweeted in a thread. You said you tweeted it a while ago. Is that correct?
Sorry, can you repeat that?
So the screenshots of the discussion or the transcript, is that available anywhere that the audience and we could go through it?
I don't understand what you mean.
So you said that Andrew Tate had a similar discussion to you as the discussions he had on with other girls on yeah. So do you have any? And you said that were WhatsApp messages as well, or was it just more face to face?
No, it was on Instagram.
Okay. And do you have you posted? You said you've posted those a few months ago publicly.
I did take them down because people started writing so much abuse that I was like, it just wasn't worth the negative energy that I was receiving off the back of it. But I just, at the time, I only put them up to prove a point, because for people to be writing to me, oh, you're lying, because they're so obsessed with a guy they've never met in their life, that they fail to understand that you have to take these accusations seriously. And I did have aggressive messages that were sent to me that back up exactly what the accusers have said.
Okay, and can you give us a bit of an idea of what the messages said exactly, and what treatment you received, and then maybe Sulaiman could respond to that if he has anything to say. And also, just for the audience, I know I just was looking at your profile, Carla. First, I'm humbled that you're following me. I'm guessing you followed me just to go into the space, but we don't know each other. We've never spoken before, and this is the first time you come onto the space. Just for clarity for the audience. But yeah, Carla, so what did those messages say before we get into the Vice
Sorry,
discussion?
1 second, I'll just...
That's all right. What I recommend to anyone that calls you during a space for the panel, just block them. And then remember to unblock them after the space.
Basic, it's fine now. 1 second.
You ready, by the way, Nick? So we can kick it off with the Vice documentary after Carla. Perfect. Carla, you with us?
Yeah, sorry, 1 second. I'm just fine.
Yeah, all good. All good. By the way, I just see Richard's up on stage. So Richard, good to have you, man. Feel free to jump in at any time, or just put your hand up. And we've got a nice structure in place with Sulaiman and Sam kind of would be leading most of the discussion in a bit. And we're going to dive into the Vice documentary right after the discussion with Carla.
Yeah, so the
documents.
I think things kind of went wrong when I said that I was going away with another girl on holiday. And then he was basically saying, you better not cheat on me, do not talk to other men, and don't go party in Marbella, stay in the hotel and wait for me. And I was kind of like, at first I did take it as a joke until the messages continue being that aggressive way. And then he was basically saying, like, you need to obey your man, me, and saying that he was nice and loyal, which how can you be loyal if you're able to do what you want with other girls, but yeah, I'm not. And I think from that point is where it switched, when he knew I was going on holiday with another girl.
And did it ever escalate beyond that? So that kind of paints his character with Sulaiman. You kind of made an argument that this is, a lot of cultures have that, those boundaries in place, or that relationship.
But you've got to bear in mind that we had never met, and then he was saying, like, I don't trust you, they're bullshit, you're going to do drugs and drink, you're going to party and all these things. And I was like, what the hell? And then
but were you just working with him, or you were together?
What do you mean?
So were you in a relationship, or just
no, this was before we'd actually ever met, that he was giving this type of aggression before we'd ever met. This was on Instagram because he DM'd me out of the blue, and then he was like, were you good on holiday? Did you behave? And how do I know you were good? And then he was saying, answer, it's a normal question, like in capitals, like aggressively asking me, had I behaved on holiday, and accusing me of doing drugs and drinking, bearing in mind this is when we'd never met, before we'd even met. And then he was calling himself my man and all these things before we'd met.
And how did it evolve after you met? What's your personal experience of him as a person? Was he nice to you? Was he a gentleman? Or did you sense this kind of two sides to his character when you actually met him in person?
I think I'd say there's two sides. I think there's like a side on the internet, and then there's another side. But I do think from when we met in person, I did see a bit of an aggressive side. And also, I literally have the messages which are identical to the ones that girls were saying. He wrote to them claiming that he's your man, and then saying to me, "Oh, come to Romania," and all of these things. And he was asking me to come to Romania. And apparently, the girls who were there, he said he was their boyfriend, and he said that I was his boyfriend. So you can't literally counteract the fact that I have identical messages to what these girls were saying he wrote to them also.
So, Carla,
So after you
I've
met,
got a question. Sorry,
oh,
Sam.
sorry, yeah, carry on.
So, Carla, if you can just give us a timeline of events. So, you initially text him when?
No, I never ever text him.
He texted you. Sorry,
he DM'd me on Instagram last February.
Right.
It was him that contacted me, and he said, "Are you in London?" And then he basically, I'd never heard of him. I didn't know who he was, but everyone was like, "Oh my God, that guy follows you on Instagram. Have you seen what he says about women?" And I unfollowed him when everyone said that, because I was like, shit, if he has this. So when I saw he followed me, I followed back, and I was like, people were DMing me saying he's disgusting, unfollow, which I did. And then he continued to DM me, but I was like, he seems pretty nice from his beginning messages. So I wasn't listening to other people's views on him at the beginning.
So how did the meeting come about?
Yeah. How did it progress? Because you said that you never met for a while. So you basically, last February, he texted you for the first time, 2021.
Yeah.
And I'm guessing you both text over what period of time?
Over the period till August, when his Instagram account was removed.
And when did the Spain thing happen where he basically told you not to go?
Oh, that was in June. That was.
So we're trying to work out, like, when did you physically meet him? And what happened? And why did you?
I met him in November in Dubai.
Yeah, what happened in there? Because so
a lot of people. I also want to clarify.
Sorry, Carla, let me just. So I just so the viewers know the timeline. So last February 2021, you were texting each other. You continued texting each other till
August, when his account was removed.
That's right. But before that, in June, he told you not to go to Spain, and then you continued texting until August, and then his account got blocked, so you stopped texting. And then in November, you met him in Dubai. It's a video that's gone viral. If you could tell us about that.
And I just want to clarify, because obviously the Andrew Tate army, people have been writing so much lies about that video, but I just want to clarify that not once in that video was I told to go home or go away. People are that delusional. That was my own video that if a videographer at the Dubai Mayweather fight filmed and randomly said to me later, "Oh, I filmed you and Tate talking." And then afterwards I wrote to him, he said to me, "I'll put that on TikTok randomly." And afterwards I was like, what the hell, people are making up things over the wording, like he said go home, he said this. Why would I continue talking to a guy if he said go home? Like, they're literally talking a load of shit. Never once did he say that to me. Like, it's people to make up this bizarre lie is just beyond me. But his own guy that I saw posted a video about me also, Tamar Khan, whatever his name is, he even said, "Oh, she got shy and walked away." It's like, yeah, he even didn't say in his own little speech against me that he told me to go home, because he knows that he never did either. They're so delusional that people are making up their own narrative, which they haven't seen the messages. It's just embarrassing that people are writing this bullshit.
I guess
was this the only time you met him, Carla?
Yeah, it was. It was, yeah.
So Carla, I guess I think people have two questions, and this is just from Tate people, so you get an opportunity to respond to this. The first thing is that obviously Tam Khan was sat next to you, and he said that you approached. So this is the first question. I'll let you answer them both. That you approached them, and the second point of Andrew Tate. And I guess the second question people have is that in the video, Andrew Tate is like pointing to his eyes and then pointing to the ring.
I want to clear up that bit, because everyone keeps saying that he's like, "Oh, I'm watching the boxing." No, he didn't. I was explaining to him that I was about to get into the ring with Mayweather, and he said, "I'll keep my eye on you." And everyone's putting this false things. He's saying, "I'm watching the boxing, fuck off," basically. No, he did not say that. Like, it's so delusional that people are making up these lies. And how the fuck can you tell me what a guy said to me when I am standing there talking to him? Like, it's delusional. And the videographer that was even there was like, "Oh, ignore everyone, just don't listen to them." But I'm like, I can't have people writing lies. Like, I'm in that bloody conversation. I think I know what he said to me.
And so did you the second question was, did you approach him?
Yeah, I did approach him. It's clear to see I approached him in that video. Yeah.
I think Raphael might have something to say. Raphael, do you want to add something?
So yeah, I think the other question that's going through a lot of people's minds that you've had messages from is, if he was so aggressive with you in the messages back in August, you already had a very bad feeling about him through the messages, which you said was extremely controlling. Nothing. We're still, I think, oceans apart from the allegations that he's been charged with, but very aggressive male bravado type messages, and all these people have already told you, oh, he's a bad guy, and you yourself were personally put off. Why would you go and approach this person in such a public event?
Well, I think just because it was such a public event and I was literally getting in the ring with Mayweather, if you've got that many people around and security and stuff, and you'd been back and forth messaging with a guy, like, you feel safe and secure within that environment that you can talk to someone. It wasn't private. It was literally thousands around. Like, there was security everywhere. This was next to the ring. So I was in a secure enough environment to go up to him. Like, it wasn't in that moment anything to second question that moment. Like, I wasn't going back to a hotel or nothing with him. And he actually was like, oh, let's catch up after, because I was about to go in the ring, and then a fight broke out with him and Logan Paul. But yeah, people don't understand when they're saying that. It doesn't mean anything for me to go up to someone in a public space where there's security. I even had my own security walking to and from the changing room. Like, of course I felt safe within that moment. If it was me going back to a hotel or something with him, that would have been a whole different story, which I wouldn't have done. And he had all these guys with him. Like, I didn't know who the hell the people were with him either.
I just like also to make a quick distinction that the things that you mentioned in your text message exchange, DM exchanges with Andrew Tate, they're not really entirely surprising, because everything that he preaches about in his podcast, in his kind of manosphere world, is in line with what he told you, that women should be loyal, women shouldn't go and get involved in depraved activities, they shouldn't go out, they shouldn't do drugs. Well, he says that about men also, but he's particular about the loyalty part for women. So I don't know if that adds all that much new information from what you're saying.
But what I'm saying is that when he was saying to me all the stuff, oh, you better be loyal, you better not cheat on me on holiday, I was like, I literally have been told by people that online you are always saying men can do what they want, but the girls can't. So I obviously called him out on that. But people are not understanding the context. I'm simply saying that the way that he wrote to me is literally identical replica of what the so-called alleged victims are saying that he did with them too. So I'm like, he did ask me to come to Romania. What was behind the motive of me going there? Like, I don't know to this day. Obviously, I refused and was like, I cannot go Romania to see a guy I've never met, because one of my friends who's even from there was like, why the hell would you go to Romania? And she's from there herself. And she was like, baby's dodgy. Why would a rich guy be living in Romania?
Well, I'd just like to say it's not exactly identical, because those women claim that they tried to, they're talking about rape and coercion and sequestering. So it's not actually completely one-to-one. And, many women like to go and hang out with these kinds of playboy, rich type of men. This is not, I don't know why all of a sudden this fact is being treated as some sort of a taboo. It's just that's just the world. That's how it works. I'm not saying it's a good thing or a bad thing. I'm just commenting, socially.
Saying, I literally know a girl from one of my sister knows a girl who's not she's not in the media whatsoever. She's married and has kids now, and she'll never come out and talk about Andrew Tate. And she's got a tattoo with him on her. And she randomly showed my sister messages from 5 years ago between her and Andrew Tate. And she said she was stranded in Romania because he got her to webcam for him and didn't pay her anything, and he wouldn't give her passport. And this is a girl who hasn't even spoken out. And I was like, so I wanted to find out deeper what the hell's going on. And she reckons he took her passport and she was stranded in Romania. This was 5 years ago. So you're forgetting that these claims haven't just come out of nowhere.
I want to Syrian Girl, you want to jump in on this one? Before you jump in, Syrian Girl, first I just want to give credit to Carla for coming on stage and sharing the story. So whether we disagree or believe or don't believe the story, obviously if it's a lie, it's a different story, but it doesn't look like it.
It's not
Carla,
a lie. It does have the evidence to back it up.
Yeah, I know, I know, and we've spoken to people to kind of verify all that. And Syrian Girl, I'm just going to mute you because there's feedback sound on your end. So Carla, I just want to again give you the credit for coming up on stage, and thank you for this. To be having to answer those questions. It was very difficult for us to get victims of Andrew Tate, victims or people that had a relationship that had, wanted to criticize Andrew to come on stage. So even people supporting Andrew, it's just important to give them the respect. You could disagree with respect. And I want to, before going to Syrian
And
girl, I
like
also
the
want to give a
fact that
shout
a lot
out
of
for.
people are tweeting me like, "Oh, you can't post the screenshots." Are they that stupid? Like, I would be sued. They're that dumb.
We
They
will.
don't-
Yeah. So posting screenshots like this, you wouldn't be sued if the screenshots are accurate, would you?
No, but I'm saying that they're accurate. And for people to say to me, post the screenshots, like, are they that stupid to think it would not? Like, I literally posted them on my TikTok before this whole thing happened because people were like, "Oh, you went up to him." It's like, no, he's been DMing me for 6 months. He DM'd me, not the other way around.
To your defense, Carla, to your defense, before I just want to give credit to Richard for coming on as well. But before that, to your defense, like we had there's many things we didn't tweet that people have come to us and they shared things with us, but they told us to keep it private. A lot of it was not worth sharing as well, and it just didn't add to the like for example, the leak by Vice is more serious than a lot of the things we've received, but it does back some of the things you're saying. Now, how does it mean that Andrew Tate did the things that the allegations or that the prosecutors alleged? That's a different discussion that we'll be having in a bit. But just want to give you credit.
Also, Carla, sorry, just to say, I don't think you need.
Sorry, I'm next.
I don't think you need.
Yeah, you'll go. Syrian girl, I'll give you the mic, Syrian girl. In a bit.
Sorry, girl.
So
just to add to what Carla said, Carla, I don't think you need to post the messages because I don't think they'll add anything.
Yeah, I think Andrew
post
had
them.
such an army, they wouldn't. Even when I posted the hard evidence, his little army were like, "You've doctored them, they're not real." It's like, oh, fuck off, you're delusional. Like, you don't believe the truth even if it hits you because you're obsessed with this guy.
I just think it wouldn't be in your benefit to post.
Yeah, of course.
And I don't think it'll be in anybody's benefit because I don't think it adds anything to.
No, it adds to the story.
Let's be objective here. We're saying that Vice should have published these voice notes in full, and now we're saying to Carla that she shouldn't publish this stuff. I understand from Carla's point of view. The issue is Carla's been attacked for sharing this stuff in the past.
Yeah,
that's a big issue.
Because Andrew Tate has a devoted marketing campaign dedicated to carrying water from. He's talked about it, and I found numerous examples of evidence of it. Hundreds upon
okay,
hundreds
when's it going to be my turn?
So we'll go. It will be serious. It will be. So Crabman, Nick, if you can make a note of what Crabman just said to add it to the agenda, I think it's a worthwhile point to discuss. And after you, Syrian girl, I'd love to go to Richard. I've got a few questions for Richard.
Just add one thing also, that I feel like anyone who has not met Andrew Tate personally, or like me, or had actual contact with him, I don't feel you're even in a position to talk. You have not met this guy. I have. So for you to be giving an opinion, you haven't met him and you have not exchanged 6 months of messages the way I have. So you do need to take that into consideration.
That's a valid point. In the meantime, Richard, I do have a few questions for you before we start going through the Vice documentary and other quote-unquote evidence that we have and that was shared in the past few weeks. But before doing that, Syrian girl, I'll let you jump in because you did write a piece and you've done a lot of tweets and you've talked about some of the concerns that Carla touched on. So I'd love you to go and Slayman and Sam, you could take over a bit hosting while I change batteries on my headset.
Carla, you said something very important about stealing passports. Now, there have been 2 separate eyewitness accounts of people that said that Andrew Tate has admitted to them that as soon as the girls arrive in Moldova, he takes their passports. This is extremely important in the sex trafficking crime legal case. And those people who have spoken about that, they are, they've maintained their anonymity. So after this space, I really, really think it's important that I speak to you about this topic, because it's one of the things that, if you could add anything to it, even if the person stays anonymous, even if they speak to the authorities, that would really, really help the victims.
Yeah, because the problem is, like, I have millions, and when I have had thousands of abuse, death threats, all these things online, and you've got to understand, these guys have never met Andrew Tate, and randomly my sister said, oh my God, you won't believe it, this girl that she knows, her friend had been there, and she's not famous, she's literally married, got kids, and she can't speak out because she's scared of her identity being revealed. But she showed my sister the messages from 5 years ago, and she told her, yeah, he took my passport, and she was left stranded in Romania. And because I know that the people don't actually know that I have seen the facts to back as well as my messages, and they're just talking about a guy who they're obsessed with in videos. you have not met this guy, and if you can be brainwashed and put yourself on the line, willing to put your hand up and say he'd never do that, he'd never do this, well, actually, you do not know that, because I've seen another side that you've not seen, and they just refuse to believe it, which is very scary, to be honest. They refuse to for him to take any accountability for what he's done. Like, it's nuts.
Well, if you know, I'm gonna share you the article. It's actually in the Jumbotron, in the spaces, about the stolen passports, as well as about you know, the Tate brothers, how they also do this to minors under the age of 18. So if you guys can have a look at that, that would be great. But Carla,
and I don't know if you saw, but there was a lot of girls also said that when they got to Romania, that he said that they were told, you're going to live with your boyfriend now. And then when they got there, they were taken to a house with other girls. And basically he told them all that he was their boyfriend. And he also said that to me. He was like, I'm your man, you obey me, and all these things. Like, he did say that.
I want to add this to the agenda, and there's a reason I'm doing this. So Nick, if we can add this to the agenda, the passport issue, which I know is already on the agenda, and there's a lot of
Mario, the problem is,
information.
again, it's happening. What's happening in previous spaces where it's completely going off topic. Because
I know.
We want to keep a bit of structure, because now what's going to happen is we're going to start talking about passports, and then we'll never.
So I've moved off and kind of added it to the agenda, because it is an important point that I do want to cover, because there's a lot of people talking about it, and there's some things that came out about this. But before that, Nick, I know that Richard, you know, it took us a while to get Richard to come on, and he doesn't have much time. So since we've given Carla the mic for a while, and she's had an experience that is not positive with Tate, Richard, you have a more positive experience with Andrew, and you've known him for a while. So I know you don't have much time, so that's why I want to give you the mic before we go to Nick. What are your thoughts? Maybe first, obviously, talk about your experience with Andrew, but then I have a question I'd like you to address afterwards. Is that, look, a question for you is, despite someone, and I've made tweets about this, can a good person do bad things? Despite Andrew being a good person in some ways, and a lot of people having a good experience with him, a lot of people have came out with positive experiences, girls and guys. Can a good person also do bad things? And is that a possibility that crosses your mind?
Yeah, can you hear me okay?
Yeah, man, it's perfect.
Look, good things happen to bad people, and good people can do bad things. I've been listening, I don't know, for the last 10, 15 minutes. There's a lot of gossip and hearsay that's going on here, right? There's a point to the legal process, and that's to put it in front of a judge, present, you know, what's bad or what's been done that's evil, and then let the defense deal with it to see if it's right or wrong, sort of thing. You know, they prove it right or wrong. Everybody's jumping the gun here. I've never met Andrew in person. I've only interacted with him online and socially. I've hosted him on, I don't know, maybe 2, 3, 4 podcasts, his brother on maybe 1 or 2. We've communicated privately. They've always shown to me that they were professional gentlemen. I didn't know Tristan from a hole in the wall a few years ago, and he randomly messaged me out of the blue and said, hey, New Year's Eve, he said something along the lines of, hey, man, you know, really appreciate what you're doing. We notice it. Keep doing it. You know, carry up. Like, just kind words. Like, bad people don't do stuff like that, right? So I don't know what they've done. I haven't seen the evidence. From what I understand, not even the defense has seen all of the evidence. Some of it's withheld. There's like, this is what court is for. Maybe it's a kangaroo court, maybe it's not. I don't know. But there's a lot of people that are saying this, that, and the other thing, and it's turning into a giant soap opera. And realistically, I think that some of this should be like, whoa, let's take a few steps back and just watch what happens and see how it unfolds before you start drawing conclusions, right?
But what do you think? So Richard, can I ask, on the same premise, do you believe the people who say Tate is 100% unequivocally innocent should not be saying that as well? They should let the process carry itself out?
Look, there's things that I've said that, there's things that I've heard him say. You know, for example, I think there was a clip from one of his private courses or something on how to run cam girls or something to that effect. And I believe he said something along the lines of, yeah, we do 50-50, but I tell them that I need 20% for taxes, but I never actually submit it for taxes for source deductions because people are paying in big. Like, that's some underhanded shit, right? I mean, but you're also dealing in an underhanded industry. Like, you're teaching women how to extort money from basically simpy guys that are anxious and awkward with society. So the only connection they ever have to a woman is something through, you know, the internet or a screen, which they think is real, which cam runners or OnlyFans people, you know, take advantage of. But I mean, like, we've got people like Cardi B running around outside free, and she's admitting to drugging and stealing money from people, right? There's an entire list of people that have visited Epstein's Island, and as far as I know, none of them been, you know, convicted. You see what I'm saying here, right?
The only thing, can I just say, but they're not actually going around saying on tape that they rape people, are they? And he has said that on camera.
Well, have you heard the whole conversation? Because you want to hear the dialogue back and forth. I've only seen excerpts.
Yeah,
like, where's the whole conversation of it?
So, Richard, can I ask you something else? Let's go on the premise. 100% Tate is innocent of these alleged crimes.
Sorry, let me just stop you there for just 1 second. Like, there are people that are into that sort of behavior in the bedroom, right? Like, they're into BDSM, they're into that sort of stuff. So could it be possible that both parties, or maybe one of the parties, was into that and that was taken out of context? Is it possible? I think so, if you don't have the full flow.
If that was possible, why did she accuse him of rape? And if that was possible, why did he say that she didn't like it, and that's what turned him on? If she really liked it.
The question that I have is, why is there only like selective excerpts provided?
I think you're right on that, and I think, Nick, like, if you can play the clip sooner rather than later, because there are parts of it that make it, you know, when he says things like "chill the fuck out, Jesus Christ, I thought you were cool," that does suggest that there was someone
maybe Nick is
yeah,
just for the audience. Not everyone's heard it, so Nick, do you mind playing that clip, the one that was dropped by Vice that Richard and Sam were referring to? Because I think that was the first piece of recording that we wanted to play anyway.
I've been going through the video, so I don't know exactly which one they're referring to, but yes.
I'll send you.
We'll find it. Yeah, it's on a separate
I'll
link.
send it to you now.
It's worth mentioning that Vice approached Andrew Tate's lawyer about this specific situation for like repeated requests for comment, and they heard nothing back. Even though with the two other girls, you know, they did. You know, Tate said they lied, and the police had evidence of lying. But this is a separate case.
I just want to add, because before you play that, because I think people may get confused. So these clips or these exposés from Vice are about 3 women from the United Kingdom. One woman made the allegation in 2013. The second 2 women, or the other 2 women, made the allegation in 2015. The police investigated. In terms of the second woman, they took a while to investigate. They took 4 years. And I did say this in a post, that is a detriment to the, if someone's innocent, that is a painful experience. But also, so if someone's a victim, it's a painful experience. But if someone's innocent, it's a very, very stressful situation. But then when the information went to the CPS, the delay had no relevance. They looked at the information, they looked at the data, they went through the women's phones, they saw that information, and they made a decision based on all of the evidence to say that there's not enough evidence, this will not meet the bar of beyond reasonable doubt, and they dropped the case. In terms of specifics, we'll talk about it later, but just so everybody understands what actually happened, this has got nothing to do with the case in Romania.
Yeah, I've got something to say about that, actually, since we're on the point, because I've seen that highlight reel. So if you don't mind me just sort of commenting on that. The opening line that she stated was that Andrew had bought her 5 bottles of wine that night. Even when I was drinking and I was partying in my 20s, I mean, I'm 6'2", 200 pounds. I can drink booze. If I drink a bottle and a half of wine, I'm on the ground. I am fucked. So for her to claim that she drank 5 bottles of wine, and she doesn't look like a big girl judging by her hands. She looks like maybe she's 100, 125 pounds. There's no way a woman of that size can drink 5 bottles of wine. Now, that's not to take away that what she's feeling may or may not be correct or true. But at the same time, if the English authorities weren't able to prosecute based on her claims against him, it's because there's insufficient evidence. Otherwise, they would have done it. We live in a Me Too era where we live in a female first primary social order, and the authorities always respond to these matters at hand when there's sufficient evidence. That just tells me that there wasn't anything there.
It's a fair point to make. I mean, there's another couple of points to make. That only 1 in 100 reported rapes actually results in a charge, let alone conviction, in the UK, because the standards are so high. Let me just continue. But Tate then said, I want to play the voice. He moved to Romania, where the laws are more lax on sex crimes. He said that that's why he moved to Romania, and that may well be because of this experience, because he realised he perhaps got very close with the UK Crown Prosecution Service. Obviously, the
That-
case went on for 4 years. There's some mysteries there.
I mean,
But let's hear
I
the,
want
let's
you-
hear the,
just to give the
let's
other
hear the-
side now, Mario. Sorry,
So
just to give
Nick-
the other side because
Yeah, go ahead, Slayman. Do
so-
that, but do you want to play the recording first? Do you want Nick to play the recording? Got it ready.
my point's answering Sam, and it's got nothing to do with
Okay,
it.
go ahead. Yeah, I'll let you
So-
answer the point, and then Nick, I'll let you play the recording.
Of course. So in terms of what, in terms of 1 in 100 cases, that's because a lot of them don't meet the threshold. Because now what we're given the impression, I wrote this in my article, that actually 99% of men are getting away with it, but that's not the case. That's the first point. So I'm not saying all of them are all the 99 cases that are dropped are not legitimate. There will be some that are legitimate, but when we're given them kind of percentages, we
But
need
Slayman,
to
can I ask you a quick question before we play the voice note? How can you prove rape?
Sorry.
How can someone
Well-
prove rape? I'm actually, I was
well,
just asking. I wanted to tweet that question, but I didn't dare because I'm like, am I an idiot for not knowing the answer?
Yeah, I'll answer that question. And then the second point is in terms of what Sam said in terms of going to Romania. I mean, he's very clear that, and this is, and I've explained this many times, that look, in the UK, in the West, many men are afraid of the whole Me Too movement. They're scared they're going to get accused. They're scared of the situation. I can give my own example. I never have a meeting, even if it's a parent or whatever it may be, alone with a woman out of fear that, you know, I will lose my job, I will lose my career, and so on and so forth. So a lot of men feel like that. So it's a valid concern that men would leave this country for that reason.
A bloody delusional. Come on, that's a delusional way of thinking.
Well, not
Yes,
really,
it
because
is.
you live in Malaysia.
Yes,
so
it
you
is.
don't
Women
understand the
are
context
still
of-
biased against in the court of law. The reason all
Sorry?
of these cases don't get prosecuted is because they can't find the evidence. It doesn't mean that it didn't happen. It's he said,
No, I didn't
he
say
said,
that.
she said, and that's
Ian,
what
I
to
think,
prosecute.
Ian, I think you should listen. Ian, I think you should listen to what I said. I didn't say that. What I said was, because when you give the percentage, one is given the impression that 99% of cases men are getting away with it. And what I said was, some of them will be legitimate for sure, but some of them will be that the cases weren't legitimate. And that's the problem we have. We don't live in as absolutes. It's not that all men are innocent, and it's not that all men are guilty. And that's the issue we've got. So so that's why I wanted to clarify that percentage. That was the point I was making.
Yeah, I think it's a good clarification to make. And Nick, I think it's a good time to play that recording if you don't mind.
Sure. I'm just going to go through both of them real quick.
So that's a recording that was leaked by Vice even before the documentary, a voice note sent by Andrew to one of the victims.
There were 2 of them, actually. So
Yeah, go ahead, man.
Am I a bad person? Because the more you didn't like it, the more I enjoyed it. I fucking loved how much you hated it. Turn me on. Why am I like that? Why? I am one of the most dangerous men on this planet. Sometimes you forget exactly how lucky you were to get fucked by me. Would you rather me pin you down and make you do things you didn't like, or would you rather fuck? You didn't like that I was thinking I can do whatever I want to. That's what it is. I'm the smartest person on this fucking planet. Are you seriously so offended I strangled you a little bit? You didn't fucking pass out. Chill the fuck out. Jesus Christ. I thought you were cool. What's wrong with you?
Crabman, if you can give us some of your thoughts, because I think you posted this as well, didn't you?
Well, I mean, what's there left to say in a situation where the Tate brothers tried to appeal and it was denied? Appeal more than once. To get out of detention, they were denied that.
Not the appeal. So what are your thoughts on these specific voice notes that were just played?
Oh, the only thing I really have to add is that maybe she wrote things in writing, and then Andrew responded via voice, and that's why it's set up like this. And then Tate supporters think the voice notes or whatever are a total fraud, and it's not even him. I've had hundreds of comments say it's not even his voice, and this is some sort of deep fake by Vice. That's the level of argument I've had to deal with. So I feel thankful to be among this conversation. Thank you.
But does
Crabman,
this not fall in line with the WhatsApp messages that were also sent by Tate, supposedly?
I don't agree with the reconstruction. I mean, there could have been another way that could have censored, information and could have been clearer. I'm, happy to be critical of Vice on that one.
So I've got just one thing to say before I go to Slayman, and this question goes to Slayman and Raphael as well. I had one of the team members just message me, and we've got a team that listen to the space and send me notes, and they said the following. That surprised me, and they're pretty thick-skinned. I'm gonna read out what they said. They said, "I'm gonna puke. That man is disgusting. Can't listen to this shit. I'm sorry. let me know when this shit is done to join back and listen in. That was one of my team members. So the things that he said, Slayman, and Nick, what was the first quote he said? The first thing in the recording, the first one. Can you quickly read it out? If anyone has a transcript, I'd love the link to it so I can quote exactly what he said. What was the first thing he said in that voice note? The first voice note, Nick?
It was, am I a bad person? Because the more you didn't like it, the more that I wanted to do it.
Okay, that one, for that one, I'm just going to comment my thoughts quickly and just try to be in the middle and then get Slayman and Sam to comment on it. Okay, so that one might show disgusting behavior, but it could be, it could be just aggressive sex. It could be just a fetish. It could be them talking dirty to each other so maybe there's no context. I'm just trying to play devil's advocate. And then what's the next one, Nick? And then we'll let Sam and Slayman and others comment on them.
The next quote you said?
Yes.
Okay, I fucking loved how much you hated it.
Okay, and then the third one?
It turned me on. Why am I like that?
Okay, then the next one. I'm breaking them down.
I'm one of the most dangerous men on this planet.
Okay, that's him.
Sometimes you forget how lucky you were.
Okay, next one. Next one, Nick.
Fuck by me. Would you rather me pin you down and make you do things you didn't like, or would you rather fuck whoever?
Okay, so what we've heard there, Slayman, what's your take on it? Because he's not, I'll be as objective as I can without my thoughts on what is being said, because my personality is very different to Andrew in that sense. So he's not admitting to rape, but would you say it's indicating a certain behavior would you say is at least concerning?
I mean, I'll answer that. There's a bit of depth to that question. The issue is this: look, them recordings don't sound very seemly, and from my own ethical paradigm, I don't find it. It's not something that I agree with. But we don't live in my ethical paradigm. I've mentioned this quite a few times. We live in the Western paradigm, a Western liberalist paradigm, and in that paradigm, this type of kink behavior, this type of rough sex, is something that is a lot more common than we know. We know this from, for example, the fact that things like 50 Shades of Grey, and there's a lot of literature, academic literature on there. I did post a few on my on my thread, showing that this type of behavior does occur. In terms of that, or them audios, the first problem is that there was 43 seconds, and as Nick just read out, I think there was about 6 or 7 different clips that had been merged together. So I'm glad he read them separately, but when it was released, they were merged together. And then there were messages that were published, and again, all of these were just one way. And Crabman makes a point, I think a good one, that these could be in response to text messages, but again, we didn't see the text messages.
Actually, the text messages are displayed in the Vice documentary, and he does mention rape in there.
Ian, you're right. There's 2 messages that are on the documentary. They flash for a second. So, but again, they're not contextual in terms of the voice notes, but in terms of the text messages, you're quite right. But again, with those text messages, it says on there, she responds to him when he's making these kind of comments.
Maybe before you comment on them, Nick, do you want Nick to read them quickly for the audio? Yeah. Nick, do you want to read the text?
Yeah, Nick, read them.
Yeah, go ahead, Slayman, and then Nick, go ahead, Slayman, and then we'll get Nick to read them right after. Go ahead, Slayman.
No, let Nick read it, and then I can.
Well, can I say a quick point on the audio before we go to the text?
Yeah, please do, Raphael.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that this is a heavily edited documentary, quote unquote documentary, and I think that was the first point made on this space that everyone agreed. It was highly selective, highly edited. So the thing that I want to point out is, do we not think that if her statements or voice notes or whatever it was would help the situation, they already have her not on her face, but they have her voice, and they synthesized her voice and disguised it. Do you think Vice would not have put that there? It would have helped the cause? I personally think it would have.
Let me jump in, because I agree with you that they shouldn't have edited. What I feel listening to it is that it's the last part that suggests it was non-consensual. It's the last part that suggests he was replying to something.
And what does the last part say?
Well, the last bit is, are you seriously so offended I strangled you? You didn't fucking pass out. Chill the fuck out. I thought you were cool.
So could that be him just getting too excited and getting a bit out of control?
I
I mean, for me, and the way he said it didn't sound like it was part of a game. It sounded like he was objecting to her
And
saying,
it sounded like a threat.
I'm
It sounded like a threat when he says that I'm the
would-
most dangerous man in the world. It sounds like a threat. And his narcissism shines through when he talks about how he's the smartest man on the planet.
I want to go, Sam. I want to, before playing the next, reading out the messages, because that was Sliman was commenting on those. I actually want to get, we got two females on stage. So Carla and Syrian Girl. Not sure if you've, and obviously it's a private question, but fuck it. Like you've had similar interactions in the past, or know people that have, and is that, trying to look at it objectively, just those voice notes, without your discussion with them, Carla, your experience, other witnesses,
also, like, if you were looking at it from the point of view that he has obsessed fans, do they not think, even the people that literally don't see that he could do no wrong, don't you find it weird that these claims were absolutely years ago within the UK before he was even known? Like, you have to take that into consideration. This was before anyone knew who he was. So are you trying to say that girls from years ago, before he was even famous, are also talking a load of rubbish? Like, it cannot be. You're not looking into it realistically here.
That's a valid point. Like, a lot of these witnesses are coming out about, but no. So you're saying a lot of the witnesses came out before Andrew Tate, before
in the UK years ago when he was in Luton. Years ago when he was arrested for alleged rape. This was before anyone knew who he was. Like, and people are acting like that's fake, but this was years ago before we knew who he was.
It's also,
and I was just trying to go.
It's also worth pointing out. This is something a crab crawler messaged me with, and I think it's a valid point. People are criticizing the Vice documentary for not showing everything, but it's worth noting that Andrew Tate refused to show them much of his residence. He said, "Oh, these places are off limits. This is confidential. This is confidential. This is a top secret area." And he's acting like it's a secret base or something.
So Ian, I want to mention one point there, Ian, that's interesting before going to Syrian Girl. First, anyone requesting to speak, do DM us. Just a reminder, do DM us so we know why, because we won't see all requests. Audience, we're getting questions and thoughts from the comments, bottom right corner. So make sure you comment. The team is going through all your comments, including panelists, with your thoughts on how the discussion is going, if you think it's being biased one way or another, and any questions you want to ask any of the panelists. So bottom right corner, you can comment there. And if you want a summary of everything, there's a newsletter on my profile at the top. You can subscribe and get summaries, because we're not able to tweet all the stuff we're getting. So we're going to start putting them into an email form and sending them out. But just to the point you've made, Ian.
Sorry, Mario.
The document.
Can we just get Raphael to maybe comment? Because I think the problem we're having with the panel right now is there's so many people who are anti-Tate, which is
again, yeah, I was gonna my just quickly, Sliman, I'll give him the mic, I promise. For my comment now will be more pro-Tate. It'll be pro-Tate, this comment now. So this one,
it's no problem.
It's my turn to speak.
Yeah, and
I will. So Syrian Girl, everyone, just Sliman, I'll let you speak. Syrian Girl, you'll be next, I promise you. And because I just want to respond to
Ian. A comment to make. It's just
oh my lord! Let Mario speak. Let Mario speak, please.
Right. Sorry. What I was saying was, Ian, that what
are you Mario? Is your name Mario? Do I see your name Mario lighting up?
Okay. So I'll let him finish my point. I'll let him finish quickly, Ian, if that's okay. Right. I know that Ian would probably have muted everyone now if he was co-hosting. Yes, go ahead, Slim. I'll let you finish it quickly. Go ahead.
I mean, I don't know how to mute as well, to be honest. But
no, don't.
Yeah. So the point, sorry, I was making was, it's not about the Tate issue. So I'll let somebody else comment about that. It's just that basically, because we've got a scenario where, I guess, other than me, who's the co-host, Raphael's the only, I guess, pro-Tate person, it's going to be a scenario where we'll have to go to him a bit more just to balance it out, because right now we've got
true.
I'm not pro-Tate or anti-Tate, that's the thing. I'm just reviewing what I can see in front of me. Like, make no mistake, I follow Andrew Tate. He follows me back. So I'm not anti-Andrew Tate. I'm just reviewing the evidence here, and I'm not liking what I'm seeing. That's all I'm saying. I've never been anti.
I think people think
that's fine.
anyone being objective and
so Sam, I'm just gonna.
Yeah,
I'm gonna continue with the response, and Raphael, I'll give you the mic right after I respond to Ian's point. And yeah, this response more pro-Tate. And you're right, Sliman, we do have two other speakers that were pro-Tate. They could be joining in a bit. So we had an equal amount on both sides, but some obviously couldn't join. So just Ian's point, just one counter argument. I'm not saying that's the reason. Is that the girl? So there could be a more nefarious reason why he kept those things confidential. Didn't want the girls to speak about their experience, etc. Maybe holding girls captive. It could be anything. But one other side of that coin is I had someone who runs a similar agency to say to me, no, Mario, like every agency want to keep the girls they work with confidential because they don't want another agency kind of sweeping them through, or they don't want people to know. Like Andrew Tate, for example, he talks about the strategy of having guys respond pretending to be the girl.
Yep.
The last thing he wants is the girl being on the documentary, and then everyone knows like, oh shit, she works with Andrew Tate, means every time I chat with her, it's one of Andrew's guys responding. So that could backfire in that sense.
Just responding to what you just said, my issue with it wasn't, to slam Andrew for hiding this information to begin with. I understand why these areas could be off limits to the Vice documentarians. Instead, what I'm saying is that people are attacking the Vice documentarians for not featuring these people, when I want to argue, right, in their favor, in Vice's favor, that they simply didn't have the opportunity to present all sides. So, I mean, if anyone's to blame here, it's not Vice, it's Andrew Tate or his people, his security people, for restricting their access. So you can't,
I have to put back on that.
Cover everything.
Sorry.
I'll let Raphael. So Syrian girl, I will give Raphael
Syrian girl,
just to
go
balance
ahead.
out the panel. Okay,
Syrian, go ahead. Syrian's been waiting.
Okay, and then we'll go to Raphael.
She's been waiting.
Let Syrian go. Syrian's been waiting.
Cool. I got. So yeah, Syrian girl, go ahead, and we'll go to Raphael afterwards, and then Nick, you'll read the tweets, the messages. Go ahead, Syrian girl. Thanks.
Thank you, Ian. Thanks for that. A question was posed directly to me, so I just wanted the opportunity to answer that question. The answer is no. I would not be involved in any such things because if anyone knows me, I'm opposed to all kinds of degenerate behavior. And that's my personal perception of things. But I also think, even the liberal people would find that voice text extremely disturbing. And I just wanted to add, because Suleiman, he questioned some of the eyewitnesses in the UK, particularly about choking. And, the eyewitnesses in the UK that worked as cam girls for Tate in Luton said that he would randomly choke them. And I think that the choking element of this has been very consistent with most of the victims. And in fact, I'm going to post now a picture on my, a video onto the Jumbotron that shows Tristan, because of course there's two people here. There's Tristan Tate as well as Andrew Tate. We never really talk about Tristan, where he himself shows himself choking a woman. Now, that may have been consensual in that case, but I'm just trying to point out that choking is a feature. And Suleiman said, it's illogical. Why would he go around choking women? As we saw, it is a fetish for these men.
Yeah, so it's this relatively common fetish, and I would not say it's uncommon, because I looked into this. I would not say it's uncommon for girls to also enjoy it, but there's different levels of choking. You can choke with a certain level of control, or you can choke to an extent where it becomes non-consensual and becomes too aggressive. You just don't give a fuck about the girl if she's getting hurt or not. And it's really impossible for us to know.
The point is that the eyewitness and victim accounts are consistent with each other. That's the point here. And the point is that they've already proved that they have that fetish because they posted about it themselves. And on top of that, I just want to talk about that, voice note. I think people should also read the eyewitness account of the woman that goes along with that, which says that she, in fact, has no interest in any such fetish, and she'd only ever been with 2 other guys, and she didn't want to do anything with Tate. And he ended up saying, I'm debating whether or not I'm going to rape you, before he started suffocating her. So I think that should be read out as well in context.
So I just want to comment first on Syrian. I think we keep doing this over and over, where we project our sexual preferences onto what's happening. Well, this is a car horn. We're projecting our sexual preferences onto the people that are of the subject matter, Tate and these girls. So if you're not into very hardcore, rough, kinky sex, that's fine. But as Suleiman pointed out, that is not what the Western liberal standard or that order is.
Into it.
Syrian girl, Sam, everybody. I want to. Do you mind, Sulaiman? Do you think we should read the messages to continue the discussion?
I won't let you speak to me like this, Raphael.
I think you should let Raphael.
Go ahead, guys. All right, Raphael, let you finish your point. Syrian girl, yeah, sure.
Be rude to me.
Raphael, yeah, no one's. no one's rude to you. I don't know who's rude to you.
Sorry,
but if
I'm not
someone
trying to
was,
be rude. I apologize.
if someone
else being kind of rude to her.
Raphael. Oh, okay.
I was
missed that. My
rude?
apologies.
I mean,
I
you
missed
were
that.
Did I
projecting
miss
your-
something?
your
How was I rude?
misunderstanding of her sexuality and claiming that she was projecting herself onto Andrew Tate, when clearly we have, audio testimony of these girls in the Vice documentary saying that this was not consensual. Are we to simply dismiss what they said? Is that where we are at right now, where we simply dismiss every woman who's ever experienced something like this, who claims to experience something like this? Are we to say, well, they're lying? They're lying. They're clearly into it. It's like, you can't do that. Like, I mean, at the same time, while it's not okay to say, oh, Andrew Tate caused a rape or he did a rape or something, at the same time, you have to afford the alleged victims the same level of fairness that you're giving to Andrew Tate, right? Don't you agree with that?
Well, look, I agree with you when you said that you are not pro Tate or anti Tate. I think that's not really a good terminology to use. And I'm looking at the same thing you're looking at. But based on the charges that he has been accused with, it's not for rough sex. It's not for kinky choking or whatever. I do not personally espouse to those things. And Siren, I didn't mean you personally. I did say we as a group, we keep going back to this idea that this doesn't paint him in a good light. And so if you understood it that way, I apologize. I did not mean it in that way. But he's not being charged with those things. So if we stick to the charges of the case, these do not meet up to the prosecutorial judicial requirements to convict somebody. And then also, Ian, you mentioned that the Vice documentary, if anything, that's Andrew's fault, but the Vice documentary had access to the accusers. What they didn't have access to is personal spaces within Andrew's property, and also people that were in the war room that, they were not, certainly wouldn't be accusers or someone speaking negatively of Tate. So I don't see why that makes any sense.
I want to go to, if you don't mind, everyone, including the co-host, do you mind if we go to Nick to read out the messages now to keep the discussion going and go through more claims or evidence, whatever you want to call it, more information? Perfect. Nick, do you want to read through the messages?
Sure.
Thanks a lot for doing this, Nick.
Absolutely. So keep in mind that some of the things that I'm about to read here are probably going to be repeated from earlier, but I do think it's important to add context to what has been talked about here. So the woman being referred in the documentary to, or as Amelia, met him in 2013, and apparently they started going on occasional dates. And Andrew Tate said via WhatsApp messages, said, "I'm just contemplating whether or not I should rape you." She then claims that he jumped straight on top of her, claims he grabbed her throat.
So pause. Did you just say, I'm not being dramatic, just want to make sure the context is right. What did he say about, I wish I was there so I can rape you? Is that what he said?
I'm just contemplating whether or not I should rape you.
Okay. And is there context on the discussion, etc.? Like, what's the messages like?
Well, sure. So that was above, but the conversation starts when he says, "I love raping you and watching you let me, while still debating if it's a good idea or not."
Can you just read it? I'm sorry. Can you just read it by saying Andrew, and then what he says, and then girl? What
Andrew,
they say?
girl, Andrew, girl.
Sure.
Yeah, it would be great.
Sure.
Andrew, victim, or Andrew, girl. Andrew, girl.
Sure. Yep. Okay. Tate, I love raping you and watching you let me, while still debating if it's a good idea or not. I love the conflict you have, and you do have it. Don't deny it. And then the girl responds and said, "Why would I talk to you if I didn't want to see you?" Tate says, "So you agree to my rape?" She responds, "If I consent, it's not rape." So I feel like that is important context to the conversation, just based on the argument that maybe this was more of a fetish type situation, or sexual preference more than just.
Yes. So I want to go to Carla, if you don't mind, Carla. I want to get your thoughts on this because you've been critical, and rightly so. I'm not saying you shouldn't be critical, but would you say just that particular chat, just that correspondence? I know we're getting snippets now. We're going to go through it. There could be worse allegations later on, and there is more concerning allegations later. But this snippet alone, do you say it could be consensual? Because usually when you rape someone, you wouldn't. It'll be a very different discussion, if I imagine. Now, I want to be clear. I've never spoken to rape victims beyond this, beyond investigating the Tate story. So I don't have experience in that field. But Carla, I'm not sure if you can give a bit of context to this. And Steph, I see you waving, so we'll go to Steph afterwards.
It just went a bit funny, the signal. So basically, the text message, she said to him that it's not rape if it's consensual afterwards.
Correct.
Yes.
Well, the messages that I saw online were literally the opposite. I don't know if it's the same person, but the ones that I saw online were literally the opposite, where it was basically him admitting that he had raped the girl.
Nope.
There were excerpts from the interview itself that could possibly contradict the messages. So that may be what you're referring to, because there was so that and we're I have that here, and we can go over that here in a bit.
Yeah, maybe I want you to go over that as well, Nick, because I want to go through both of them. Because for me, that one, does anyone like? I just don't think that's enough for us to claim rape based on this discussion.
What do you think? What do you think, Ian?
If you look at the fact that if this was literally randomly now that it has happened, because a lot of his followers are like, oh, saying all these things because they're obsessed with him. But if randomly, if I was looking at it at the point of view where I not having any opinion on either side, if you found out that there was claims from years ago before he was known, like, you would find that even the prosecution will take that into account, that there was cases dropped in the UK years ago before he was even known, like that will be taken into account also. And you can't say that people are lying and, oh, that's not true from years ago. Like, you have to take that into account, that makes it look even worse on his part.
But Carla, with all due respect, Carla, that is the reason why the case was dropped. These are part of many other evidences.
It wasn't dropped because of that.
It's not true from years ago. It does not mean it.
No, I'm not saying it was
not guilty, right? This is what people need to remember, is that the case
Whoa, hold on. It's wait. Yeah, exactly. Because this, including many other pieces of evidence, I just want to finish.
Prosecute. That's the only thing it means.
Yeah, I would just like to finish my point here, that it's not just this piece of evidence. This is one of many, many pieces of evidence that we do not have privy information to, that the prosecutors did have. This is just one piece where they decided we cannot go to trial, because here in this text exchange, it's literally the accuser doing the job of the defense, where Tate is like, did you like all this? And look, I do not espouse, I'm with Mario here, okay? This is not my line of, personal whatever. But that's what they're into. I mean, I don't like it, but that's what it shows. That's what the text message shows.
If that's what they were into, there wouldn't be this discussion after where the girl's fuming.
Well, if you just read the text messages, Carla, if you just read the text messages, Andrew is saying all these things, and she's saying, no, it's consensual. I still want to see you. I can, it's not rape if I consent. You could kind of see how that would be, from at least from a prosecutorial position, that would be a problem.
Yeah, I mean, that challenges the whole notion of consent. If you don't, how is a person supposed to know? So in this particular instant, and only this particular instant that Nick just read, I do think that because she does indicate that, there was consent, and people do have these psychological ways of kind of consenting and playing these games in the bedroom. And so I think in the context of this particular instance, I think there was consent. In the other instance, when he acknowledges that the person hated it and she is whining and voicing, that is not consent. So I think you have different scenarios in different cases.
Well, you don't know what context that was in, because we only have one side of the thing.
I'll acknowledge that we may be missing a piece. That is true. We may be missing.
It's also worth pointing out that
there's a lot
a rape can happen, and then afterwards the victim feels that they're convinced that perhaps it wasn't a rape, because they're gaslit into thinking it wasn't abuse, it wasn't assault, it wasn't rape. But it doesn't mean that a rape didn't happen. We see this in cases of children, right? Children who are sexually abused.
I agree with you, Ian. What you're saying, I agree with you 100%.
Like, a lot of kids who are raped by adults will tell you that, at first, before they see a psychologist or something, they'll actually defend the person who abused them. And then afterwards, they're made to realize that, oh, actually, it wasn't consensual, that they didn't actually like it.
I'm sure this victim actually one of these alleged Tate victims actually said that this was her way of taking
Correct.
back control.
Yeah, she even said it to the
situation.
Vice documentary. She said that, at the time she felt that, she didn't use these exact words, but she was basically gaslit into thinking that what happened to her was okay, because that's how she internalized it. That's how she dealt with it. That's how a lot of rape victims deal with their trauma. And we can't discount it just because, at the time they seem okay with it. It doesn't mean that it's okay. It doesn't mean that a rape
It's
didn't
really
happen.
true. It's absolutely true, Ian, but at the same time, like within relationships where you don't have, how would a person know if the person plays into that? I mean, sorry, I am having a hard time voicing this because it is so complex and it is difficult in these situations because people do try to justify to take back their control. So I can absolutely understand that perspective, but also, at any moment somebody could also claim that. So how do you navigate that? And I think that's really complex.
What's important here to note is that it exposes a certain pattern of behavior. Okay, if it was just a one-off, if it was just a one case, then we could say, well, it could go either way, and there's no way to really prosecute it, and that's probably what, at the time when there was no, the gigantic field of evidence to go through, the prosecutors didn't feel like they had enough to go on this. However, now with the prosecution going on in Romania, we have an established pattern of behavior. This is why it's so important to weigh this as part of the evidence against the state.
I would argue quite the opposite.
Guys,
Maybe Suleiman can add on that.
Yeah, guys. Before Sam, if
but do we
I
think it's
go,
a coincidence that all of these girls have the same fetish? Is it really statistically that likely that all of these girls like?
No, but so two things. Okay. So guys, first I want to give the mic to Slayman because he's been waiting patiently for a while. Slayman, I don't know why you started behaving a lot more, so you can jump in as well, Slayman.
It's become a Ian Miles show, hasn't it? It's difficult to get a word in, but I'll just let Raphael answer that question and then I'll answer.
Yeah, I'll let Raphael, and I do want to point out that we are grabbing pieces of information here and there, and there's a lot more information that could change the discussion in a bit. But it's also important to remember that. If I have a question as well, Raphael, you can answer that question and comment on what Ian just said, Ian and Catherine. But if Andrew did, we all agree that Andrew is an intelligent guy. I think we all agree. If you disagree, just put a thumbs down. We agree that Andrew is an intelligent guy. Would an intelligent person, okay, Crabman disagrees. I was expecting that. But would an intelligent person really admit to rape via
if they're narcissistic,
not delete
if they're narcissistic, yes. And if you think you're smarter than everybody else on the planet, as Andrew Tate himself says, I'm the smartest man in the world on this planet, then of course he would admit to it because he thinks he's untouchable.
I'll go to fair point. Raphael, I'll let you answer that point as well before going back to Slayman.
Well, I'll just say on the smartest man and all this other stuff, what I'm trying to do, going back to Ian's point, is just from the legal standards, from a judicial point of view, see if the evidence that's out there in the public sphere is enough to, in the court of public opinion, to say he is guilty or not guilty. And all I'm saying is, based on all the stuff that's out there, I really do not think there is anything that can lead us to conclusively say, oh, this is rape. And my problem is that the vast majority of people are being swayed into a bandwagon based on innuendo, based on a pattern of behavior. And they're saying, jumping to the conclusion that he's guilty. I'm not saying he's not guilty. I'm not saying he's innocent 100%. We don't know that. And to the second point is, Ian mentioned that there's a pattern of behavior. And now this is going to be like curtains for him in Romanian court. I think it's quite the opposite because Romanian, the prosecutors have had 9-10 months to investigate this. They've had all the time in the world. They've seized all his phones, hard drives, computers, documents twice, and they still don't have any evidence to actually put charges on him formally and arrest him. Right now, he's in detainment. While they're in charge. No, that is correct.
Charged, so you can't actually.
He's okay. He's okay.
I mean, you can't
fair
say
enough.
That,
he's
that
been charged, but
lying. But
okay, look, I rescinded it. If I'm incorrect, that's not a problem.
They have charged him, so they do have evidence, and it's
fine. Fair enough.
We're going to see what comes out in the coming months. It's not going to take.
Actually, he's on preventative custody.
But when they
charged yet.
Yeah, so it's preventative, and he's been detained for 30 days while they bring further evidence to the judge. I believe Suleiman can speak.
And it's not just for this
expand
one
upon
case,
that.
right? It's not over.
and I'll
It's
get
not over
after Sulaiman.
a few rapes. What's terrible to say it like that, but it's not over just a few rapes. It's about organized crime, and obviously this is going to implicate far more people than have already been charged or arrested. So this is a broad-reaching case. You have to keep in mind that the prosecutor going after him is the same one who has nailed a number of high-profile mobsters in the country. Think of Rudy Giuliani in the 1980s when he went after the 5 families. This is the kind of case that's going on right now against Andrew Tate. This is not just about a few rapes.
Fair enough. He's a bigwig. No, you're absolutely
And
right.
also,
but
they do say this case relates to incidents related to the UK and the USA as well. So we can't ignore
Exactly.
that they may
basically they have this evidence in the United States and in the United Kingdom, cases that were previously they didn't have enough evidence to charge because they couldn't establish a pattern of behavior, and the evidence by themselves were too flimsy to just charge him for like the single case. However, with all of this other stuff stacked up against him, they feel as if they do have this evidence, and now they're working with the British prosecutors. They're going through Interpol, and they're doing all these kinds of things because I believe that they have enough evidence to go after him for real, with all these different charges, not just the one thing.
I want to go to Sulaiman. Sulaiman, I want to go to Sulaiman and then Steph, because Steph has been waiting as well. Sulaiman, I want to add one comment from the audience, so you can comment, you can add to the discussion, and also comment on this. I'm going to quote out Jamie Scott in the comments. Tristan Tate literally has a blog of sleeping with a different woman every night. Chances are it's not the best wording, but chances are there is some bad eggs in there. That could have happened to Andrew also. Just a few bad eggs who want to ruin him. So in other words, like they've slept with so many women that there must be some that would start spreading false information, because there is so many women. It's not like they've only been with 5 women and 3 of them are making allegations. So just a comment from the audience that you can respond to as well, among other points. Go ahead, Sulaiman, and then we'll go to Steph.
Yeah, I think what they're trying to say is there's a better chance. I've got quite a bit to comment on, so I want to let Steph answer, because Ian, Miles, and Sam made a point, and I think he may be able to answer that, and then I'll give my comments on what Steph says. And in addition to that, Steph, if you can just clarify the Israeli passport comment as well, because I think you were the source for that.
Steph?
Yeah, guys, thank you. So I've been listening patiently. I feel like we are going back and forth without a scope, and we don't understand the legal framework that needs to be understood about the rape charges, right? So let's discuss about the rape charges that they faced, or Andrew Tate has faced in UK back a few years ago. So in my opinion, the judge or the prosecutor didn't decide to continue the investigation and prosecute them because he didn't have enough evidence. Here's the thing. You can stay with a man for 6 months in a house, fuck him day and night, and then you come and you say that he raped you, right? That nobody will, not any prosecutor will ever do that, okay? This is one of the things. The second of the things, it is not enough only to have a victim statement. You will never get prosecuted, or you will never face charges and get prosecuted for the rape if you only have the victim statement. There needs to be a medical report, all right, made by an expert, like about the rape, where he checks, like, the girl, and she sees exactly if they are how do you say it?
That answers Steph. That answers my question, because I asked a question earlier and I forgot to ask it again. So that's how they could. There's a way through medical examination that they can
exactly
prove rape.
that's exactly what they need. So you can come with 10 people, and have witnesses. It does not matter. You need medical investigation, and that needs to be done right then when it happened, like one day after or a few hours later, right? Because those when you do this kind of stuff, there's a level of damage that happens to the girl, right? But those healing time, so you can come after 3 months and say that, does that make sense? You can say that you was raped, but 3 months ago. Now, in regards to the actual situation of the rape charges.
So before continue, just one more question about this point. So I'm very, very curious on this. You cannot. So no one can be found guilty without medical examination. Are you saying it's just if let's say
I don't think that's entirely true. I mean, there are circumstances where
definitely
video camera like doing it, right? If you're caught on a video camera, or if there are multiple.
Yeah, exactly.
Go ahead, Steph. Yeah. Hey,
so,
who used the mute now? But you've used it
many
times.
That
was him. Okay, Sam, here you go. All right,
yeah,
Sam.
I was just going to say that there
Ian
are circumstances where a person can be prosecuted without medical evidence, such as surveillance cameras, things like that.
Exactly. Exactly.
It's just
exactly.
really
But
difficult. This is why so few reported rape cases progress. It's just really difficult. And girls do not, let's be blunt, get raped and go straight to the police station. They have to deal with it. They question themselves. They go through this process. It can take months. So this is why it's really hard to even charge of rape. And I'm not saying that means that Andrew Tate is guilty. I'm just saying that this is a process and it's really hard to prove.
So I want
you
to make a point
before going to Sleiman. Go ahead.
Yeah. So I read the legal document. So this is a legal document. It's official document, okay? Not press news or whatever other bullshit. So I read the legal document where the judge gives the reasoning for keeping them under arrest for 30 days. And he states very clearly, only 1 out of the 4 suspects is facing charges related to rape. But so far, the prosecutor has only provided the witness's statement. And the judge says very clearly, this is not enough to continue with this charge forward. And we are requesting, the judge is requesting from the prosecutor further evidence in order to move forward with this. So we can stay here, we can debate, we can talk about things, but the reality is until we not get to the next phase, which will be on 29th of January, right, where we will see the prosecutor coming forward with further evidence, we can speculate, but I don't think if it will help or not, to be honest with you.
Okay, thanks for that, Steph. Sorry, I've got quite a few comments to make because there's been a number. So going back to the British case, and then I along with Steph, I did actually read the same 9-page document, and my views are exactly the same as Steph's in terms of that, what he just said. So in terms of all of the, Sam, in terms of all the women saying that they were, let's say, there was this kind of kink or choke going on, as far as I know, and obviously someone can correct me, from what I've read, it's only the British women who've said that, and the Romanian women haven't now. They could do, and then that'll be an extra information for us at the, if that does come out. In terms
have we
of,
heard anything from the Romanian women?
Apparently, there is one of the girls in Romania. It is a rape against Andrew because the
yeah,
one in
the
England
Moldovan woman. Yeah, sorry, Carla, you're right. No, that's rape, but not.
There is a rape.
Yeah, it's the Moldovan woman. There's 2 accounts of rape by the Moldovan woman.
He's talking about the choking.
Yeah, that's right. Now, in terms of the Vice piece, Ian, it wasn't that people who support Tate were saying that Vice are unfair because they didn't let the lady speak. That's not what they're complaining about. What they're complaining about is very simple. Audio notes have been put out. We've read these audio notes here, and we've not heard the woman, what the woman who's given us the audio notes, what she was saying in response to those audio notes, or what she said, and them audio notes were a result of. So you're getting a snippet of one person's conversation. That's what people are complaining about. That why don't they? They could hide the, and Sam said this in the introduction, they could hide the woman's voice, and they could do that, but they didn't. The second point people are complaining about.
Okay, I agree with that. Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah, the second point that people are complaining about, Ian, is in the second Vice piece that was written, they took snippets of the messages from the 2013 girl where he says, "I like to rape you," or something like that. And again, we had this problem where we didn't know what the woman said or what the response was. And it's only when these documentaries come out, they flashed her response for a second, and some avid fans of Tate managed to capture that and put it online. And if they didn't, it was very easily missed. And only on there, she says, as a response to that, it can't be rape because I consented. So this is the sphere of why people have a problem with what Vice did. It didn't. They saw that that demonstrates agenda because there should be a balance of what both sides are saying. So that's the context of what people are complaining about. And I think that's fair because if you're going to accuse someone of rape, we need to know the context of if it's and I wrote this in my message. For example, if someone says, I want you to rape me, and then he says, I raped you. But if I only cut the second bit, I can make him look like a rapist, but we don't have the first bit. So that's the problem people have. And you do agree that
that's pretty bad. Yeah, it kind of shows shoddy journalism.
Suleiman, can I just add one quick point about the Vice?
Yeah.
One quick point. So I spoke to Sartorial, and there was a piece.
Spoke to who? Spoke to who?
Sartorial shooter. He's on the Vice documentary.
As one of the lieutenants.
He's their right-hand manager kind of person. So so there was a part where what's the guy's name? The Vice Matt Shea, right? So he goes and says, "Okay, can we speak about this?" And then he says, "Sure, I'll show you my Ferrari." And they jump in the Ferrari, and he meant the Matt Shea says, just like any other one of these guys, they love to show off their fancy Ferraris and cars. And then he told me, and he posted this on Twitter also, Matt and his production team asked him to do the piece in the Ferrari and go for a drive. Can we go for a drive? But yet they spin the whole thing around in the Vice documentary saying, oh, he's just doing this. He called us and just so he can show off his fast Ferrari. So, I mean, it just shows you the intention behind the Vice piece is so blatant, so obvious that even going back to that point about the audio recordings, if they didn't show her voice, but they disguised her voice, I believe that if there was anything there to strengthen their case against Tate, of course they would have used it.
And sorry, just thank you for that, Raphael.
How is a Ferrari relevant though? Like, you can't make that sort of connection.
No, it's not. It's not, Crabman. It's not relevant. I think he's just showing. You know, when someone's thought process when they're making a documentary. If my thought process is I want to attack someone, then you basically do things in order to do that. If your thought process I want to put someone in a positive light, then you'll do the documentary in that way. And if your thought process, let me just get a balanced piece, then you will work in that way. So I think he's just giving it
fair. Yeah.
That's an example of manipulation that would be hidden to the audience. So I think that's a fair point.
Yeah.
Okay.
And so I'm going back to the British women. So in terms of the 2015 women, the two women from 2015, the information went to the CPS. The CPS looked at the evidence, and one of the reasons they gave was that basically the women were sending audio notes to each other. Now the women said, "Oh, we were just talking about whether we should talk about the alcohol," but the reason this CSPS said that they dropped it is because it seemed like they colluded. And
how do you know that? Because the Crown Prosecution Service don't share that information publicly.
The only context for that is based on what Sally from the documentary actually said, which was apparently one of the cam girls. So she had a statement on that.
Okay, because the CPS don't share information about cases that haven't been charged.
That's the first issue, and then the second issue is then that was part of the reason why that case was dropped. So CPS looked at the evidence and they dropped it. So no one's saying they weren't found guilty, but what CPS have is they want to see that when they take this to court, that is it going to meet the beyond reasonable doubt threshold, and if they believe it is so, then they will take it forward. Now, in terms of the 2013 case, the woman who alleged rape, what she said was, and again, we're not saying all women lie about rape, and this is the problem, you see, and I've myself supported women who've gone through domestic abuse and these type of things and grooming, so I support them. But the thing is, when there's a scenario where you've got to look at the evidence, and you have to admit that sometimes women can lie. We've got a report today that came out about Benjamin Mendy, a footballer who's lost maybe 2-3 years of his life. He's been found not guilty for 4 charges, and 2 charges they couldn't make a decision. But that guy's lost 2-3 years. And my point is, that's why when we analyze these things, it's not to say all women lie, but we say, yes, some people can lie and some men can lie and be horrible. And that's why we analyze it. Now, in terms of that woman, I have to say that because I don't want what I'm going to say to sound mean, but what happened in that situation was the woman had relations with the guy. You saw the text messages. She said in the Vice piece that she told her friend, and her friend said, guess what, you've been raped. So on the day the woman tells her, she says, I internalized it. Then what happens is she continues to have relations with him for months. And it says months. And what I'm going to say is this.
I believe it's 6 months.
Is it? Right, okay. And you've got a scenario. And then after that, she said, I got raped. Now, the problem is that you've got a scenario where this woman has, and Vice knew this was a problem. I'm sorry, that was a pun on me. Vice knew this was a problem. And so what they did was they got a feminist expert who has written pieces, conferences about Simone de Beauvoir. And we know Simone de Beauvoir's history, don't we, as well? And she then said, oh, it's a coping mechanism. Now, it's possible it could be a coping mechanism, but when we're looking at the information and we're trying to analyze the evidence to say that you continue sexual relations for 6 months, I can see why the CPS would doubt that and drop the case.
So let me read out the actual statements from both Tate and Sally, the cam girl. We're going to read them verbatim, okay? So this is the cam girl right here. The Crown Prosecution Service sent a letter saying that one of the reasons they didn't charge Tate was because they found voice notes on our phones where we talked about whether we should tell the police that he gave us alcohol. We were talking about it because that is what happened. He used to get us drunk. Tate then responded denying the allegations and said, quote, they wanted money because I fired them. The police understood after the investigation that I am innocent and the police found messages from the girls' phones where they were talking between themselves and planning to lie about me.
Sorry, just thank you for that, Nick. That's very
Yeah,
informative.
essentially,
And
that
just the
is
last
Tate's
point.
claim,
Oh, sorry,
right?
Ian.
Tate is claiming that the police found him innocent and that it's the reason why he wasn't charged. However, the evidence will show that there is no such. The Crown never said that. The Crown never actually said that. Okay, like that's just his claim to to be innocent. You get what Nick is saying?
No. What the Crown said was that the evidence didn't meet the threshold.
Correct. Yeah, that's all they
And
said.
what they
That's all they
found-
said. They
and-
never
and
said,
what they
"Hey,
said
you're
was
innocent." By the way, the girls are lying. They never said any of that.
Well, the Crown don't say that, do they? They don't say someone's innocent. someone's
However,
lying.
that is
they
what
say
Tate claims.
The evidence
Tate
did not
claims
meet.
that, and that.
No, that's
Ian, I have
fine.
a question for
But
you.
from our perspective,
Ian, I have a question for Ian.
From our perspective, it didn't meet the threshold, and so therefore he was not charged. After they took the girls' mobiles and went through them.
Okay. They had all these other voice notes. How come they didn't release the voice notes about them exchanging alcohol? Surely that would have cleared those girls. If that was completely against Tate and incriminated him, why didn't they reveal those
You should ask
voice
Vice
notes?
that.
Well, I think we could probably guess what the answer to that was.
No, we should ask Vice that. I don't think we can infer anything. I think we need to wait for the evidence to bear fruit.
Right. Okay. And then that's fine.
It
And
might
so the
actually
audience
be
can
because
make
the
an
girls didn't
inference.
want their identity revealed, because I feel like that was what they made clear in the article, that they don't want to be revealed of who they are.
But as Sam said, they could have done it under a voice, like a voice, so they couldn't
Still,
recognize
yeah,
it.
but if they, in that situation, they still might not even want their voice to be on records, because people could still know who they are from their voice.
No, but we
No,
already
you
had
can
their
mask the
voice.
voice.
We had their voice.
Oh.
There was a girl where her voice was not disguised, but the name was disguised as Amelia. And then there was another girl. I might be mixing that up. I'm not 100% sure.
I
But
think
there was
only one
girl,
of the
name-
girls.
There was one of the girls that was
on there.
correct.
Yeah, from the 2015 incident, which is the alcohol incident, that one did show her voice. So yeah, you're right, Raphael.
Yeah, but only
so-
one of the girls. I think that might be so. I don't know if that's the case, but that might be the issue. So we don't know is the answer. But those texts or those voice memos are missing, and it's valid to sort of question that context is missing. But at the same time, there may be other reasons aside from manipulating a narrative why they're missing.
No, you're right. They might want to mask the other woman's voice, but then, as Sam said, you could have just masked the voice so that people could see could hear what was said.
So
that you don't-
here's something that could be a possibility, and correct me if I'm wrong. But if somebody sent me a message as Tate did, that would be one that I would save to my phone, right? But being that WhatsApp is encrypted and you get a new phone and you sent messages to your friend about alcohol or whatever back in the day, that you can actually pull that 6-7 years later, considering that you got a new phone 1 or 2 more times.
Exactly.
Well, if
forever.
WhatsApp backs up,
It's gone forever if you don't back it
no,
up.
yeah, if you back it up, then it's there. It's usually backed up to like a Gmail or a OneDrive Microsoft
Yeah, so like
account. You can
she might have
keep it.
saved her conversations with Tate because she was charging him. I mean, trying to charge him. Whereas with the ones with her friends, probably not. Like I don't have any conversations saved from 2 years ago, even because it's a different phone.
Right.
You would actually have to really go in and specifically do that, because normally WhatsApp just backs up it's got a daily backup, or maybe you can set the interval of what you want to back up. Now, if you wanted to delete specific messages, you'd have to go in there, hard press, delete that message. So she would have to selectively delete Tate's message and not her own message, or vice versa.
If the police took their phones around that investigation, they obviously would have found those message voice recordings at that specific time in the investigation, surely.
But the police didn't really react to these allegations very quickly. So that kind of leads back to the question.
I thought that with the investigation, obviously they took their phones, and what later came out, is it because you're saying that was found on the phone, so they obviously had copied the phone or whatever, and even years later with that coming back, they obviously still had all of that from their phones or whatever.
Yeah, that's right. So basically what happened was, when the police investigated, they actually took the girl's phone, because in the UK,
so years later,
you were allowed to
still
take
have that in the investigation.
Yeah. So in the UK, the police are, at that time, you used to be allowed to take the alleged victims' phones, whereas now they're not. And when they went through the phone, they found the voice notes. And I was thinking where I've seen it from. So it says on there, the women told us, this is from Vice, the women told us that Helen, so this is a pseudonym, but the women told us that Helen received a letter from the CPS informing her that the voice notes Helen and Sally exchanged informed the decision not to charge Tate.
There was a similar case with Gian Gamashi, who's a media personality, was a media personality in Canada, where there was a bunch of evidence against him, but actually the case was thrown out because the women had texted each other, and that his lawyer managed to use that as a way of getting him from getting convicted. So this is actually a very strong thing that can be used.
Yeah, unfortunately, yeah, if victims do speak to each other, it kind of, the prosecutors will be less likely to charge the case, even if the person did it, because they feel as if the defense attorneys will be able to argue that these people colluded to do a conspiracy against the perpetrator.
Nick,
so I have a quick question for Steph.
Before the questions, Raphael, Sleiman, I'll give you the mic in a bit. Nick, can you prep another segment? Because I want to finish with the rape allegations and move on to the Loverboy allegations, because that one, in my opinion, we've got a lot more credible information that show this to be likely, in my opinion. But Nick, I'll let you prep that segment so you could play a segment about the rape allegations by one of the women, maybe from the Vice interview or other threads. After Raphael and Sleiman. Go ahead, guys.
Yeah, sorry. So just to add to what Steph said, because I think he accurately stated something, which I think Ian was saying something as well about this. And I've read the same document that Steph's read, and I agree with what he said. What the Romanian judge said was that currently the only piece of evidence they have is the witness statement of the woman. And also, before they left the country, so not when the rape happened, but just before they left the country, they went for an evaluation, which wasn't court appointed, but anyway, they went for it. So that's the only evidence they have. What the judge said is that's enough evidence to remand, even after the 9 months of investigation and wiretaps and so on and so forth. But it's not enough to charge or prosecute. So now, for these next 28 days, what the prosecutor is doing, he might be an amazing prosecutor, we don't know, but what he's doing is he's trying to gather new information, which I'm unsure what this new information will be, but maybe there will be, to strengthen his case about the rape allegation. But at the moment, if they don't find any new piece of information in these 28 days, then they will have no choice but to let him go if they follow the guidelines of this original 9-page judgment.
So I had a quick question
before the question. So I do want to make, I'm just getting a lot of DMs and I'm reading the comments as well. So number one, when we say rape victims, we're happy to change it to rape survivors, just to be a bit more sensitive to the topic. Obviously, someone said, why don't we bring up rape survivors onto the stage? We're in discussions with some. We are mentioning some of the things they're sending us, but a lot of them don't want to come in and talk to 100,000 people about such experiences, especially considering the amount of attacks some people are getting when they speak out against state. So that, just to kind of address that point. But go ahead. I think it was Raphael.
So it's actually a little bit related to what Suleiman was saying about the 30 days or however many days are left. Steph, you made a YouTube video where you said that in your analysis, your best prediction would be that after 30 days, they would be released on their own reconnaissance, something to that effect. What made you decide that and not think that they were going to hold them much longer than 30 days?
So that's a great question. And in fact, I made this statement in the beginning, but seeing how the things evolve, I think really, honestly, that they're going to be detained for 30 days more, I feel like. Because I don't feel like there was enough time for the prosecutor to come forward and just gather enough evidence so far. So I would say my new prediction is that they're going to stay under arrest for another 30 days at least. Now, I will also mention why I said firstly that they're only going to stay under arrest for 30 days is because that's the most common thing that usually happens in such cases, right? But again, I gather more context, and this is my new prediction now.
I want to go to Sam before Nick goes ahead with the recording of the rape and the rape allegations and the Loverboy claims that we have. And Crabman, if you can prepare some of the Loverboy claims, because I know there's a lot of recordings about this, and there's a lot of different, you know, for example, their website mentioned had sections about the Loverboy allegations. I know that Tristan talked about this as well. Slayman, I'm sure you know what I'm talking about. But just quickly going to Sam, based on what you've seen so far, and you've been very critical of Tate since the first space we did. Based on what we've seen so far, and based on the Vice documentary and the rape allegations, what's your stance on everything?
Well, I mean, the first thing I want to say is I genuinely came into this process without knowing anything about Tate. So when we say critical, I've been critical about the misogynistic messages he puts out there. And I think we can move on to that.
You're going to be canceled for using the word misogynist, just so you know.
I know, Ian, I know. Well, I think that the reality is there's further questions to ask about Tate beyond his innocence or guilt. Is, you know, there are many people who are defending him, and I think we need to ask ourselves: is he a good example to young men? If he has 100,000 people using his university, many of whom we're aware are maybe under the age of 18, you know, are these messages that he's putting out there that women are objects, that women are inferior, that women can't run businesses, that if you have any professional relationships with a woman, you should be fucking them, i.e. you should not have female employees unless you're fucking them? You know, for me, these are things we should be discussing as well, because we all admit right now that we're just speculating on what we know. And I agree that Vice should not have cut up the voice notes. It was the thing they leaked to promote the documentary. There are parts of those voice notes for me that I would say, well, it sounds like there's someone on the other end who's very upset and defensive, and he's saying, I thought you're cool, you know, what's the problem, etc., etc. That's my interpretation, but without the other side of it, it's difficult. I mean, look, I'll be honest, we normally have a lot more pro-Tate on this panel, and we want that, and Mario goes out of his way. We've got a pro-Tate co-host. I genuinely believe that I'm a balanced co-host, and I just put information out there that people don't like. But like from the Vice documentary, would anyone who would say that they were pro-Tate, hearing the woman's testimony towards the end, would anyone say that they actually had their opinion changed? And beyond that, anyone who supports Tate and says he's not guilty of these crimes, do you believe that the message that he puts out to young guys is going to give them a happy life? You know,
that's a good question, and I want that question to go out to the audience, actually, not the panel, because we've kind of touched on it before. I want the audience to answer Sam's question.
That's a very good question. I would like to hear from the audience as well.
Objective. Yeah. So bottom right corner, please give us your thoughts on the audience. I want to Loverboy allegations now, which I think have a lot more meat on the bone, and I think that will be hard for you, Slayman, to refute, and you, Raphael, as well, to refute some of the points that are going to be made here. So I'd like you guys to kind of go first, considering that other pro-Tate people, Richard, for example, had to jump off, so not on the panel. But I'll read out one of them. So this is a thread, and Nick, if you can, if someone can pin that one, I'll pin it myself actually in a bit. But I'll read out what it says. So this is a witness describing Andrew Tate engaging in the you know, allegedly in the Loverboy crime. So the Loverboy, I'm not going to describe it. I'll let the expert himself, Steph, can you tell us briefly what Loverboy, the Loverboy crime means, how it works? And then I'll read out the allegations. And this is one of a few.
Yeah, so the Loverboy method is mainly used to lure young women, right? In Tate's case, he used to lure them into falling in love with them, and later on convert them into employees for their webcam business.
And that's illegal in some countries, not all countries, and Romania is one of those countries. And if he found guilty of the Loverboy crime, how long did he spend in jail?
So there's no such thing as, so in the legal system in Romania, and the law, there's no such thing as Loverboy infraction, okay, or crime, but is a tool used that leads to other crimes. Does that make sense? Like human trafficking, like prostitution, like other.
Go ahead, Simon.
It continues, Steph. I apologize. I agree with you, Steph. It falls under human trafficking. So if you look at the 9-page judgment, they don't actually even mention Loverboy. it's human trafficking. So it's basically Steph's read the
So
same
Loverboy, essentially, if he was engaged in Loverboy,
It shows a
method
pattern
or
of
whatever you call
behavior
it,
in general. I don't mean
no, but
in regard to Tate.
I think it could be
I
used.
don't mean in regard to
but I
Tate.
think it could be
Basically,
used
they
as
use it
evidence.
to argue, in court against human traffickers. They'll say that this person used the Loverboy method. You know, it's not technically illegal, but it is used to, you know, for human smuggling or human trafficking.
Yeah, and to continue, like I see one of the comments, he says most people want to see Tate brothers guilty because they dislike Tate. That's from OPSEC. And what he does say, believe. Look, no, like I don't think Sam is in that boat. I think we're too objective for this. So I'd say, like, I don't mind, like, we mind some of the things he says, but we're not gonna try. We're trying to be as objective.
Yeah,
as
speaking
possible.
for myself, I
think we need to.
I don't want him to be guilty because I don't want the things that they're saying about him to be true. I don't want them to be true about anyone, right? I mean, because that would infer that, you know, there were actual victims, that people were actually hurt. Of course, you don't want them to be true, but at the same time, it doesn't mean that we need to dismiss the evidence, right?
Okay, so let me go through the allegations.
Just quickly, Mary, I think it's important to point out that and Kay says confusion out there, that the Loverboy method is a human trafficking method, so it is thereby illegal. I think it's important to say that. It's not it's just under the definition of human trafficking. And there were previous arrests in 2022 that had nothing to do with the Tate brothers in Romania and France under the Loverboy tactic for human trafficking.
I just have a quick comment for Sam. So Sam, when you mentioned that is what he putting out there, and based on what you said, is it a good example for boys and men? So I think the answer to that question is how much of the content one has been exposed to. So if I was supposed to have, I was in a part of a group to do a podcast with Tate in February, which is not going to happen now, but for that reason, I consumed a lot of content to come up with ideas and all that stuff. So I'd have to say two things. One is, if you go by whatever's popularized by BuzzFeed and Daily Mirror, of course you're gonna have a very, very bad image. If you have the chopped up clips of him saying certain things about women, which are taken out of context, by the way, I'll give one example. So there's one where, like, in the beginning of the Vice documentary.
Rafael, do you mind? Rafael, I will interrupt you, which I don't usually do. Do you mind if we go through those after I go through the Loverboy threads?
Absolutely.
Okay?
Sure, no problem. Yeah.
All right, so I'll note it as a point, and we can go through that next. And in the meantime, while you were speaking, Rafael, I've actually pinned the 3 threads that I'm going to refer to now above, so you can go through them and open them up and read them with me. So the first one is a witness. So I'll read out what I wrote here. A victim came to Romania expecting Tate to marry her. Instead, Tate introduces her to other cam girls, calls her a, quote, slave, and forces her to get, quote, owned by Tate tattoos. So we've heard that a lot. Now, obviously, the tattoos themselves are not illegal, but it's a pattern of behavior, and obviously a lot of us would disagree with such tattoos. And calling her a slave is not illegal, but again, I'll continue what I'm saying. I'll continue the thread so you see where the Loverboy claim, could be true. Andrew, I'm going to read out what Andrew said here. You'll do whatever I tell you. You're mine forever, no matter what. The above details are from an alleged transcript filed by the prosecutors. So that's part of the evidence that the prosecutors are using. That's by the Romanian outlet Gandul. And I took a while to tweet about this because we had to verify the claims, and until we did. While it was important, we couldn't fully verify these, but it just shows a certain pattern of behavior. So another exit from the tweet, from the transcript. Tate goes, she doesn't make rules. She doesn't make the rules. I'm a man. I don't listen to complaints from women. Just trust me and shut up. Don't piss me off again today. It doesn't matter if I call you a slave. It matters that I can, if I want to do it without you being stupid. And then the witness described a similar story of being lured into the cam business by a false promise of a romantic relationship. In other words, this is a story by one of the witnesses saying, hey, I was lured that Tate loved me, and obviously that wasn't the case. And then we'll continue. And by the way, Syrian girl, I'd love to go through the passport confiscation claims, because those are extremely important. And we'll do that in a bit. We've got another one here is from the website. So Andrew Tate's website. I'm going to read out what the website said. Yeah, so it says, my job was to, that's how he described his strategy. That was Andrew Tate speaking. And that was not speaking, that was written on the website. My job was to meet a girl, go on a few dates, sleep with her, test if she's quality, get her to fall in love with me to where she'd do anything I say, and then get her on webcam so we could become rich together. So it could show, again, I'm not talking about the ethics of this. From a legal perspective, it does, I'm not saying it's enough evidence, but I'm saying it does indicate a potential Loverboy crimes. Now, I do want to make an exception that there was an instance where Andrew gives another story, and that's in the early stages where he had like multiple girlfriends, not illegal, but then he got them all together. He said, hey, I want you to go on the webcam business. All of them said no except one, and she became his client. So maybe it shows in the beginning he didn't force girls, like get them into the country through the Loverboy strategy with the intention of getting them into the cam business because they were his girlfriends, and he asked them if they want to get into the cam business. But it shows, Slayman, that later, by the looks of it, and based on interviews, I'm going to read out one more after you respond, that he lured them with the false promise, and some said marriage, with the false promise of love, and Tristan did the same thing. And Tristan talked about it in a podcast very openly. But when they came to the country, without getting into the passport allegations, we'll do that in a bit, he got them to start working in the cam business and started getting very aggressive with them and giving them the tattoo and calling them a slave. Would you say on these points, Slayman, that these allegations they've got more meat on the bone based on what I just read and what you've seen? Because you've responded to some of these, I've shown you some of these threads before.
Yeah, of course, I've seen them. I'm actually putting together a thread on that based again on the 9-page judgment of the judge. So in terms of what they've got, so you have to remember this is from a leak, isn't it, Mario? Which went to the press. And what that shows is, and I guess we've got someone here who's experienced this probably and has better knowledge of this than all of us. But what we know is when we saw the raid, and I'm talking about Kim, but basically what we saw is when the raid happened, the journalists, the judiciary, and the prosecutor were and the police, not the, they were all in cahoots. They worked together, and then it happened because they were all ready and they were all aware. And obviously, we know where these leaks are coming from to the press as well. Now, our question, I guess, from this leaks is I have two. The first question is, if the prosecutor is leaking something to the press, is he leaking his strongest evidence or weakest evidence, or what is it? If it's his strongest evidence, then it's weak. Then the case seems weak. But if it's his weakest evidence, then there may be something a lot more stronger. We've got to wait for it. In terms of the second point is, and this is a good question, which maybe anti-Tate fans can, anti-Tate, not fans, that doesn't work, but any anti-Tate people could answer. You know, these audios that are coming out, and I guess your whole question as well about Loverboy and Camgirl and so on and so forth. Which girls, because we've got possibly 6, but it could be less, because I think the lawyer said it's less than 6.
Fewer.
There was
not
2
less,
girls
fewer.
who came out and said we're victims, but the 2 girls who came out and said we're victims, but we've been called victims, but we're not. But let's assume they're just lying. So there possibly is 6, 2 to 6, anything in between there. What we know is the Moldovan woman said that she was raped. The US woman came for a relationship. So which girls were in the cam business and are victims and are being charged? Are we saying it's the other 2, or what is it? If someone can clarify for that for me, that'd be brilliant.
Crabman, can you clarify that one? Because you've done a lot more
Crabman,
threads than
if anyone here knows more about Andrew Tate, it would be...
Oh shit, I muted everyone by accident. Yeah, so Ian was saying if anyone knew,
I was just saying, I got to praise him for the investigative work that he has done here. And I think it's fairly neutral. So yeah, Crabman, go ahead, Nick.
Okay, well, I mean, we got a lot to talk about here. And when it comes to the Romanian girls interview, I'm willing to take the girls at their face value word when they say they don't consider themselves victims. But, you know, you could get punched, beaten up, and stabbed and not call yourself a victim of assault either. But I took a serious look at this because, you know, it's one of the outstanding defenses that are being used in favor of the Tates. And they, from what I understand, they called themselves Yasmin and Beatrice, and they claim to view the Tates as like family and that they never worked for them. And I think that's an important distinction, because when we talk about working, Andrew Tate likes to screw all of his employees as a means of keeping them in line and keeping them, you know, under his control. He says that on video, so I'm not just pulling that out of thin air. And they claim that the American girl lied on the phone to her boyfriend by claiming she was held against her will. And when the police initially raided the Tates in April, the 2 American and Romanian girls who were said to be held against their will were locked in a room. And when according to Yasmin, when the police knocked the door down, the girl screamed. And Yasmin also says police did not see that there was a key to the room on the bed. Again, I'm just going off of what a nice Romanian person was able to get out of that interview for me. Beatrice and Yasmin claimed that the initial raid, the April raid, they told the police they weren't victims, but the police included them as victims regardless. But basically what we're dealing with is you got the Tate brothers at the top, you got Tate's angels, the two women who were arrested, and then you have victims. There's victims like Beatrice and Yasmin who don't consider themselves victims, and then the American girl and the Romanian girl, plus two other victims, a Moldovan that disappeared or something. So like, I hope that like adds some distinction. But Beatrice claims that the girls went on vacation 3 days after being rescued by police. And they say that casts doubt on the claim that the girls were raped. But who would want, like, there's no evidence that this was like a vacation. And who wouldn't want to leave Romania after experiencing something like this? And
Syrian girl, would you hop in here and respond to Crabman?
Here.
Yeah, I will actually, Crabman, do you mind if I read out? I want to play one of the videos in one of your threads regarding the level boy thing.
Yeah,
I'm gonna play it now. This is again in Crabman's thread. I can't tweet it because on my other phone. I'll do it in a bit. I'll pin it in a bit. But Crabman, maybe you can pin it. You know which one I'm going to refer to. You'll know the video. So I want you all to listen to what Andrew. There's another one of Tristan. I've asked the team to find it. Another one of Tristan explaining the same level boy strategy that they've used to recruit women. So I'll play it, and maybe again Sleiman and Raphael could respond to it to kind of keep it balanced. But I'll play the recording now, and let me know if guys interrupt me if you can't hear it too well. Here you go.
You cannot get a girl to work for you haven't fucked. So the recruitment process is the same as the PhD course. You message them on Instagram. The PhD course is my recruitment system. I don't mention webcam until after I've had sex with the girl. If you're on dates and you're trying to mention it and shit, it just doesn't work. It puts them off. I'd never do that. That's disgusting. I'm not a whore. It's just not gonna work. You continue as normal. No mention of webcam. You fuck the girl. After you fuck the girl, you do the PhD test. If she passes the PhD test and she wants to be with you, then you start mentioning things like, yeah, but you know, you're always busy. You're always at work. You can come work for me. So, as I said, you cannot try and approach girls to do webcam. Hi, do you want to do webcam? It's bullshit. It doesn't work. No one's going to say yes. And any girl who does say yes is doing it. She doesn't like you. She doesn't know you. She doesn't love you. She's saying yes purely for money. Any girl who wants money that bad is going to skank you and leave you when she realizes you get a big cut of it. So even if you do get a girl to say yes that way, even if you do say to a girl, look, let's make some money, she's only in it for the money. She's not in it to please you. And if she's only in it for the money, she's going to get pissed off with her cut. Because they're going to Google up how much a token's worth, how many tokens they made, and all that shit. They get pissed off with their cut. Remember the tax thing, so you only have to pay them 30% instead of 50%. It's important for your profitability. So you don't want a girl who's in it for money. You want a girl who's in it to be with you. So you meet a girl, you take her on dates, you fuck her, whatever. She passes the PhD test. Then you start saying things like, oh yeah, you're always working. I have to do some traveling and you can't come. I want to bring you with me. Traveling is a great one because the thing about this business is mobile. If you can find a good Airbnb with good internet, you can run it somewhere else. So it's a good little caveat to throw in. Oh, you're always working. Why don't you work for me so we spend more time together? What if you do what? So a lot of webcam business. Oh, I don't want to do that. So okay, I know you don't want to do that, but listen. Call me, let's have a meeting. Let's just talk about it. If you don't want to do it, don't do it. Fine. But let me explain it to you properly. In fact, I'll bring one of the girls who works for me. Your bottom bitch, the new girl, you go out for fucking a nice dinner. Your bottom bitch is the one who does the selling. You don't do the selling. The girl has to hear from a girl. And this is where your bottom bitch has to be trained. That's why I said it's so important to have a good first girl. My first girl was so good, it was easy. My girl would sit there and go, oh my God, before this I was a waitress and it was shit, and now I do this and I make so much money, and the guys all love me and they adore me, and on my birthday they send me presents, and I get so much money, blah, 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 it's so much fun, and we stay at home, and and we're going to go to Thailand soon, we're going to be working in Thailand, and we're going to stay there for as long as we want, you should come with us, it's going to be so much fun, martinis, 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 bang, threesome. Slam them both. The bottom bitch knows. This girl's like, okay, well, I'll try it. Put both girls on camera together the first day, so the new girl can sit there and just sit with the other girl and get drunk. Give them a bottle of vodka. Put on the fucking chatterbait. 100 tokens per shot. The guys will send loads of money to get the girls drunk, because guys like drunk girls. Girls will sit there, get drunk, have a great time. He says, you're your job now. You haven't go to work ever.
So in this recording, there's a one that's even worse by Tristan, where he talks about a girl falling in love with you. So I'll play that one. It's a lot shorter as well than the podcast. But in this case, he says the girl will be there for you. And they don't know that's going to be the webcam business. And the other one's like, take her on a few dates. So that's kind of leading to him admitting to kind of the girls are coming on under a different pretext than the Loverboy strategy. That was in the early stages. That video was in the early stages, even when Tristan had hair. So, Slayman, before I play the Tristan one, which is even shorter, what are your thoughts on this one?
I will give my thoughts, but I think Syrian Girl's had a hand up for a while. So if she can maybe answer my question and give her thoughts, and then I'll answer, because I think she has been. I don't want to think that she didn't get an opportunity.
Sure. I don't see her hand up. Are you sure? Syrian Girl, did you have your hand up, or do you have?
You had it before the audio.
I previously did in regards to the two women that were interviewed by Romanian television, but I think that's kind of past. So, Suleiman, if you have a question.
Yes, my question is this, and it's actually a genuine question because I'm putting a thread together about this. In terms of the web, this human trafficking, which is, I guess, essentially linked to the webcam business and Loverboy method, is kind of all in one, essentially. Which of the 6 women are claiming this? Because we know the US woman came for a relationship. As you said, she thought Tristan was her boyfriend.
But that's part of the Loverboy method.
But what I mean is she wasn't there for long enough to be webcam, isn't it? So my question is this: which ones were actually in the web? Which of the 6 has there been a success in getting them to do the webcam business and the Loverboy method?
As far as I understand, only the American woman was one which didn't actually get to the stage where she was on webcam, because she is the one that alerted her family members, which alerted authorities. So as far as I understand, everyone else was involved in the trafficking. I don't know though. I don't have those kind of details.
That's what
so I can't say that, but that's my understanding. And you said that I think Crab mentioned, Nick mentioned that it's very important to note. Those women said that they don't work for Tate and they don't live with Tate. So we not even have any clarification if they are indeed 2 of the 6 victims. But it also wanted to make a point that sex trafficking victims, initially, just because they don't believe themselves to be victims doesn't mean that the authorities don't identify them as victims. And a lot of times they need to be reprogrammed because they've been so manipulated into this position that they don't immediately recognize that, oh, actually I was fooled into being here. My my passport was stolen. Some of them are aware.
It's Stockholm syndrome. It's very well documented. Yeah, the victims of kidnapping and sex trafficking usually tend not to identify as victims, but the police psychologists will see that they are victims, and that's why they identify them as such. Sorry, go on.
And there's some suggestions of this as well. There's some suggestions of Stockholm syndrome with the UK rape victims' claims as well, because some of the things she said were suggestive of that, like that she ended up staying close to him for a long time afterwards, and that would be Stockholm syndrome as well, because she was trying to take control.
Yeah, so I mean, you're quite right about Stockholm syndrome. That can be the case. In terms of those women, and I guess we can only take what they've said, and we're just assuming that they basically have been brainwashed. But what they're saying is unequivocally that the police and the Romanian system, the Romanian prosecutor have decided for them that they're the victims, and they have unequivocally said that we've never worked in the webcam business. We live in a rented house a kilometer away from the Tates, which the Tates rented, and in that same house, the 2 of us, as well as the US and Moldovan woman, were living. We do not see ourselves as victims. They treated us like family, and they did a lot for us, and we didn't do the webcam business. Now, I'm just reiterating what they said, because I think that's quite important. We can make our own inferences and assumptions.
I've got something before Syrian Girl responds. I've just got something. I'm going to actually DM it to you. We've been contemplating for a long time whether to tweet this or not, but it looks like evidence that one of the girls that has spoken out positively about Tate, and one of the main women that's being referenced a lot, that, hey, Tate is innocent. All these are all lies. I've had a great experience. We've had someone send us video proof that they've received messages from that person that they're being coerced to say those things. I've never tweeted it because I haven't been able to verify it enough, and I'm not sure if this is enough evidence. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to DM it. I'm going to DM it to you, Sleiman, to get your thoughts on it, because you've helped me a lot verify a lot of the information very objectively. I'll send it to you as well, Sam. But in the meantime, Syrian Girl, I'd let you respond to Sleiman.
Well, again, I think Crab mentioned the names of those women, and I would like to also ask Crab if, you know, he's verified whether they are of the 6 women, because the prosecutors have not. They've not listed the names of the 6 victims. Go ahead, Crab. Sorry.
I mean, I'm informed their names were Yasmin and Beatrice, if that's what you mean. But I'm now focused on what Mario just said. And very
Can I
curious
ask
about
genuinely,
that.
do we know that these 6 girls, do we know that these 2 girls are amongst the 6 for sure, or is this speculation? Do we know that 2 of the prosecutor's witnesses have come out publicly, and we know that they're amongst the 6, or so? You think we're just speculating? I honestly don't know. It's a genuine question.
That's a very good question. I had the same question myself as well. So there's 2 sources for this information, which you could say are biased, but the sources are the 2 women themselves who said it, and they said the prosecutor put them down as that, and they've given witness statements, and they gave witness statements. And the second one is it was confirmed by Tate's people, but I accept that could be biased. But those are the 2 sources. The women themselves.
Fair enough. So it's open. Look, Suleiman, I want to ask you something else. Do you believe that? Let me read something else from the website that was deleted from his online course. Over 50% of my employees were my girlfriend at the time. Of all my girlfriends, none were in the adult industry before we met. My job was to meet a girl, go on dates, sleep with her, test if she's quality, get her to fall in love with me, where she'd do anything I say, then get her on webcam. Now, that does describe a crime. We could say that that's incitement to commit a crime, which is also a crime itself. We could see that he's telling 100,000 of his subscribers to commit a crime, because he's just described something that we know is a crime and told people that this is how you make money. So this for me says that it's very difficult to say he's not guilty of a crime, either incitement to commit a crime or to commit the crime himself. So I'd really be interested in your response.
That's a very good point. That's a very good point. Actually, Simon, I'm going to actually check the group I just created, the video that Romy just shared.
Of course.
With both of you.
I'll just answer this question and then I'll look at that video. Is that okay, Mario?
Go ahead. Yeah, sure.
So basically, Sam, look, the issue is this. For me, I'm against this entire industry. It's against my ethical view, and it's against my religious view as well. And not just this industry, but in the entire exploitation. So exploitation of men, women, and a lot of this industry exploits men as well. So does a lot of social medias like Instagram and so on and so forth. And I guess the question so when I'm making comments, I'm not making comments about the industry itself, because that's a wider question and it's not about the Tates. So anyone who has disdain for the industry, then your disdain isn't for the Tates, but the disdain is for the entire industry. In terms of your question, as far as I know, Sam, and please correct me if I'm wrong about this, the next bit of the statement, what he says is, and then we get rich together. So if there's a situation...
But that doesn't justify the actions that were criminal beforehand. You can't say we committed a crime and then we all got rich together.
No.
I'm just asking you very directly. As we know that this method is a crime, do you admit that that he has put on his website to 100,000 subscribers something that incites them to commit a criminal offence? Because that is a direct quote from his website.
Yeah, so it would be a crime. It could possibly be a crime if you snip off the last bit. But the last bit is so important, because what you're saying is literally, we're both going to get rich together. You're going to make money, the woman, the cam girl, and I'm going to make money.
It's not how it works. It's the premise is how it works.
No, it's not.
A girl that has had no involvement in the industry.
No, because human traffic. Sorry, Sam. I'll let you finish. Sorry.
I'm just being very direct about how it works. You can't incite a crime and say that you go through this strategy, and then once you've indoctrinated the girl, you could say brainwashed her. Then you allow her to make some money. That's I'll make a crime because the process is a crime.
I'll make a point here. So on the text on the website itself, so there's 2 things. There's one that's on the video, and then there's the text on the website itself. The text on the website clearly has an indication that he is not giving the girl any false pretenses. So if he's saying we're going to get rich on this together, then he's stating apparently that the engagement that we're going to have is also to include in this a business where we do camp together and we're going to get rich together. There's no false pretenses. There's no covert intention.
Jumbotron. I just posted proof that this whole thing we're talking about is debunked because Tristan Tate says webcam pimps should pay the girls as much as you think is fair, but as little as possible. So that directly contradicts all of this.
About the whole get rich
How
together.
how does it contradict any of this? He's saying, okay, you know, he wants to make
as
more
little
profit,
as
but
possible.
okay, but
So
that's
I think
a
he's
business motive.
contradicting Raphael. I think he's contradicting Slayman's point that he says we're gonna get rich together, but then at the same time he's like pay them as little as possible. And we've had girls.
It's basically fraud.
What it says
it's
is
basically fraud.
sorry,
Is what it is.
No. So yeah, what you could say is that it's as you said, Ian, that he's basically what you could say is that he's defrauding the taxman, and that would be a separate charge. But in terms of this specific Loverboy method and human trafficking, if he's paying them, so he's saying to them, look, I'm going to pay you 30%, and the reason I'm going to pay you 30%, and he believes it's fair according to this Crowdman statement, is because, you know, I've got to pay the taxman, and I think his words are something like she doesn't understand or whatever it may be. The point being, she's aware, she agrees to the 30%. For him and her, they think it's a fair arrangement.
It's not.
You're right, Ian.
Under false premise. Under a false premise.
Yes, false premises, right? You can trick
her.
somebody who doesn't know much about taxes, much about business in general, and they might think it's a good deal. You know it's not a good deal for them. It's a good deal for you. That is essentially fraud. You can't get away with this in a legitimate business. If you were to do
I would like
this,
to make one quick point here. We spoke about this before, that and the idea that anyone would hold that 70-30 is not a good deal. That's a business decision. Now, if Pfizer
30% of what
or
exactly?
Twitter,
30% of what does he disclose?
30% of the revenue.
We don't know that.
30% of whatever the cam girl brings in. Well, there has been videos where Tate says, I just want to finish this point. If Pfizer paid 30% to their salespeople, they'd be billionaires.
Slayman, Sam, please check the group that I created, the confidential one. Yeah, go ahead, Raphael. Make the point again because I interrupted you.
So what I was saying is that the idea that 30% is not a good deal. This is a business decision made amongst two people entering into a business contract. So
one of whom is not privy to all of that information.
Let me just finish this point. So if Pfizer paid 30% to their salespeople, or Google or Facebook or any of these large corporations or Exxon, all of their salespeople would be billionaires. They get paid like maybe 0.0% So, you know, to say that 30% is not enough, I mean, you would need cam people, experts to weigh in here. What is the normative pay for a cam girl?
Okay, when Google pays me 55% of whatever it is I make in terms of revenue, they show me full transparency of how much they're making from the ads in total. That's the revenue, and I get 55% of that. And I think that's fair because that is the full information. Now, however, if Google were actually making in secret an additional, say, 150% in addition, without me knowing in terms of revenue, that would be fraud on their part. I'd be able to sue them for that extra 150% because they're only showing me 55% of what they want me to see. And that is the problem with the Tates, is that they are on record, on camera, you know, in interviews, telling these interviewers that, you know, they don't fully disclose how much it is they're making. They give the girls the impression that they're only making, say, you know, $1,000 when in fact they're actually making much more than that. But those girls don't know. So what they don't know.
No. That's not what he says. That's not what he says. What he says is that he discloses the full amount. The girls know what the full amount is, but they agree into 50-50, but they end up getting 70-30 because 20% he says he has to pay for taxes. That's what he says.
Can I just interject here? Because what we've done very cleverly is moved away from the direct question. The Loverboy method is described, unless you're telling me that at the point he reaches out to these girls on Instagram, he goes, "Hey, gorgeous, I want you to be a webcam girl. I'm contacting you about that. It's a 30-70 split." This is not what he describes. He describes convincing these women that he's in love with them, that they're his boyfriend, and then once they're under his control, then introducing them to the webcam business. That is human trafficking under the law. So do you believe that all of these interactions with these girls started off with transparency. That he started off by saying the first thing, "Hey, you're beautiful. I think you could make a lot of money. This is a business thing. Come over. We'll do a 70-30 split." Or do you think he followed the lover boy method? He convinced these girls that he would be their boyfriend. He'd look after them. He'd take them to parties and all these things. They fell in love with him, and then when they were in that situation, vulnerable, he then introduced them to the world of webcam. Which do you truly believe it is? Just one or the other. Just please give us a direct answer.
So Steph had mentioned that the Loverboy method was originally used by mafia gangster for human trafficking, not webcam girls. Now we don't
That's
know.
irrelevant, though. That's irrelevant.
Okay,
What the law is.
we don't know. Okay, let me answer your question. So we don't know the intimate details of at which point or which juncture Tate had made a proposal to these girls. Was it after one night? Was it after a week? I am not an expert.
It's literally on camera explaining people what he does. So how can you say that? How can you make that claim? I mean, he literally is on camera teaching people how to do this.
I'm not an expert.
You're
not an expert. Come on, you have a brain. You're intelligent. You're not dumb.
I said I'm not an expert on the intricacies of the Loverboy method or what the specific laws are. In fact, I was actually talking to Salim, messaging him earlier that if he knew what the details of it, the Loverboy method were, the exact mechanisms or what,
no exact
you know,
mechanism.
a lot of people are on OnlyFans.
Let me read you one sentence that I think, and then you respond to this one sentence and tell me which order you think it happened. Get her to fall in love with me to where she'd do anything I say, and then get her on webcam.
Isn't that an exact definition of the Loverboy method, Raphael?
My understanding is that if you're engaging in human trafficking, then you would have to have false pretenses, lead a person into a situation where you're sequestering them, where you're keeping them in a house or a home and not letting them leave, and all these other things. Now, there are people on OnlyFans that are engaged in this activity all the time. So where's the line being drawn between what constitutes Loverboy and what doesn't constitute Loverboy?
He specifically, Andrew Tate specifically says, I do not tell them about the cam girl stuff until after I sleep with them. Like, he makes this explicitly clear. He goes out of his way to make sure everyone watching and trying to learn from this course understands you start with the sex and then you talk about business.
And also, he said that he doesn't let the girls out. They're not allowed out. So in addition to what you said, as per your definition of trafficking, he also matches that criteria.
So I'll just try and give my thoughts on this. The issue is this: look, Loverboy falls into human trafficking, and from the research I've done, and I'm not completing my research, human trafficking is linked to this idea of modern day slavery, but it's essentially where a woman, and what it implies from my own reading, but again, I'm not completely finished, so someone can correct me, but from my own current reading, when I put my thread together, the implication is that these women are being taken to a country and used in order, used in a way that they don't consent to. And now they may or may not be able to consent, sorry, but let me be clear about that. But there's not a scenario where there's some kind of business deal where she's getting 50%, he's getting 50%, she's getting 30%, he's getting 70%. You can say, as Ian said, that you're defrauding maybe the government for not giving the 20% tax, which you're meant to be giving as per your agreement. But in terms of, does that fall under human trafficking? Up to now, I don't believe it does, because it needs to meet the requirement of human trafficking.
No, it's defrauding not just the government. You're defrauding the woman. You're defrauding the woman.
Sorry. He's defrauding. I agree with Ian. He is defrauding the woman. And Suleiman, I think your interpretation is extremely naive and is very lax in a lot of understanding of human trafficking.
Yep.
I wish Eliza was here to clear that up.
Yeah,
like human trafficking. Here's the thing about human trafficking laws. Okay, like here's the thing about human trafficking laws.
Please.
If you go to one state, and this is specific to the United States, but if you go to one state and say in that state it is legal to solicit a prostitute, say a call girl, and now you take on a private jet and you fly her to a different state, that constitutes human trafficking. It's as simple as that.
We have stuff here. I mean, we could very clearly describe.
It doesn't even matter if it's consensual in that case. Yeah, it's still considered human trafficking because you're basically buying or selling sex.
Okay, so just to answer, if you can answer this for me as well, please. Based on what you just explained, which bit would be human trafficking for Tate?
Well, flying a girl over to perform sex work in a different country, that would be human trafficking.
No, but what he does is he
Correct.
flies them over to a different country for relationships, isn't it? And then does webcam. And the other point is this, actually.
Yeah, for relationships, at which point,
which is
you
lovable,
turn-
but you
yeah,
just
lovable,
described
and then you
lovable.
turn to the
Actually,
prostitute.
Siri, maybe let's add.
You do know that, for example, you know, Tate's team were actually, you know, what's his assistant and his
Georgiana?
Yeah, it might be. So she was saying on TV, oh, you know, the girl who came from US, she conned him, she gave him fake photos, she catfished him. So what I'm trying to say, I'm not trying
he
to
wasn't
say
pretty enough, so she conned him. Is that
no,
it?
no. So what I'm trying to say is this: that when one goes into a relationship, it's not as simple as people being always upfront. That's the best way. That's the most ethical way, but it doesn't always happen. Now, what I'm trying to say is this: when it comes to any kind of crime, we need to show how that crime has been committed up to now and who is committed on. Because the main question I asked you guys first was which women have been human trafficked, and no one's even been able to answer
I
that.
can make a
Yet we've had
distinction
people-
here for you. I can make a distinction. Like, they lure these girls in with the promise of adventure and marriage and being together. Like, this is out in the transcripts now, so I can really be
Why do the
clear on
women go
this.
there?
Like, wait, what? What'd you say?
What I'm saying is they go into the Tate for a specific reason because they're presenting a certain type of lifestyle, isn't it? You look at Tate's videos and he's got so many women around him and so many cars, and so you have to put it in context that it's not like the women are completely unaware of what's happening. When they're traveling state lines, they're aware of what this guy's all about.
In fact, I sent you, Mario, a video clip of Georgiana and I believe the police woman who was employed by Tate, Luana. They went on a talk show, and I think it would be good if you can play that one also, where after the first raid in April, they went on a talk show and they had cell phone footage of the American girl who was hanging out with the Tates, partying with a bunch of other girls, doing all this crazy twerking stuff. And then was the alleged rape. And then there was other parties where she came back and doing the same things all the time. In fact, they also alleged in that
so
video.
you're saying because she was pressured to blend in, that means her whole story is false?
No, I'm just stating you the facts. These are the facts.
Raphael,
As per their cell phone video. Hold on. As per the video and as per their statements, this American girl went there. They
was she supposed to freak out
hung out together. They had a party. Then there was a raid,
So if a
and then
man
she came
rapes
back to multiple parties.
If a man rapes his wife and his wife doesn't immediately divorce.
Sorry guys, everyone's speaking at the same time.
Can I go first? So,
Go one by one.
in your estimation, if a man rapes his wife and his wife doesn't immediately divorce him and go to the police and stays with him for however long she stays with him, does that mean that a rape did not occur?
Okay, you should watch the video. I'm not saying what
How
you're
about
saying
this?
is
How about-
I'm
I'm
not saying what you're saying is correct or incorrect, but you should watch the video.
Catapult immediately off to the stars the minute they think something's wrong, that they should just run for the hills and that they're not trapped there.
You guys should watch the video. Look, the link is there.
Play,
Put the link on the
yo,
Jumbo
guys.
for yourself.
All right, guys. So Raphael, you've got the video. Okay, can you play it now? Put your mic closer. Or Nick, do you want to play the video at the? Did you pin it above or not? Because I can't see it.
I tried to pin it. I
so you gotta
wasn't
click
able
on
to pin it.
You gotta
I
click
sent you
on
in
the
the DM.
Oh, okay. Let
Raphael,
me
send it to me. I'll review it, and then we'll
Yeah. Oh, perfect.
Yeah,
Raphael, if you could DM it to
the
Nick, that would be great. Go ahead, Sierra. And Sierra, girl, can you actually talk about the passport confiscation and what, where did those allegations come from, and what details you have? And Crabman, if you have more information on this, would be great, because that would be the third key point that I wanted to cover.
Yes, so I wanted to say about a video of her dancing. Very clearly, she was, as far as I understand from the statements that I've seen, because I've seen things that I can't show publicly, but she was trying to blend in. She was trying to not earn the ire of Tristan, who was the one who specifically conducted the lover boy method. So in this case, this is completely like irrelevant. It's nonsense. the point is that she was there under the presumption that she's going to be his girlfriend. And I think it's quite like Suleiman says, why are they there? They know what they're all about. They knew what they were getting into. Andrew Tate specifically says that he defrauds women by giving them fake tax forms, which they sign. And he says, his exact words are, they think something's happening, but nothing's happening except I'm getting rich, bitch. So this goes against the whole, and some of them, in fact, didn't want to do cam girling. And now I want to get to the passport confiscation. So I did add the thread into the Jumbotron, I think it's called, where there's two separate eyewitnesses that are terrified of, one of them at least is he doesn't want to be publicly because of the reaction that might occur. But he was a close associate with Tate. I mean, he spent months and months there in Romania, and eventually he decided to leave because it became apparent what was going on. Andrew Tate took him around on a tour and he described to him his business model and told him, I think we can read out the exact words. Shall we do that?
Please
Yeah,
do.
go ahead.
Okay. I go over it. So this is Tate. To paraphrase, Tate told me, I go over there, take them out in cars to some nice spots, tell them they can live in mansions if they do cam. Then once they're here, I take their passports. He preferred
Where is this
Moldovan
from?
girls.
Sorry,
as they
Siri,
were.
just clarify where this is from. The source?
This is from the Sun article, and it was an eyewitness that was a associate of the Tates that lived with them.
And the Sun outlet verified the source.
Yes.
Yeah,
they did.
yeah. I worked for them for a while. It's actually a pretty good newspaper.
Okay.
Yes.
Go ahead.
And that source went on to say that Tristan Tate introduced him to a 16-year-old girl that he brought into the. Basically, the people continuously say, well, 16 is the age of consent, but it's there are laws in, and Stefan can enlighten us on this. There are laws against corruption of minors and bringing them into the social.
Syrian, you said this before on Samir's space, and you were mentioning that that the girl was in fact in the cam business, and you said you were going to send something or put something on the Jumbotron. You put something else up. And that was where he was bragging about virgins. Now, virgin does not mean a minor. You can have a 30-year-old virgin,
So
40-year-old
let's
virgin.
go back. So there's two points being made. Sorry. You just said she's 16. How's 16 the age of consent? Isn't it 18? I just googled it again. It's Romania's
in Romania.
Okay, so like if it's two, say an 18-year-old and a 16-year-old, and it's just two normal people not doing any sort of business or whatever, then the age of consent is like 16, right? But if you're an adult and you're running a sex business, then the age of consent is certainly not 16. That would be considered corruption of a minor.
Small correction, Ian. Small correction. Yeah, it is 16, even if you're 90 years old. But if you're doing business, yes, then
right.
It's 18.
Yeah.
There's one other important factor to add here, which we've never really been able to confirm. If Andrew Tate still holds a US passport, then US law applies in terms of the age of consent. And it would be statutory rape even in a foreign country because they changed the law on that.
So does anyone know? Does anyone know if Andrew Tate still holds a US passport?
He does. Yes.
Stefan would know because they found multiple passports.
Yeah, I can speculate.
Stefan, go ahead. Yeah.
Okay, so here's what I know. I know that US tax on citizenship. So I figured that since he's paying zero taxes everywhere, I think he renounced his US citizen. But don't take my word for it, but it makes total sense from a logic point of view.
But this is not Andrew, it's Tristan that the account is based on. And you said, Raphael, that I didn't post evidence. Please go through the entire thread, which I posted, where it's not just talking about the virgins that he tricks into being his, thinking that he's their boyfriend. But he also talks about people like 30-year-olds. Don't be sad about turning 30 because then you get to sleep with people half your age. He talks about taking the virginity of
so there's two allegations here that I won't go through. One of them is underage girls. And even Raphael admitted, if this is true, if she's 16, even if he doesn't hold a U.S. passport. Ian, you said he holds a U.S. passport, and Stefan, I don't know if you said the same thing.
It's hard to confirm.
But are you guys?
Yeah, but yeah, the point is, if he does hold a U.S. passport, he would
But
be holding US
it's
law.
unlikely. It's unlikely he doesn't because he was born in the U.S.
Yeah, he's born.
It comes down to
very unlikely
intentions when we're
to doing
talking about
that.
all this.
And you know, like, here's the thing, you know, just because you have a U.S. passport doesn't mean you're paying U.S. taxes. You should, you ought to, and you can be audited for it.
And he brags,
many
and he
people
brags,
don't.
and he brags.
Yeah, many people do.
And he brags about having money, and he brags
Exactly.
about having many passports. I think like 7
Like,
or 11 or something.
I know people, like, personally, you know, Americans who live abroad and they should be paying U.S. taxes. They just choose not to, and the taxman doesn't go after them. There's just not enough resources for it. Too many people do it.
Okay, so there's three. Hold on.
Steph, can you clarify this age of consent issue? What everyone's talking about? From your,
But before, okay, can we go back to the passports just before we do
No,
that?
not yet. Syrian girl, not yet, because I have that written down. That's the main one. That was gonna go back to it.
Syrian girl,
But I
you made,
wanna,
like 5
so
different
there's three.
allegations on me.
Yeah. So
Like,
okay.
it's gonna
Yeah.
take
I
a
got.
lot of time to go through it, but if we can just clarify this and then
Yeah. So there's three right now. There's three right now, Slimmy. I'm gonna clarify them. There's three right now. There's U.S. statutory rape.
Yeah.
Underage consent, because I googled it, and in Romania it says, according to gov.uk, the Romanian authorities treat all drug-related and sex offences very seriously. The age of consent is 18. So I'm not sure if this is, and that's been okay. Yeah, it doesn't say what year that consent was made. So that's the second one, and then the third one is the passports, which is also part of the allegations.
The fourth one was the rape of the Moldovan woman. Because I have comments on that, but I'll let Steph answer that question and then I'll make my comment.
Yeah, the rape ones, we can go back to them in a bit. Yeah, Steph, the age of consent. Please, can you clarify on that? Is because I'm reading online, it's 18. I don't get where 16 came from.
Yeah, so for this related stuff, it's 18 for sexual stuff.
Okay, who says 16? I don't get where 16 come from if it says 18 on Google right there.
I think
just wrote
I don't know where it comes from. 16 is the age from which the minor becomes responsible. That's why this misunderstanding.
Okay, legal age to have sexual intercourse on Wikipedia 16. Okay.
Yeah, that's the difference, right? Basically, yeah, like if you're 16 years old, and you know, and this is because people back in the day, you know, they would be 40 years old and they have an arranged marriage with somebody who's underage, meaning 16, right?
Okay, so there's too many sources. Ageofconsent.net says the age of consent in Romania is 15 years old. ICMEC is as a human being below the age of 18, so it's 18. And age of consent is 16. That's according to ICMEC. Then you got gov.uk says 18. Wikipedia says 16. So can Steph, do you know the exact number? Because it's weird to have so many sources say different numbers. Is there like different requirements?
Yeah, so again, I think it matters from which perspective you are seeing it. If you are asking in terms of when does the child become responsible to the law, it's 16, right? But then for some charges, it's 18 years old.
So, okay, so a 30-year-old man or 25-year-old man, can he legally sleep with a 16-year-old girl?
Yeah, of course, it's illegal to do that, of course.
Oh, it's illegal. Okay, so the age of consent is 16. So that would be allegation number one if it's true, based on the Sun that Ian said, and I know I might sound biased with this statement, but I'm just stating fact. Ian said, and maybe we can verify this as well, that the Sun does, Ian, can you confirm, the Sun has a pretty good vetting process for...
Yes, they vet this stuff.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's number one. So anyone in the audience, obviously a lot of the fans will be annoyed. Just factually state in the comments about what I'm saying now, is if you disagree with it and exactly why. I'm curious. The Sun, according to Ian, who's worked for them, they have a strict vetting process. And then Syrian girl just pinned and read out a witness statement, a gentleman where Tate told him, obviously Tate could be lying there, but Tate told him, and you wouldn't lie about these things, but Tate told him he had a girl that was 16 and then took her passport. Syrian girl, please correct me if I'm wrong. I don't want to get the facts wrong. And that would be
two separate things. Sorry.
Okay, go ahead.
One thing
in the same, in both of them by both of them by the Sun. Sorry, by both of them in the Sun.
Yes, all in the Sun. All in the Sun.
Okay, go ahead.
So yes. So in the Sun, there's two witnesses that say that Andrew Tate specifically, admitted to them to stealing women's passports. One of those is anonymous. And the other one is actually on Twitter. His name is Tell Your Son This. You could maybe get it on the stage.
Yeah, we'll get. So Romy, if we can get Tell Your Son This, it'd be great. Syrian girl, if you can send me the handle, that'd be great. Maybe we can invite them. Sam, maybe you can invite them.
Sure. But he is of course anonymous online. So I don't know if he's going to agree to this, but he described in great detail how over WhatsApp, Andrew Tate described to him stealing passports, and he was specifically upset because one of the girls, a Swedish girl, got away from him. Maybe Carla can add to that later.
So the handle, just quickly, the handle is tell your son
Yeah,
this. I found
I actually do know someone first-hand experience who me and my sister saw messages from, who will never talk out because she's married and has kids. But she knew him before he was famous, and she was like, she had a normal job in the UK, and he flew her out to Romania, and he actually never paid her any money from the webcamming and took her passport, so she was stranded in Romania.
Okay, so we have Sleiman, we have Syrian girl. If you don't mind, if I can get thoughts on this, because this is, for me, I'll be honest, the rape allegations, I'm not saying they're true or untrue, we can't know, and everything we say here is just based on the information we have. We're not the court of law, just to be clear again. The court of law will decide if it's guilty or not. Now, Syrian girl just read out witness statements in the Sun about sex with a girl below the age of 18, and doing business with them. And we have Carla mentioned a witness, mentioned someone, and we have a witness in that article talk about Andrew Tate taking away passports. And we did have two people make similar allegations via DMs. I never tweeted them because they couldn't share proof, and I'm being very careful. So, Sleiman, objectively speaking, would you say that these are pretty concerning, and would you try to refute those? Would be like, okay, these are concerning. And we'll see what
I'll go through each one, because there's actually like 5 different points that Syrian girls made, and I didn't want to interrupt anyone. I know a lot of people talk. So the first point was this, that in terms of the Moldovan woman, that's not the only thing they said. They also said that when the alleged rape happened, there was actually 2 other women present. So that's that. That's that one. Now, in terms of the age of consent, from my own research, when I've looked into it, I've understood it to be 16, but I will recheck based on what everyone's saying, because I know. But then the fact that everyone's not sure, some are saying 16, some are saying 17, some are saying 18. I think we need to hold off on that and check it. But I will say this: if it is 18, then I agree that I have seen a video. In terms of this anonymous source, let's put that aside. But I've actually seen a video. I think Syrian girl posted it, where I'm sure something like Tristan says that he had sex with someone who was 17.
Can I jump in here, because I've got I've translated the law, the Romanian law. The age of consent, you are correct, is 16, but then there is a special act within the law that says the act provided for in paragraph 1 committed by an adult with a minor between the age of 13 and 18, when the adult abused his authority or influence over a victim. So it's still a grey area for us if it said that it's an abuse.
So, and also, I kind of
still in a grey area.
Yeah, and to add on to it, Sleiman, you mentioned the video of Tristan Tate saying he had sex with girls 17. He also didn't mention where, the jurisdiction, unless he did say Romania. But essentially, Sam. Okay, he did say it's in Romania. Okay, so Sam, essentially what you translated the exact law. If it's consensual, it's legal. But if it's trying to influence her by saying I love you and all that, just to have sex with her, or trying to influence her into her business, I know it's great.
It just says if it's an abuse of influence over the victim, then it's a really difficult one. But I mean, from what I can tell, the age of consent is 16. But
that makes it so tricky. It's so tricky because okay, so
the
it's legal.
US passport thing is a big thing, but I agree with Steph that because of the tax implications of being a US citizen, he may well have renounced his passport, but nobody knows, because he often says about how many passports he has. But if he's still deemed a US citizen, bear in mind he was born in the US and he grew up in the US until I think he was 14, hence his rather interesting accent, then he would still be covered under that unique US law. Whereas if you go overseas and you have sex with an under 18-year-old,
here's the way to look at
it. And if anyone, before you go quickly, Ian, one second. Just anyone, I'll let you explain. Just one thing for the audience, for the panelists, and anyone that can help. Tell your son this. Tell your son this. If anyone's connected to them, please do invite them to the panel, because they're obviously a key witness here. And if they're open to come in,
just to let you know about Tell Your Son, from what I understand, him and Andrew Tate had a significant, lengthy Twitter beef which went on for quite a considerable amount of time. So the source isn't impartial, obviously. And from what I've seen,
what was the beef about?
I don't know what it was about, but what I know, it was quite lengthy because I saw it. And when someone asked him for the images, he said, "I haven't got them anymore."
Images of what?
He said he had proof of. I mean, Crabman can explain this, but because the Syrian girls mentioned it, but I think the proof about him saying about the passports or some kind of proof What was the proof, Syrian Girl Crabman, which you said that
So
he had?
basically, they and you can see all of this in the Sun if you read it. He says that Andrew Tate told him over Skype that he steals the passports of women, and he
No, the
describes
Tell Your
he
Son
was
one, the Tell Your Son
yeah.
one, not the Son.
But Andrew Tate himself proves that they at least had conversations over Skype, because Andrew Tate posted screenshots of a conversation
WhatsApp.
with WhatsApp. I'm terribly sorry, Crabman. Thank you so much. You're a lifesaver. Yeah, WhatsApp. So Andrew Tate himself posted screenshots of his conversation with Tell Your Son this, and about the cam girl business, but he didn't obviously, and he never denied in that diatribe. Andrew Tate never denied the accusation that he stole passports. And on top of that, I just want to add that I'm about to post on Twitter a video where basically every single time both Tristan and Andrew discuss sleeping with minors and the legislation behind that, because they discuss it more than once. And especially Tristan Tate, I would say Tristan Tate has made clear his view on that, because he also defends people who were accused of grooming 15-year-olds in the United States, this Nickelodeon actor, which, I'll add that screenshot as well. But the point I want to make about the legislation is that it's against the corruption of minors for sexual purposes, which I will also add in the post. I mean, it's all in the thread, but I'll put it all.
But didn't the story say that 16-year-old, the witness saying that 16-year-old actually ended up working in the cam business or not? Just to make sure I understand.
So this, not inside the Sun article, no. But in the video that Tristan, in regards to the 17-year-old, Tristan says, one of my top girls who has 200,000 subscribers on Instagram, I took her virginity when she was 17 years old. And that's legal in this country, by the way.
So sleeping with 17, but her working in the cam business, is it legal? Does anyone know?
Okay. So
we also don't know when she joined the cam business.
Okay, guys. Steph, I'll let you go first, and Raphael.
Yeah. So right now I'm reading the Romanian law, okay, in regards to this, and it says something like this: the act of having sex with a minor that didn't make 13 years old, okay, it's punished with the prison from 2 to 7 years. Now,
so that's up to 13. Did you say?
Up to 13, exactly. Yeah.
Okay.
Then it says something else: from 13 to 18 years old, which means that it's still illegal to have sex with a minor under 18 years old. It's punished with the prison between 2 to 7 years. Now, one more thing that I want to point out, which stays very clearly here: if after this act of sex a pornographic material was produced, then it's more aggravating, and the punishment is between 3 to 10 years.
Okay, sorry. So just let me pause everything. You just read the law, because Sam, you read the law as well.
Literally the law. Yeah.
Yeah, so Sam, you said in the law the age of consent is 18. Then Steph read the law, and I know, Steph, you're a Romanian lawyer. You read it, and you said earlier it's the age of consent is 8. No, sorry, Steph, Sam, you said it's 16.
No, we both actually read out the same thing, but these situations where there's an authority
Sorry, Sam, did you use Google? Sorry, Sam, did you use Google Translate?
I'm actually on the Romanian site, and I've translated it.
Yeah, with Google. Sorry, Sam, you've used Google Translate though.
But
Sam,
Steph and I are saying the same thing. Thing.
But okay, so let me go before we move on. Steph, I really want to clarify this because it's important. So from what you just read, did you say that having sex with a girl between the age of 13 and 18 is illegal? And you go to jail?
Only in that circumstances where let me read it word for word. So not the number one clause, which says that the age of consent is effectively 16, is sexual intercourse as well as any other acts of vaginal or anal penetration committed with a minor between 13 and 15 are punishable by imprisonment from 1 to 5 years. Okay. Then it goes on to say the act. So that basically says that over 16 is not punishable. But then there's another clause that says committed by an adult.
But Sam, before you continue,
Sam, when the adult abuse.
But Sam, the reason I'm interrupting you is you're using Google Translate, so that's why I think Steph really.
But me and Steph have read out the same thing. Google Translate isn't that bad.
Google Translate's not going to mess it up.
It's,
why?
It's
no, you have to
No,
understand the way that the
let me say
law
you know,
works, right? Like, and here's a very simple explanation. So in the United States and in most countries, it's illegal for a minor under the age of 21 to drink. Okay, but if you're by the age of 18, you're considered a legal adult. Do you see the distinction? Basically, you can do certain things, just not all things, right? And
Okay, so I just want to know then, guys. I just want to know if someone above the age of 18 has sex with a 17-year-old girl. Steph, you go first, and then Sam. Is that illegal, Steph? Because you said just yes. There's no if and buts.
Yes, it's illegal based on the legal.
Then what? Then so what do you think about Sam saying there's if and buts?
Steph,
And there's
I'm gonna message Steph what I'm reading, and so we don't.
Okay, please, guys, if you can debate on WhatsApp, and I want a final answer. Is that illegal?
This
Please.
is Article 220 of the Sexual Act of the Minor Penal Code.
Okay.
From Romania law. Let me.
So I'll let you guys.
Steph,
I'll let you guys
and
do it
then
on
you can help
WhatsApp. Slayman, I'll let you continue. You commenting on Syrian girl's points about the passport, taking away the passport. You did mention that the man with no voice,
this, like, just sort of is disconnected from the point that you have someone who's a 35-year-old, having sex and manipulating a 17-year-old, whether that's whether that is partly illegal or totally illegal, or only 80% illegal. I mean, can we all agree that that's fucked up?
Yeah, so I think the first thing
Ian, I totally agree. It's fucked up. Don't get me wrong. I'm just trying to sort of work out what the legal facts are.
So I'm gonna go. Yeah. So Raphael and Slayman, Ian kind of pivoted to the point of ethics now. Is there anyone that disagrees that if this is true, and there's a lot of people mentioning it now, and it's apparently very, you said that there's the guy with no voice, whatever his name is, that he could be biased, but there's more than one source, and Syrian Girl mentioned a few, that say, sorry, hold on. Tristan himself talked about having sex with a 17-year-old that also works with his scam business. Can we agree that this is, like, in the audience, is anyone in the audience that doesn't believe this is fucked up if Tristan himself said it? Like, I want to, I don't just,
no, but
sorry,
look, Mario, but can I make a comment on that? So in terms of that, it's quite simple. So which ethical framework are you basing your disgust on that on? Is it
based on yours? Based on
Based on your opinion. That's all he's asking.
Okay, let's see. Yeah,
let's
so
not
go ahead.
be moral relativist here and say that everything is permitted, that nothing is true. No, that's bullshit.
No, I didn't say that. I didn't say that. Info. Make a point.
And with this, and with the audience, just quickly, Sam, I'll let you respond, but I want to clarify my point so everyone understands.
What's your basis? I want to ask Ian. Ian, what's your basis that you said it's disgusting?
What's my basis?
His own personal ethics.
Personal ethics.
Yeah, but I don't care about his personal ethics.
Natural law.
No, but I want to.
There's a million things that back it up.
In Christianity, you can't have sex with a 17-year-old. Can you give me a reference for that?
Oh my lord.
Okay, no. So Slayman, I'll make it clear. And for the audience,
how about don't fuck kids? Don't fuck kids. It's a very simple rule. Do not fuck children. Okay.
Okay,
that is my rule. That is my rule.
Guys, I just need you. Slayman, Slayman, I'm gonna give you the mic right after, I promise, because you're making a point and you've always been objective. So I want you to make that point, just for the audience, because I'm seeing the audience go crazy in the comments. I just want you to keep something in mind. You don't have to hate Tate or love Tate. You don't have to want him to go to jail. And we're not talking about him going to jail. We're looking at Sam and Raphael are looking into that right now. I just want you to not be binary. That's a very important characteristic to have. Tate is not good, is not bad. Nobody's good or bad. There's some things that someone could do that are good. There's some things that someone could do that are bad. I tweeted about it yesterday. So with that mindset and objectively, you could love Tate and you could not want him to be in jail. You can continue following him. Just, I want you to comment on a specific point. I'm really curious. Do you think that particular point where Tristan said he slept with a girl that's 17, she lost her virginity? We're not talking about rape. We're just talking about potentially consensual sex. And again, the word consensual with someone below 18 is a very, there's a whole debate within itself. But I just want you to comment on that particular point. And then she also works in this CAM business. What are your personal what's your perspective on this? I want to go through the comments, get a sense of the audience.
Yeah, I'll answer that.
Go ahead. Go ahead,
I'll answer that from my own personal perspective, and then I'll answer it generally because my perspective.
And I know this is a tough, tough question as well.
It's not tough for me, and I'll answer generally. So basically, I'm a Muslim. So within my ethical framework, the sect I follow, I believe the age of maturity is 18, but that's the minority opinion. In terms of Islam and Christianity, I could definitely say for Islam. And Christianity, Miles is claiming it, but I think he's wrong. But I like to see the reference. I believe the age of maturity is less. So when you're saying your ethical framework is based on Christianity, I'm not sure about that. And just like my personal ethical framework, it doesn't matter what it is. It doesn't matter what Ian's personal one is. It matters what ethical framework you're basing your opinion on. If Tate's basing it on Christianity or Islam or whatever it may be, then we need to judge him based on that, or liberalism or whatever it may be. But and that's my answer. So I think saying, "Oh, this is good, this is bad," it's actually it's a non-starter point, because the point is
Fair point.
The framework is Romania, because he's charged in Romania, the laws are Romanian. So look, I said this before. I said this before.
As you see fit, you know, like everybody has their own personal compass. This is true, and you're able to make that judgment. I mean, you can't say that, you know, my judgment is wrong because my moral framework is incompatible with yours. I mean, my moral framework says that you can't sleep with children. Maybe yours says different. I don't know. I don't think it does. Right? I'm not going to be an asshole and suggest that it does.
Already.
Yeah, you just did. Yeah, thank you for that. So, you know, I think we shouldn't be moral relativists here. Right? I think we all have the intelligence to be able to dictate to ourselves if this is okay or not. You know, and it's got nothing to do with the bearing on the law.
What Suleiman was saying is, you mentioned, Ian,
you know, he could go to jail, maybe he won't. You know, maybe he's innocent of all the charges that are being levied against him. That's certainly possible. I hope that's true, because I don't want him to be a bad guy, right? But you know, that's beside the point, right? From what we know of him now, you know, like ethically, it doesn't seem like he's a very good guy. You know what I mean?
I do have an update on the legal aspect of it. I now go to Raphael. So Stefan and Sam went back and forth, and the conclusion is the following. I'll read out the legal age of consent in Romania. The age of consent is 16 under normal circumstances, and 18 when the adult abused his authority or influence over the victim. So that means if this is where it gets very gray, so I won't even bother to explain it. I'm not a lawyer. So I'll let you all, you know, interpret this however you like. But I just read it again. The age of consent is 16 under normal circumstances and 18 when the adult abused his authority or influence over the victim. And I'm sure the Loverboy strategy, I think we all agree, would be an abuse of influence or authority. And yeah, based on the behavior, it's possible. But there is nothing confirmed that anything illegal was done in that case. But it's definitely some murky territory there.
I just got an update about the law in Romania.
Raphael, if you want to.
Yeah. I just wanted to say, like, reconcile the exchange between Suleiman and Ian. I think Suleiman mentioned that I didn't hear it. You can clarify, Ian, that you said your framework is from a Christian background, and maybe you respond to that.
Law, right? Natural law. That's my background.
Well, that natural law is very broad. You have to pick something that you associate with, either as Christianity or the laws.
Yes,
I think someone mentioned you're in Malaysia or. Okay, so in Christianity, then he would be correct. There's nothing in the Bible that says, "Oh, you have to be 18." I believe, all the prophets, all the religious figures. Okay, but they were marrying people much younger. This is 2023. You said don't be a moral relativist.
That's because
you're projecting today's norms
back when they were 13.
Several thousand years ago.
13 years old.
All I'm saying is, when Suleiman mentioned what he did, he was doing that in regards to your mention of from a Christian background. That's all.
Okay, but okay.
So I just want to jump in
the law for a second. Okay, so Romania has something that's very similar to a Romeo and Juliet law, and the cutoff is 4 years, meaning that a 16-year-old and 16 is basically your minimum age of consent. However, a 16-year-old cannot consent to have sex with someone more than 4 years older than her or him. Do you understand what I mean?
That's U.S. law, but that's not Romanian.
No, that's also Romanian law. That's also in the it's literally in the law.
It isn't.
Can you share, guys? Ian, guys, Sam, just quickly. I'll let go. Yeah, just very quickly.
I'll send it to you in WhatsApp. Yeah.
Yeah, please verify, because this is the reason I'm really pressing on this, because this is really important. Because then, if this is true, then obviously Tristan just admitted to a crime in a recording.
Yeah, we cannot dispute. Forward that to me as well, please.
Yeah, please, Sam. You can send it. You're in the group, Sam, with Slayman. If you can send it there, that would be great. But I think I interrupted you, Sam, so I'll let you continue. And I know you want to check what status is sending it.
In all fairness, if what Ian's saying is right, I'm just here taking quick notes and talking with Steph offline and trying to read legislation. So, and I completely agree with Ian ideologically. All I'm trying to do is try to work out what the law is. So if there is a specific age, I haven't found it yet, but I'm totally open to the fact that it may be there. And
I pinned something. Could you check that out and maybe unpin it if you don't agree?
Yeah, sure. Did you pin the Jelena Mitrovic tweet?
Yeah, that's the one. I mean, it just looks like an easy reference to go off.
It's easy to reference. That's exactly what it says.
Oh, okay.
It's a
The
Romeo and
border
Juliet
is
law.
4 years. So this is so this is a Romeo and Juliet law. But so there's a screenshot. Romania. The source is
The National Child Protection
the
legislation. It is
Okay.
under the it's a government source. So yeah.
Yeah.
Okay,
So
no, Ian, apologies. I'm just reading direct from a different legislation, which is the age of consent. So I completely acknowledge that. I'll read through
okay.
that now.
So as you read that, based on what I'm seeing right now, we could Sam, I'll let you, Stan and Steph, if you could read what's pinned above by Crabman, and can you give me your final verdict based on what you just read from Crabman above and verify it? Does that mean that if what's his name, Andrew's brother, Tristan, if Tristan slept with a 17-year-old girl and he was more above 21, which he was based on the recording, then that would be a crime in Romania? And if you can, and by the way, while waiting for Steph and Sam to verify,
That would be correct. Yeah, I mean, like, okay, so
Ian says yes. So just for please, Ian, I'll
yeah,
let you go as
essentially,
well.
you
I'll
cannot
get
be producing porn at the age of 16, even if it's with a 17-year-old. That it basically falls under a different kind of law, right? Which is basically the pornography law.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So Syrian girl, can you tell me one thing, Syrian girl, and then I'll get Steph and Sam to comment. Syrian girl, can you tell me when that video was? The Tristan Tate video, whoever mentioned. Can anyone tell me what year that was? Christian was making those, admitting those.
Sure. So he mentioned in this country. So he was in Romania at the time.
Okay. And what year was that? What year was that?
I believe this was posted. Though you know what, I'm gonna look it up right now, but because it was with an interview with Richard Cooper. So I will bring up the interview and I will bring up the exact date for you.
And he was 100% in Romania. Yeah, and he was 100% in Romania. Yeah. Okay, so
Well,
Steph, Ian gave us his points. Steph, I'd love your conclusion and Sam's conclusion, just because it's such an important point before we kind of move on from this point and get Slayman and Raphael's response.
I think the age difference is not so important, even though I feel like, and I think that there was a higher gap than 5 years old between them. But the point I'm trying to make is that the most important aspect, which aggravates the situation and which makes this a crime, is the fact that he used his influence upon this girl, right? And that's what the law
Where
says.
does he admit he uses influence?
He got her into the cam business by first making.
But how did he use? But how did he use his influence? I'm just being very careful.
It's a lover boy thing. Again, it goes to the lover boy stuff. Right?
But he didn't. Yeah, true. I would say he likely did because he's used lover boy.
What's a 35-year-old doing with a 17-year-old? Ask yourself that question.
Exactly. Just think about it for a second. A man of 13 years old with such.
But I'm just saying. I'm just acting very factual here in that recording, and I'm saying what he's saying is likely for sure. It's likely based on the pattern of behavior, sure, unless Raphael and Slayman disagree. But what I'm asking is, based on what he said in that podcast. So you just said, Steph, one thing. You said that the 4-year age difference doesn't matter. So what you're saying is Crabman, what he pinned is inaccurate, what Ian was referring to?
Some things are not as important as the actual crime. Like there's a bigger, more aggravating circumstance.
Okay, so there's two. Okay, there's 3 crimes here. There's the influence, the cam business, and the fact that he slept with her. I want to get through one by one.
Ian, which document does it say about 4 years? I'm missing it, so if you could just direct me.
Guys, I'm reading it now, and I can understand why there's confusion. Ian, it actually says that the only reference to 4 years is in relation to 2 other crimes. In relation to the 3rd crime, it doesn't relate. It doesn't say anything about the 4-year gap. It says that the crimes 1 and 2 are not punishable if the age difference does not exceed 4 years. So that basically means that if 2 minors are having sex together, as in 1 and 2, then if they're not more than 4 years older, then it's not punishable. It does not relate to number 3.
That's what
I don't think that refutes.
Yeah, so like
for anyone that wants to read it, I think it's
17-year-old, it's not a big deal, right? It's not a crime. But if
no one's saying that, Ian. I don't get why you keep on saying that.
Ian, all we're trying to confirm.
We're all saying whether it's the law or not. And then we ask you about what your morals are, and you give some like flimsy answer.
I'm not talking about my. I'm not talking about my.
We're literally no. We're literally.
Guys, I've just
when Sam read the law, you just had a panic attack. Like I don't get it.
So just quickly, sartorial shooters in the audience. If you wanna, I usually don't call out people in the audience, but if you could come up, it'd be I just sent you DM'd you an invite, just in case you didn't get it. If you click on that link, it doesn't work. It's your DMs. You can leave the space, click on it. If it doesn't work, just DM me and we could figure it out. But I would love you to be on stage and ask you a few questions. And obviously you can answer or not answer whatever you like. but it's just important. We're trying to be as factual as possible, and having someone very close to Tate would help the discussion to keep it factual. But otherwise, so we're going to get the first point is that the age difference, that we're putting ethics aside, and it's really hard to do it considering such a sensitive topic. The age difference of him sleeping with her with that influence is not illegal based on the consensus here. But Steph, you made the point that actually the next point is, Steph, you confirmed that working in the cam business below the age of 18, is that illegal, Steph?
Of course, it's illegal.
Okay. Sam, would you agree there?
I don't know, because it's not specified in the law, and I'm not here to give my opinion. I really am not. I'm
Yeah.
here to read everything.
So is it, Steph, if you could share that piece in the law, that would be great with Sam, just so to get to more than one person to verify it, and Ian and Slyman as well, of course, will want to check it. So if you could DM
I just also, Mario, want to enter one point. If he slept with her when she was 17, Tristan, that may not have been the time when she was in the cam business. She may have entered the cam business much later, maybe when she was 20 or 21. We don't know the time frame we're discussing here.
That's a valid point. That's a very valid point. So maybe she's saying in the recording he was talking about her being in the cam business now, but doesn't mean she was in the cam business when she was 17. Actually, it's a very good point. So based on that recording alone, it's not enough. But based on what Syrian Girl, the Sun article that Syrian Girl mentioned, then that's a different story. I do want to go to Mr. Sartorial Shooter. I don't know if we can call you by your name, but I'm not sure how much of a discussion have you heard, man?
Greetings, mate. I've been on for about 20 minutes, and I have heard a fair bit. I'm happy to answer any questions, but
is that you, New Alpha? Is that you?
Yeah. I changed my Twitter name, mate. I wasn't using Twitter.
Cool.
Before.
All right, cool. Well, good to have you back. Now you're the Sartorial Shooter. So I'll let you comment, man. It's good to have you back.
All right, mate. Thank you. So, I mean, just if you'll allow me to speak for about 30 seconds, just a few points. So referring to media reporting as if it's some kind of evidence or useful in this whole equation is laughable. We know media is biased. Claiming statements from known haters, such as this Tell Your Son guy, claiming that he has evidence. There's an online beef between those guys which went for months, and you can find it if you look. So saying, someone who we know hates Tate has screenshots, but they don't have those screenshots anymore. But hey, that's evidence. It's not. There's no evidence of anyone taking passports away. There's no evidence of interactions with minors other than tweets. And we know that Tates use the tactics of shocking and controversial comments to get viral fame. So they're tweets in which they say things like they're a trillionaire, in which they say things like, I am Lord, and all these sorts of ridiculous things.
These were courses they sold. To claim they're a character when you're instructing someone on how to do a business.
Hang on, brother. Could you let me speak, mate? I wouldn't interrupt you, and I'd ask you to show the respect as well. I'm welcome to take questions, but let me finish. We know that they use the shock jock tactics and controversial comments to get attention. So guess what? I know it's hard, but tweets are not evidence when you have someone who is consciously and consistently trying to get a reaction out of people. Of course, they're going to say controversial things. That was their tactic to get famous. That's why we know about them. Just to continue on, they were in the webcam industry years ago, and of course, they never put minors on webcam, because if they did, there'd be evidence, there'd be videos of them doing so. And the fact that they were in that industry, I'm quite confident. Again, I was never around them. I've been friends with them for 4 years, and webcam was not a thing that was a major business or something they even talked about. But I'm confident, being that they're quite smart guys, they would know legal ages of consent, being that they're in a sex-related industry back in the day. So there's no evidence of them in any way being interactive with minors. So first of all, guys, we have a lot of. Hang on.
I'll let you take notes, Crabman. Take notes on the things he said, so we could go through them one by one, just to make sure that your voice is heard, Crabman. So I'll let you go. And I've actually got a question about you. Actually, I'll add one more question because you can add it to your points, Shooter. One thing is that I heard your voice on the Vice interview. Correct me if I'm wrong, but you have a very, very unique voice, very distinct voice. So would love your thoughts on that interview, because you were there and you ended it at the end. I would love to know your thoughts on why that is.
All right, cool. So just let me finish off, guys. I just want to say one thing, without trying to seem sort of high and mighty. For those who are here with a genuine intent to find truth, good on you. That's commendable. But there's a lot of blatant speculating while people are claiming they're investigating, from people who've never even met Tate, who we have someone with a law degree who isn't actually licensed to practice law. We have all these investigators who aren't actually investigators. There's a lot of LARPing here, and there's a lot of clout chasing on the name of somebody who's unable to defend themselves. That's pretty shameful. So for those seeking truth, good on you. But for all of those just chasing clout, it's shameful. It's so shameful.
So when we ask direct questions, like, let me just cover this because we wanted to ask this to more Tate supporters. I'm really glad you came on. You're a great speaker on this space, and we really respect you for coming on. When Tate's website described,
I was going to ask. I'll read it. I'll read it out. I'll read it out. So I've got it written down.
Here.
Okay, I'll let you read it. I'll let you go. No, you go, Sam. You got it there.
So when Tate's own website describes, my job was to meet a girl, go on a few dates, sleep with her, test if she's quality, get her to fall in love with me, where she would do anything I say and then get her on webcam. This specifically describes a crime called the Loverboy method. So even if he didn't do this, he's actually teaching 100,000 people how to do this, and that would be incitement of a criminal offense. So do you acknowledge that those words do suggest that there is validity, that there has been a crime potentially, and it should be investigated?
Excellent question, Sam. Firstly, I'm strongly against anything related to webcam personally. I'm strongly against any exploitation of anyone, man or woman. So that's my ethical stance. To respond to your question, let's not take things out of context, because again, there's other sentences there where they talk about the fact that women who work for them make a lot more money than if they were trying to do it by themselves. The fact that from the start, their pitch is, baby, we're going to get rich together, and that they do pay their women. So if they're two consenting adults who enter into an industry together, I mean, look, if their charge is they've used their charm to manipulate a partner to make money, I know a lot of married women who are guilty of the same charge. But
you've answered that exactly the same as everybody else. But the crime of the Loverboy method is that you enter into the relationship without revealing that your intention is to make money. So my question is, do you think that Andrew, let me just finish quickly. Do you think that when Andrew contacted these girls on Instagram, the first revelation he said before he met them, before he seduced them, before they fell in love with him was, look, I'm running a webcam business. I want us to both make a lot of money. Or do you think he followed the methods that he was teaching, where he very specifically said, get her to fall in love with me, where she'll do anything I say, and then get her on the webcam? Which is the order? Do you think he said that to them straight away at the first point of contact? Or do you think he went through a process and then he, once these girls had feelings for him, etc., he then introduced the webcam idea?
Yep, I appreciate the specificity of the question, mate, and I appreciate the pushing for truth. From what I understand, not being a lawyer, not being an expert, the Loverboy method involves deception in terms of, I'm going to trick you and force you. And from what I understand with the Tate model, it was, pitch it, we're going to do this together. Now, if the woman says no, she can leave. There's no exploitation here. There's no trafficking here. For each of these examples, a big part of it is they say that you have to help manage a woman's emotion to want to work hard. You have to keep them motivated. You have to do the marketing. It's a partnership between two adults to make a lot of money. So I do not view it as the Loverboy technique, because what I understand with the Loverboy technique, there's deception from these guys.
So you think that the first point of contact, he's made it obvious to these girls that this is a business relationship. He doesn't go
with respect, Sam. I don't think on a first date. I don't think on a first date you say, by the way, I want to go into webcam. I don't think anyone.
So you're admitting he dates these girls first. He doesn't talk about business, because that is the Loverboy method. You just said on a first date you wouldn't mention business. I've never mentioned business on a first date in my life. I go on dates with girls because I like them and maybe have a relationship with them, not because I want to get into business with them.
So that's I think this point is.
This is all speculation, mate. I don't know what he does. I don't know what he does on his dates. This is all speculation, brother.
So we're just reading out. Yeah, we got it, Crabman. So we did play it earlier, the video. So I think the Loverboy one, and I know Shooter, you're a close friend of Tate, and the Loverboy, I'll have to admit, it's just a difficult one to defend whether he's engaged in it or not, and we can't know. Obviously, we are speculating, as the Shooter said, but we are speculating on things they've actually said in video, and we're mentioning all the sources and things they said on the website. But you did mention Tell Your Son. So Tell Your Son said he had evidence of passports being taken away, and then we had Slayman mention the beef. Can you tell us more about that beef between Tate and Tell Your Son?
Certainly, I can indeed. So initially, Tate and Tell Your Son this were kind of mates, because they were in the sort of, the group that some people refer to as the manosphere. I've heard that word used. But then for some reason it went sour. I don't know. I've got more important things to focus on. But Tell Your Son this came after Tate on Twitter many times. and DM Tate all this angry, all this emotional stuff. Tate just didn't bother responding because he's got better things to do. So to then say that somebody who openly has emotional intent to damage Tate has evidence, now he can't show you the evidence, but he has evidence, it's absolutely ridiculous.
But he made those claims in 2019, though. Let's make that clear. It's not like he's making the claims now. He reiterated the claims now.
That's when the beef was.
Were made before
that's when the beef was.
Well, that's when the beef was, but that's when also the claim was publicly made. He publicly tweeted about Andrew telling him about stealing women's passports, and
that doesn't matter.
But did he tweet? But hold on, did he tweet the evidence, Syrian Girl, or no?
No evidence was tweeted.
So, but Syrian Girl, so the point that Shooter's making, but this point, I got it. So he tweeted about it in 2019, but the point that Shooter's making is that there is potential bias there. I'm not saying it's untrue. We can't know, but it's hard to use it as evidence when there is a personal beef. So I think it's a valid point. I think both of you make a point that it could be true, could be untrue. We just don't know. But the other point you've made, Shooter, is that the Sun had a piece that Syrian Girl read excerpts from. And in that piece, first Ian worked for the Sun and did say that they do strict due diligence for the sources. Yeah, they do vet sources. And it's you see, I wouldn't say it's right to just discount. I'm not. Look, we all agreed that the Vice documentary was biased. Even people that are not fans of Tate agreed that it's biased, and I would say the same. All of us said this. But it's also hard to refute a witness that was vetted by the Sun. It's hard to refute her claims. Was the witness lying? Yes.
An anonymous witness that was vetted by a media organization which is blatantly pushing lies on Tate. I can speak to a number of lies they're pushing. They're in no way a credible source. They're a media agency who's trying to get hits. And at the moment, the way to get hits is to release new damning evidence without actually showing any evidence about Tate.
This is before Andrew Tate even blew up. Let's keep that in mind.
And what's the supposed evidence? An anonymous person saying something? Guys, is this really how you want to run
now? If your claim is that they came up with this evidence today, I would be suspicious of it. Yeah, but this was in 2019 before Andrew Tate.
But Ian, what would you say?
No, Ian, you're not understanding. The Sun article is from after the Tate arrest.
It's after Tate became famous. But Ian, I would say
after the arrest. It's just recent,
after the arrest. Okay, but I would not discount it. I would just say take it with a grain of salt. But also, I wouldn't just discount it, say it's biased. I wouldn't just.
I know. Ian worked for the Sun, but in the UK, in the north, especially in areas like the northwest Liverpool, the Sun isn't respected. But I understand in certain areas it is. Just to give you a caveat about the UK, it's banned. In most shops in Liverpool, they never even used to.
Because of the tragedy in 1985. That was a huge scandal back then.
Mainstream media is coming after Tate and has been for a long time. So we cannot say that some random person who has said something to a journalist who has an anti-Tate agenda is evidence. Let's be real here. Let's be professional.
And let's be clear, just to add to that, if you're actually writing an article that isn't anti-Tate, you get removed. So my article, which was published in a leading black newspaper in the UK, was removed. And the reason for that, Syrian Girl, can you just let me finish, please? And the reason for that is because.
And you spoke
I did. If you did, then I'll let you.
I just want to say, just quickly. You guys are talking about one source, which you say is biased. Okay, let's acknowledge that. But there's two sources, independent sources, verified. So it's not just that one guy. Tell your son this. There's another guy, and you guys are
verified by whom?
Verified by who? Yeah, Syrian Girl, verified by who? Please, can you go through one that's important
by the Sun
for the discussion? Okay, so the Sun is saying. The Sun is saying there's three sources, and then Shooter, what you're doing is discounting.
The lady that was here earlier, she talked about passports and the same exact thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Ian, I have a question for you. Isn't there legal, Sam, hold on. Ian, isn't there before I give it back to Sam, isn't there legal repercussions if the Sun is fabricating those sources?
Yes, absolutely.
So it's important to understand, and Tate has the money to sue the Sun.
The UK has a much stricter level of journalistic integrity, unlike the United States. In the United States, you can kind of get away with anything, but in the UK,
I'd love to respond, guys. I'd love to respond.
Yeah, go ahead. Sure.
So, okay, I don't doubt that the journalists at the Sun are aware of the legal repercussions of putting forward, manufactured fake news. What I'm saying is there's a lot of hate towards Andrew. And so if we're going to take every anonymous person who wants to say something about Andrew and say, oh, hang on, they said it to The Sun, so therefore it must be true. I'm not debating that The Sun are trying to do a good job, but there are a lot of people out there who are anti-Tate, and we can't just take anonymous, without evidence claims as evidence. That's my point.
I agree with that. The problem is let's say we're dismissing those claims, but at the same time, you're also dismissing stuff that Andrew wrote on his own website that specifically
you're saying he was
describes the crime.
shitposting. It's like his own words, right? In his own words, he admits to these things, and you're like, oh well, he was shitposting. It's like, well, that's
he admitted to taking passports. He admitted to taking passports.
No, I think it's back to the Loverboy.
Of course he didn't, because
no, the Loverboy stuff. The Loverboy stuff.
All right, guys.
What
again,
about
I have a
Kea?
bit
I
of a
think we've discussed.
here
Yeah. What?
in
How about
terms
who's
of the fact that if two adults go into a business
woman that was
together
in
and
here.
both make money, and the women can
She had
come
to
or
jump
go,
off. She could jump off.
then
Go ahead,
Talking
sorry.
about Carla, we went
that's
through
two
that
adults and
because
that's their
her
business.
story didn't have that.
Sorry, just okay. So I've got another question for you, Shooter, and that one is a bit left field, and it's not going to be easy for you to answer, but I'll put it out there as well. We're trying to get permission from. Look, we need to get permission before that. Actually, I'm going to skip it. My bad. I need to get permission before sharing this stuff. I've been trying to get permission for a while. You were saying something, Slayman or Sam?
Sure.
No,
Can I ask you? Do you know if Andrew has a US passport still?
I'm not sure, mate. No,
Okay.
I know that they don't identify as Americans, and they don't even like traveling to America. So
So going back to the allegations that we were talking about, the last allegations, Tristan said that he had sex with a girl who was 17 and took her virginity, and then that girl works in the cam girl business. That kind of someone did. Raphael made a great point that she might be in the cam girl business after they had sex. So you're saying, from your experience in your discussions with the Tates, nobody under the age of 18 was in the cam girl business. So you just want to make sure that you're stating that.
100%. So again, this was the cam thing. To my understanding, and I've got a pretty good understanding because I'm actually someone who spent a lot of time around them. That was a thing that they used back in the day, when they had pretty much like that was their hustle back in the day. They make a lot more money in other ways now, so it's not even a thing. But yes, I do know that logically, if they'd put a minor on cam, then there would be videos of that. I'm pretty sure with all the investigative focus that Vice has put in all these other organizations, we would find that. If you put a minor on cam, it produces evidence.
And I agree with you there. I agree. I don't think there's anything that suggests that so far, to be fair.
One more question before I give the mic to Sam. You did, at the end of the Vice interview, you were there next to Andrew, and you said, guys, this is too biased. Can you get out? So what was the experience like during that Vice interview, and what triggered you to kick him out?
Okay, thanks for the question. So I'll actually admit I was quite emotional. I was quite upset because we'd taken such good care of Matt. I'd worked with his production. So because Tate said he wanted Vice there. I didn't agree with that, but at the end of the day, it's Tate's organization, Tate's brand. So what I said was, all right, I'll do what I can to make sure they don't soundbite the guys. And all the guys at the event, they really didn't trust Vice. I actually worked per Tate's, direction to get some guys to actually talk to Vice. I actually worked to make sure that the guys in the event were comfortable coming up and talking to Vice. Like the idea that I was somehow trying to stop that, no one would have talked to Vice because everyone knew what it was, it was a hit piece. If it wasn't for me being that intermediary between the Vice guys and the guys at the event. So we took such good care of Matt. We would make sure, the team, his whole team, making sure they were comfortable. We made sure that for the fight event, I spoke to his head of security for Vice and said, look, here are the precautions in place. Matt's going to be okay. We're taking care of him. Matt was so taken care of, and everyone was such a gentleman towards him, so professional, even though we knew it was a hit piece. But then when we come to this final interview, instead of Matt recognizing the fact that event was about men challenging themselves and learning to be better and, really positive, healthy discussions about how men can be better at being a positive impact on society, he didn't acknowledge any of that. It was 3 hours of loaded and leading questions saying things like, women are known to commit self-harm. Andrew, this is your fault. And all these, and it was again and again and again, questions like this. And my reaction was, I was actually upset because it's like, mate, we've just put you through an event which, dozens of men say is one of the most positive things they've ever been through. A bunch of guys who knew you were doing a hit piece were very positive and polite to you. We took care of your welfare as well in terms of, managing risk. And the way you're going to portray this is just constant leading, loaded, biased questions. It got to the point where I was so upset. I said, look, guys, I need to leave. And I left. They kept going with the interview. I just had to extract myself from that process. Because to see someone who'd been given so much care and support from a bunch of guys who didn't trust him, but said, all right, let's be a professional, for him to then flip and just go with such loaded and leading questions, it was hurtful and it was deceptive. Call me naive, but I thought he'd at least try to do a balanced piece. I get that the advice have a narrative, but at least try to put both sides forward. And it was very sad to see that.
And what would you say are the?
Oh, sorry.
Go ahead, Simon.
So, Toriel, I had a question for you. I was going to ask you tomorrow in our own space, but how long was Matt there for?
He was there for the whole 3-day event. He went through all of the different lead-up training, all the motivational speaking, all the all the processes where the guys say, look, this is the challenges I'm working with, and everyone gives feedback. It's very positive stuff. They didn't show any of that. They just tried to make it look like Tate was pressuring people to fight, which is a joke. It was a very positive event.
Slimane, I actually want your help in this case. I want to just to be fair. I want us to ask more questions for Shooter, just to poke holes, because we've just asked, we've asked him to clarify different allegations. I want to ask him questions to poke holes into the Vice documentary, because I do agree it was biased, no matter what your thoughts are about Tate. So I've got another, Crabman, I see you on mute, so you probably have a different question to that, so I'll give you the mic afterwards. But so what would you say is the biggest misrepresentation made in that Vice interview?
Okay, thanks for the question. I'd say the biggest misrepresentation, first of all, is Matt himself. So when you interact with him, pretty regular guy, in front of the camera, he was always, I'm timid, I'm a little bit scared, all these big bad guys around me. When the camera's off, he's laughing, he's shaking hands, he's having a good time. So he himself was acting a certain role for the camera. To me, that's the biggest lack of congruity, congruence. The guy is lying. He was having fun, he was smiling, he was laughing, he was joking. But then when the camera went on, and we noticed it, he goes into this sort of timid, oh, these bad men are around me and they're doing violent things. Absolute nonsense. He was buzzing after his fight as well, and he said it was a hugely positive thing. His direct quote was, I see the good that you guys are doing here. But then when the event comes out, it's just pure hit job. These guys are evil. It was a joke. It was not reality.
So he said things like, I see the good you guys are doing here, just to kind of bait you guys to share more things?
No, at the end of it, when he'd already got all the footage wanted, he was still saying positive things. Because the reality is it was a very positive event, and he took part in it. He was welcomed into it, and he benefited from it. But then in the documentary, he represented it as if it was some big, scary, mysterious thing.
He made it seem bad, right? Like, I mean, even just watching it, and you don't have to be someone who likes Andrew Tate. You can watch that thing, what he, the whole the fighting event and all that stuff. And it was actually pretty cool, right? I mean, there was nothing negative about it as much as they tried to frame it as a negative thing. I think we can all admit that men need to challenge themselves. I think everyone can admit, unless they're like complete betas or something, right?
We tried to invite Matt here onto the space. He didn't agree. But so have you spoken to Matt after the documentary was filmed, or throughout the editing process?
Yeah, we've had some WhatsApp back and forth. And look, I really don't agree with everyone throwing hate at him online. I think the comments that people are throwing at him is disgusting. I can guarantee you there are no members of the war room writing in such an unprofessional fashion. He is a good-hearted guy. And I think in a parallel universe, he and I could probably be good mates. He believes he's doing the right thing. He's passionate about, protecting and supporting women. So am I. So good on him. It's just, I would have liked there to be a little more professionalism in the reporting, because there was a whole lot of positive stuff. You'll see my comment when I got up and left the room. I said, this is such a clear narrative. We aren't even discussing the positive stuff for men, or the fact that he'd just been through a 3-day event, which he himself said was very useful and positive, but we're just going to forget that and focus on the negative. So yeah, I have talked to him. And again, I like the guy. I'm sad to see him get such negative and toxic comments on Twitter and so on. But he acted in a very unprofessional and unethical manner, and that was quite disappointing.
And the team
wait, hold on, please.
Go ahead.
I have a neutral question. I just want more information here. They glossed over they showed like a naked girl in the window and said like the guys were having fun or whatever. Could you just explain just some, more about that, because the Vice documentary did not. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I saw that, and that's a good example of the Vice approach. So there are no naked girls involved in an MMA event, and the fact that there's some girls in a hotel that somehow, like, talk about reaching. I found that to be quite funny. So I never saw any naked girls. There were no naked girls involved in the event. There were some naked girls in a hotel. I mean, if you want to try and claim that that's some way tying into the event, there's no substance there. So what I can say is there were no naked girls involved in the event. I didn't see a single naked girl. And when I saw Vice doing that, I was like, all right, cool. That's Vice doing their thing.
Fair
actually
enough,
laughed.
but doesn't
So,
Andrew Tate say, there's the girls here? Like after
Yeah,
the event wraps up, he's like, have fun, enjoy. There's girls here. It's like, what is that supposed to imply?
Yep. So from what I understand, some of the guys went out to a nightclub or something. There's girls in the city, and after you've been to an MMA fight, I imagine you want to go to a bar and talk to a girl. But there was no organized girls as part of the event. There was no naked girls as part of the event. I know. I was there at the event. That's not true. It's not real.
What about the Ferrari bit where they painted you as a guy who wants to show off his car? And
yeah, thanks. That one I actually really laughed out loud. So our man Matt, with respect, and I don't want to say anything that will lead to him getting more hate, because again, I do not, and Tate would not approve of the hate being thrown at Matt right now. So he said to me, and his whole team were quite excited about my car, because that's one of my favorite vehicles, and I've done a bit of work to it. So it's loud, it's flashy, it's a classic Ferrari. And so they were all like, "Oh, can we go for a ride?" The cameraman was a car enthusiast. He was really excited to go for a ride. So I said, "Yeah, sure." And then Matt said, "Hey, we need to do the final chat. Do you want to involve the car somehow?" I said, "Yeah, all right, cool." And so we'd agreed we were going to do it in the car. So we walked to the car, and then he says, while the camera's rolling, "Hey, you want to do the interview in here?" As if it's my idea. And actually, if you watch the video, you see me pause. I'm like, "Yeah, why not?" Because it's like, bro, we just had that discussion. So then that's when I realized he was fronting for the camera. But again, my intent was, I don't need to call him out and make him look bad. Let's go along with it. But for them, so all of him and his team are asking to involve my car, but then he puts it forward as if I'm some guy who's compensating and trying to show off my car. It was quite funny. I don't think it's anything. It's not a big deal. It's harmless, but it just shows the deception there on every level. They're lying on the macro and on the micro.
Why did Andrew, just curious?
Oh, sorry, Mark.
Go ahead, Sliman. No, I was just asking a question. Like, why, before Sliman, I'll let you ask the next question. But why did Andrew accept to do the interview knowing it's going to be a hit piece?
Okay, so his logic, he and I discussed this at length because I was very strongly against Vice being there. But again, it's his brand, it's his event, fair enough. He said they're going to do a hit piece anyway. Might as well let them come and see that there's nothing mysterious or nefarious. And I think there is some grounds to that. But either way, I mean, I think
he underestimated how nefarious.
Yeah, and I think it's a disgusting example of what we call media nowadays. It's so blatantly biased that even my left-wing friends, because I have friends on all areas of the spectrum, even my hardcore left-wing friends who don't like Andrew Tate, they wrote to me and said, "Yeah, that Vice documentary was so biased." Like it is actually laughable, and I think it speaks to the fact that where's journalistic integrity?
I got a follow-up question. Were you in the Romania meetup of September 2019?
September 2019? Probably not, mate. Which Romanian meetup is that?
Oh, the one where I just have this guy who was there, and he just DM'd me and said that the Tates paid for women to show up in thongs and pasties for that one. So I just wanted to know if you.
But I think this is like, I would say this is like, and so what? Like, you might disagree from it on an ethical basis, but paying women to go around in panties, like again, ethically, it's a different discussion. I think the allegations are significant.
Because someone wanted to know.
You guys want? I'd love to. All right, I've never ever seen any girls involved being paid for in any capacity around the Tates. They are anti-paying for women because they were the guys that back in the webcam game who they took money from customers. So they would never be a customer themselves. That was I've watched his old videos. That's the mindset from back in the day. So,
right, so I have a big revelation here. Can I mention it, please, Sam? I know, and actually, I'll let you mention it, Sam, because you get credit for it. You got it.
But I mean, this is pure. This is still speculation. But there's an article here. We can share the full article.
Is it? So how much is speculation? Because that's the attorney saying it.
I know, but I don't want to be the guy getting the abuse because whenever I share any information,
I'll do it. Sam, I'll do it for you. I'll do it for you.
I can do it if you want.
I'll do it, guys. I'll do it. So Gandul, which is a Romanian media outlet, and we're just reading out what it says, and someone sent us this. Eugen, which is, I'll read out exactly the excerpt. Eugen is the lawyer, Andrew Tate and Tristan Tate's lawyer. Also talks about the, quote, absolutely unusual, end quote, situation in which the U.S. Embassy in Bucharest is in the conditions in which it notified the criminal investigation bodies regarding the kidnapping and seizure of an American citizen by the Tate brothers, but at the same time, it is obliged consular assistance by the to the two defendants who have American and British citizenship. So citizenship, as far as I understand, if someone can confirm if this is true or not, but citizenship means you've got the passport. Once you revoke the passport, you're no longer a citizen of that country. So essentially that statement by the attorney, and I know Shooter, you can't really comment much on this, but this is just for the audience. The statement by this attorney, if accurate, we're just reading it out, exactly what he said based on Gandul's report, is that Andrew and Tristan Tate are still US citizens, and they do brag about how many passports they have. And if this is true, then obviously it goes back to the earlier discussion. Tristan's admission that they took the virginity of a 17-year-old is illegal based on US law, which, Sam, you've kind of made that point earlier.
So it seems the Washington Post, NBC News, and NPR have all reported on or referred to Tate as a, quote, British US citizen.
And this might add further credence to the fact that the original police report stated that there were crimes in Romania and, amongst others, the UK and the USA. So this may be the crime related to USA. For people who joined late, who may not understand this, there is a crime, I don't have it right in front of me, but if you're a US citizen, the legal age of consent is 18, regardless of where you are in the world. This prevents people from traveling to countries and maybe exploiting younger females if they are American citizens. So it is a crime which is
and what's the how many years in jail could you face if this is proven to be true? By the way, Nick, if you can send me through the Washington Post and NBC. Okay, if you could check that, Sam, I'd be very curious. And Nick, if you can send me through the Washington Post and NBC where they referred to them being US citizens. I do want to go back.
Can I just make a comment on that?
Yeah, I'll let you make a comment, and then I've got a question about something outside the documentary to Shooter. But go ahead, Slayman.
Okay, yeah. So just in terms of what Sam's saying, I have been looking at the US legislation on that, and I made my initial notes. So don't take this as 100% because I, like I said, I was making it for my thread, but I'm not sure. I don't believe it's as clear cut as basically you're in a different country when you're a resident, and you then have relations. Whereas if you travel from the US specifically for that, that's definitely illegal. That was Rule 2423C, I think. But when it comes to 243B, it is a bit more vague, and I was going to look at it. So I don't think it's as clear cut as we're saying, but it is something to investigate.
Yeah, I agree. It needs more investigation. Mario, to answer your question, it would be up to 30 years. But I do think, Suleiman, you make a fair point there that, the purpose and travel and intent and all of these things comes into play as well. So you make a fair point. At this stage, we're speculating about everything. The guys are innocent at this stage. We know that, until they're proven guilty.
I have a question to Shooter, just about the current situation with Tate. Have you, before that Syrian girl, I'll give you the mic afterwards because I've been waiting to ask this question. So Shooter, I think I heard you in the airport, Shooter. Correct me if I'm wrong. So I don't want to miss the opportunity to ask those questions. So Tate is tweeting, or his account is tweeting while he's in prison. Do you have any idea how he's doing this? Is it just talking to his attorney, passing on messages? Is there just a way to get information out of jail?
Yeah, I know that I don't know the specifics, but I know that he and his lawyer talk every day, and so there's communication that way. So yeah.
And what do you know about the way Tristan and Andrew and the third person are being treated in jail? How's their experience, and what do you know about the hospital visit as well? Because I know you did say that kind of debunked some claims about him having heart issues and being to a specialist in Paris. So what more have you found out more information about that hospital visit?
Okay, I don't have the specifics behind what it was, but I do know that it was an in and out thing. Like, he wasn't admitted into hospital. From what I understand, it was a check of some sort. I also do know that he doesn't have a heart condition that he's gone to, like, he doesn't like Paris, so he doesn't go and regularly see a heart doctor in Paris. That's just fake news.
Okay, so the heart doctor could be fake, but you're saying that from what you know, he doesn't have a heart condition?
Yeah, that's correct. I mean, the man can do like 25-minute rounds on pads. Like, there's no, yeah. And if there was some sort of heart condition, I believe he would have told me about it. I don't know of it.
I heard something about the lungs. Is it the lungs?
I don't know, and I don't think it's our business with respect to everybody here. I mean, why are we speculating on someone's?
No, it was just.
No, I think it's fair enough that we should move on from this. I don't think it's appropriate. Can I jump in just quickly? There's something I've just read on justice.gov. with regards to the extraterritorial sexual exploitation of children. It says the reason for travel makes no difference under the law. Any American citizen or resident who engages in sexual conduct with a minor in a foreign land is subject to federal prosecution.
Okay, that kind of removes any doubt. So based on this information, we're going to continue verifying it. Tristan would have admitted to a crime on the podcast. And that's removing all the witnesses, all the allegations, just a podcast interview he did. Assuming that what the lawyer's saying, assuming what the lawyer's saying that he has a passport. Go ahead, Simon.
Sorry, just to add to Sam's right. When I read that initially, I didn't think that was a problem. But if you read down, it does. And again, I'm not 100% because I said I always normally read something quick first and then think about it and then go back and put it in an article. So when I read it initially, I had the same impression. But if you read down, it doesn't seem to be exactly clear cut as what you're saying. But again,
yeah. We can read it, and I'm going to get an attorney to check and maybe just give us a final, just not final, because we can't decide those things. We're just trying to interpret the law and at least give clarity. But at the end of the day, they're in court for a reason. The court makes a decision. I'm reading questions from the audience for your shooter. So all the questions I've read, including the health one, is from the audience. Another question from the audience is their treatment in jail. Have you spoken to them? How are their spirits? What more? A lot of the fans really want to know about what's happening to Andrew. Yep. What information can you give them? I'm sure you understand where they're coming from.
Yeah, sure, definitely, I can speak to that. But firstly, what we just had there was somebody saying, hey, look, I've found something that proves that they're guilty. Laws are complex and require interpretation. So I'd really this is a very respectful space, and I like that. I remember a few spaces back, there was a bit of an argument. So I really like the fact that everyone's being respectful and professional. But let's be very careful on, as not lawyers, deciding that someone's guilty based on reading something. If you then scroll down the page, you see something else. I urge caution with trying to be judge, jury, and executioner when we don't know the laws involved. In laws, even lawyers who know the laws involved with something like that, it takes interpretation. So in terms of jail, I haven't talked to the guys, but I've talked to people who have talked to them. They're in very, very good spirits. They're 100%. They view this as a challenge, and they are all about challenges. Their whole life has been very challenging. Again, I'd urge everyone to keep in mind, these guys were born in Southside Chicago and then Luton. So very socioeconomically poor areas, a lot of violence. They are mixed race. They did face a lot of challenges coming up. And so if we take away all the hate, these guys have done incredibly well in terms of where they were born in life and what they've managed to create. So, and that's why they've got so many fans. So they are all about challenges, and they're viewing this as a challenge. That's the mindset.
And why do you think, I know there's different explanations given by people, and Nick, I'll let you ask the next question, but why do you think they were jailed? Do you think that there's good grounds to do, is this purely for the investigation and it's purely just going through the legal process? Or do you go part of the whole, story about the Matrix taking action and they've pissed off some powerful people and people are not happy with the message they're spreading across? Do you have any thoughts on this?
Yeah, I can answer that, but again, I'm not officially in any way, able to.
That's your personal thoughts. Yeah, this is you as a friend.
I don't think it's the Matrix trying to shut them down. I think it's a more domestic level. I mean, yes, they've pissed off a lot of people who are up. The powers that be. Anyone who speaks pro masculinity is pretty much shut down nowadays. That's the trend. Fair enough. It is what it is. But what I believe has happened is in April they went in on false charges, and it was very clear that it was false. The lady who claimed she was kidnapped was seen walking around on CCTV and wasn't even in the facility when they came in. Now, typically speaking, when police can't get somebody, this is my theory, and I have a background in the military, and I've worked a lot with law enforcement all around the world. When they can't get someone, it's almost like, well, you know what? I don't like that I couldn't get this guy. What else can we dig up? So that's my personal theory. They couldn't get him on these initial charges, so they thought, right, let's dig for a while, see what else we can get. I also believe that the judiciary system is pretty corrupt in Romania, and I know that's a pretty heavy statement, but let's look at some certain facts. We don't. Oh, sorry. The prosecution hasn't even released the case files to the defendant. That's what the lawyer said. That's, to me, that is very clear agenda in terms of not allowing justice to be done properly. And there's a number of other examples. So I think it's a very corrupt judicial system, and these guys have pissed off some people within that country, and this is the result.
So Shooter, based on previous statements and tweets that Andrew and Tristan had made, it did seem like they were a little worried about governments possibly coming after them. Do you know, based on insider knowledge, were they anticipating any sort of arrest that was coming relating to these allegations, or?
I wouldn't think so, because they were in Romania, I'm guessing, no?
I can speak to that. So they were so sure that the was it March or April of last year that those allegations were nothing. They were so sure of that that's why they went back to Romania, because it's true. They were laughable. Somebody said they were kidnapped when there's CCTV footage of them coming and going freely, and they were staying in a hotel. So they were so sure that that was not real that they weren't concerned about going back to Romania. Now, unfortunately, I think their positive view of Romania was not founded, because it's a very corrupt judicial system, as we see now, and that's why they're in the position that they're in. So they actually do have a lot of love for Romania. I think they should have, hindsight is 2020, right? But at the end of the day, it's a very corrupt judicial system, as we now know, and that's why they've been caught up the way they've been caught up. Does that answer your question, mate?
And just to add to that, Sartorial, when you look at the 9-page judicial document, when you look at the level of evidence they've got, it's very low. Even the judge admits that it's only enough to remand them. We can't do anything else, and yet they still remanded them. On top of that as well, they only gave the lawyer 45 minutes before they saw it, the evidence. In addition to that, according to a Romanian lawyer, they meant to give the prosecution the information immediately, the case. They've not done that, but in the worst case scenario, they have 10 days, and it's more than 10 days. And I do agree. I think the judicial system is corrupt, and they are working with the journalists and so on and so forth. And I do think that with Tate, his overconfidence has actually been a factor, because he's not realized that, unfortunately, in Eastern Europe as well, there is a certain level of racism, Islamophobia. So all of these things would have been a factor, which I'm sure a lot of people don't want to talk about. But I think all of these things would have been a factor that caused this to happen.
I fully agree with that. And there's a lot of other examples of the way that all this evidence is being released to the press, but the prosecutor hasn't released the case files to Tate's own lawyer. Like, it's so corrupt, it's laughable. And is it a coincidence that it happened after conversion to Islam? Possibly not. It's a very strongly orthodox country. So there's a number of theories there. But either way, I think they underestimated how corrupt
I don't think Andrew did himself any favors by boldly carrying a Quran out of the police vehicle when he was walking into court. And a lot of people are thinking or saying bizarre things like, oh, he's getting Dubai money, or this, that, and the other, or he's trying to carry favor with Muslims. He's being prosecuted right now in Romania, an extremely Orthodox Christian country. It would be the opposite of a wise thing for him if he was being very tactical to walk out of a vehicle carrying a Quran. Maybe if he was being very tactical, he would carry a Bible. So I find that to be
I'd love to speak to
ridiculous.
Andrew's faith is 100% like legit. I'm around Andrew all the time. When he's not in his current situation, he stopped drinking. Now that's quite significant. If you watch some of the lifestyle videos, I didn't see him. He may have behind closed doors, but I don't think so. He didn't have a single drink from when he converted, and he's taking the reading very importantly. He doesn't even like reading books, but the first time I've ever seen him read was reading a bunch of Islamic books that he was given by some scholars that he met. Like, he's really serious about his faith. So that wasn't a perception move. That wasn't a tactics move. He actually very strongly believes in God. If you listen to his years of talking, he went through all these different. He's quite a spiritual man. He went through a very passionate atheist phase, then a very passionate Orthodox phase, and then finally converted or reverted to Islam. So his faith is very strong. Him carrying that is him outwardly manifesting the fact that he believes God is on his side, and that in the end he will win. That's the intent behind that.
So Shooter, let me ask you a tough question. Now, whether regardless of your personal beliefs, do you think that there is a chance that Tate is going to be found guilty of human trafficking and end up serving a lot of time, regardless of what you believe, whether he's innocent or guilty? Do you think, because of all these circumstances, that there is a good chance that he will be found, that he'll be found guilty?
Yeah, quality question. I'll answer it as objectively as I can, because clearly I'm a very biased source. Looking at the fact that even the judge has said there isn't really any evidence. Looking at the fact that they've now gone and changed the focus onto trying to charge him with financial related crimes, I view it as less than 5% likelihood that they'll be found guilty for any sex-related crimes. And if they do, I'd put that down to blatant corruption and someone very high up in the country telling the judicial system what the outcome should be.
Unless there's evidence that we don't know, obviously, because we don't know all the evidence.
So I have one other question.
Yeah, going up. Yeah, before that, yeah, continue, Shooter, and then Raphael can ask a question.
Yeah. So from the indications of all lawyers involved and even the judge himself said we can't release the tapes too early because it could lead to some public discontent. So even the judge is saying this is a political thing rather than a justice thing. So and also, if there is clear evidence on the sex crimes, why are they switching all of a sudden and raiding a bunch more houses, focusing on financial crimes? They're trying to get them on something. There's no evidence for the sex-related crimes, so now the push is to get them for financial-related crimes.
There's a point made, and I'll give it to you, Raphael and Suleiman, afterwards. But there's a point made by someone that Romania's trying to use. So Romania's been trying to clean up their image, and there's someone from Romania, an official from Romania, and he said Romania's been trying to clean up its image in terms of sex trafficking. It is one of the worst countries in terms of sex trafficking, and they're using Andrew as a way to make an example out of him to the world that Romania's cleaning up. Would you say this is a plausible scenario?
Wait, hold on. Why did the appeal get denied? If the judge thought there was no evidence, then the appeal would have gone through, wouldn't it?
But he said it. Yeah, he said it. I think he said it, Shooter, because the public discontent, correct?
Yeah. I need to speak to that, Crab, man. With respect, I know that you're a very dedicated investigator, mate. But in Romania, you can hold somebody in order to look for more evidence. Them holding does not mean there is evidence. So let's not conflate now. I'd urge you to look at the laws in Romania and the lawyers' statements a little closer.
The judge actually focused more on their ability to leave Romania and go to a country that does not allow extradition. So that's
too. And they're a flight risk. They're very wealthy, so that's obvious. But to come back to the question, I believe on the macro level, let's ask ourselves a question. When was the last time Romania hit headline news? I can't remember at any point apart from revolutions and so on in the past. So this is an amazing public relations opportunity when we know Romania is trying to get into the Schengen zone. We know that it costs them about 10 billion with a B each year when they're not in the Schengen zone. Because, of course, when that happens, Romanians can go and work easily in the EU and then send money back to Romania. So there's financial incentive, there's reputational incentive, and there is the judge admitting that this has become a political thing. So, yeah, it's very clear that there's credibility.
The judge said there was reasonable suspicion they committed human trafficking based on, like, that evidence. I mean, why would they wiretap?
The judge didn't say that.
No, they didn't say that.
Crabman hold on, Crabman.
You just said this. Useful to get a link. Mario, can we get a link for this for everything that we know that the judge said? Because
I've got a question. Because you mentioned something that I wasn't aware of. So, are you saying now that the prosecution has switched gears and is now focusing on financial crimes as opposed to these many sexual crimes that didn't have much evidence?
Yep. So from what I understand, and again, I'm not part of the legal team. I'm not in any way officially, able to represent Tate, so I need to be careful with what I say. But there was a bunch of raids. I think it was a couple of days ago, and the push behind that was we're going to try and find out. We're going to focus on financial stuff. So for me, it's why are they doing that if they've got all this? Which is a more as in terms of the judicial system. If someone's committed murder and they've committed shoplifting, you're going to try and close them for murder. You're not going to bother about the shoplifting. So why are they switching to a lesser crime? It's because there is no evidence for these sex-related crimes. That is the reality, and it will play out over time. People will see this. Mark my words. I'm saying it on record right now.
Well, the judge said it as well, didn't he? I mean, the judge said there's enough evidence to remand, but if you don't produce any more evidence, there's not enough evidence to prosecute or convict. So and that's on the 9-page ruling.
And there's a link for that. While you get the link,
I just wanted to ask actually a quick question.
Raphael, sorry.
So before asking the question, I just want to make a point that Tate's been in the public social media space for a long time. When you've been out in YouTube and all this stuff for such a long time, you have an enormous amount of content over years. But if you look at his more recent things, especially after he's gotten canceled, but even within the past year or so, you'd have to kind of discount all the stuff from 5, 6, 7, 8 years ago. Some of the things that you're posting up here. His message has changed dramatically, and his message post reversion to Islam has really, it's night and day from what he's been talking about before. If like Sam, you had mentioned, is his message a positive one for young men and women and people in general? I would say his message, at least definitely for the last year, where he's talking about self-accountability, he's talking about doing the right thing and really empowering yourself by working hard, I think it's a very positive message. But the other important thing to mention is that beyond his message, it's the amount of people that listen to him. He strikes a very, very strong chord, and he really penetrates the zeitgeist. And to that point, I'd like to ask you, Sartorial, have you seen the recent clip of Rishi Sunak, the British Prime Minister, in Parliament talking about legislating new laws where children cannot speak of Tate or mention him at all, and they are passing, I believe, getting billions of dollars worth of funding to impose that kind of legislation and put that practice throughout their school system?
Yes, indeed, man. Thanks for raising that. Tate has definitely changed his narrative. And again, he's taking his faith very seriously. So when he gets out, sorry about the background noise. He's never even going to talk about women. I promise you. He's taking his faith very seriously. So his message is only going to get more positive and more beneficial, which I really welcome and I look forward to as well. In terms of other questions, I'm not really sure, mate. Yeah.
More direct questions. Are you involved in Tate's businesses? And if so, how are they being run now with Andrew and Tristan being out of the business?
Yeah, okay. So I'm one of Tate's mates. I've not been involved in any of his businesses. I'm not a tech-savvy guy. I'm a security professional who used to be a soldier. Like, you don't want to use me if you're trying to run an online social media empire. I haven't got much value to add.
All right, man. So I'm going to end it with this for the audience. I think Shooter, first I want to say there's a pinned tweet. My team told me to pin it. And that's it's the last pinned tweet. And that's just a newsletter. So a lot of people are saying, can you summarize or send the evidence, etc. There's a lot of material. And we're going to be putting it into a newsletter and sharing it with everyone. So then you guys will say what's speculation, what's fact. So you know what's what. Otherwise, I do want to say that we've tried to keep the panel pretty balanced. Shooter, I want to give you the final word after everyone else, a message to Tate's fans and the audience, but you can have the final word. Otherwise, maybe Syrian Girl, you can kick it off. What's your final message to the audience about everything we've discussed and your concerns and objectively, your thoughts objectively after the whole debate? Go first, otherwise we'll go with Nick.
Oh,
Nick.
yes, sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, I'm so sorry about that. Yes, I just wanted to mention that both the Tates are now confirmed that they do have U.S. citizenship because they sought consular support with the U.S. Embassy. And on top of that, that goes towards Sam's law against sleeping with minors under 18 as per U.S. law.
So we'll have to check. We'll have to check. We'll have to check if it is actually illegal, just to be clear. But yeah, if it is,
yes,
and it could be,
sure.
very well be, then that's a pretty serious matter. Go ahead.
Yes, and I wanted to add that there was not just that Tristan Tate video, but there was other videos and statements made on Twitter, etc., and eyewitness accounts that I've made like a complete video that's pinned on my Twitter. If anyone wants to see additional evidence about the situation with the minors. And finally, about the passports, I think Kayla, the fact that she also, I'm sorry, I forget her name precisely. Please correct me if I got her name wrong. But she also said that, corroborated the accounts about the passports. So I just wanted to make that.
Yeah, so this is, obviously we don't have the proof, and Shooter's saying we just don't have the evidence. But I would say that there's enough people, making those claims and no actual evidence yet. It's hard to share such evidence that it's worth discussing, it's worth questioning, and it's important to not make a judgment, innocent or guilty, until the courts do so.
I got a quote from the judge.
Go ahead, Crabman. Go ahead.
Concerning the existence of evidence in the case of which there is reasonable suspicion that a criminal offense has been committed, the judge of Rights and Freedoms holds that the criminal proceedings conducted in the case give rise to a reasonable suspicion that the defendant has committed the offenses of setting up an organized criminal group, provided for, and etc., trafficking in human beings, etc., motherfucking etc.
Right. Let me just answer that.
A lot of emotion there, mate.
Simon, I'll let you answer it, and just for the audience asking about the Vice interview just quickly as well, and then I'll let Simon answer Crab's point. that the Vice interview, the team will stream it on my account right after this.
Right.
I don't know why. I'm not sure. It's hard to find on YouTube, but
yeah, it is hard to find. Yeah, I had to watch Sneako's reaction to some mother and child.
Why? Isn't it just on Vice? Isn't it on Vice channel? That's it. Or
we're in the UK, so it's harder. But
anyway, isn't it on Vice channel, Simon? Hold on, before you respond.
It's not.
Oh shit.
It might be the TV channel. It's not on the YouTube.
Oh shit! I didn't know. So okay, we'll be streaming it on my profile. Now I know why the team wants me to share that. So we'll be streaming it on the profile after this space. So anyone that wants to watch it that hasn't seen the Vice, the biased Vice coverage, like or hate Tate, I think you'd enjoy it. But go ahead. Sorry, Simon.
So there's just 2 points. One is Crabman, and you get a bit emotional there, but the point is this: you put a lot of threads in, and what I'd implore you to do is just to go through the judicial documents, and then there you'll have a stronger basis than looking at headlines.
That's from the document. That's from the judge.
I'm going to explain what
let him speak, Crabman.
Crabman, I'm going to explain to you. I'm going to educate you on what the judge means. So the judge said reasonable suspicion. Reasonable suspicion is needed for remand. So that's why he's been remanded. In order to prosecute and convict, you need a much higher burden.
I'm responding to the earlier argument that insinuated otherwise. Don't get it mixed up.
I actually don't know what you're talking about. Anyway, that's the first point. The second point is this: that in terms of the minor point, we've been talking about minors quite a bit in this podcast, and we will look into it. But let's be honest, let's be real here. It's irrelevant to this case because according to the judicial documents, that's not what he's been charged for. So obviously we can speculate, and if he does later get charged for this, it's different. But at the moment, that's not the basis of why he's being charged. Oh, sorry, remanded. I'm using the wrong word. So they were the 2 points, and I'll let us talk.
Wait, I don't know why the minor thing came into this. I was just telling you why the judge did what they did, and it was mischaracterized.
I explained it to you because of reason.
Hey, but you threw the minor thing in, and that came up separately in this conversation. I didn't.
That was an answer to Syria Bell, Crabman. Let's
what?
Finish it.
Shooter, did you want to respond to Crabman's point as well? I think you were jumping in.
Yes, indeed. So look, I appreciate the passion, and I appreciate that Crabman thinks he's doing the right thing. I'm also passionate about finding truth. I'm passionately against exploitation of anyone, man or woman. So I get the passion, but also, I mean, we need to keep in mind headlines and hating Tate and speculation, and a lot of mainstream media is absolutely fake. I've seen it myself. That's the flavor of the moment. Don't get caught up in the groupthink sheep behavior. Exercise a bit more logic and a bit more basic, assessment of credibility of sources. It's very easy to get emotional.
Speaking to the victims, have you, or have you been busy, playing PR here?
No, I'm not playing PR. I'm representing a very good friend of mine who I care about and have first-hand knowledge on. You, friend, are talking to people who claim to be the victims. You don't know how to assess basic credibility of sources, and you're so emotional. Your voice is shaking. You're not a credible investigator, mate. You're just not real.
So we'll go to Crabman. I'll give you.
No, he said enough. He said enough. I'll just let him. I'll let his comment stand. Why not?
Okay, no problem.
Is it more credible to be neutral or to be someone's friend and want to support them? I think it's more credible if you're neutral and you don't know the person.
I think Shooter.
I have a question, Mario.
Go ahead.
Mario, I'm very new to Twitter. Very, very new to Twitter. I don't really know how it works. After you end these spaces and all the stuff that's posted on the Jumbotron, can people view them later?
Yeah, so I think you can see pinned tweets in the Jumbotron as well. So yeah, and people asking about, I'm just going through the comments. By the way, the comments are being, just so you know, Shooter, even there's a few comments that they're saying, I don't like Tate, but I appreciate Shooter's, attempts to be objective. So just to give you credit there, but also Crabman, I want to give you credit for sharing so many threads about the matter and investigating the matter more than almost anyone, you and Slayman. For the stream, for anyone asking about the stream, again, it'll be on my profile once the space ends. You can listen to the recording of the space because there's a lot of information shared by different panelists, including one person who was a quote-unquote victim. And I'm putting it in quotes just to be unbiased. I don't want to diminish anything that was done. Also, yeah, the stream will be on the profile afterwards. You can listen to the recording and watch the Vice interview. I didn't know that the Vice interview is under a paywall. You have to pay $80. But if you didn't pay and you didn't watch it, it will be streamed on the Twitter as a Twitter live. So it'll be like in a few minutes after the space. But I'll give the final word, Raphael. Your final thoughts on everything that was discussed, and like an objective overview, because there's just a lot of allegations. Some don't have much evidence. Others seem a lot more, I'm going to use the word likely. For example, sleeping with someone underage. And we're not talking about ethics here. Maybe you can also add ethics. So a lot of people are talking about the ethics of it. So maybe your final thoughts could include legally what your thoughts are and more ethically about everything that we know so far.
So I really don't want to get into the ethics of the situation, because I think the focus should be what is available to us in the public sphere, and then debating and assessing whether that information tantamounts to being able to charge Tate and say, okay, he is guilty of X, Y, or Z. And I would say that based on everything that we've seen, it's potentially possible we've seen more credible evidence about him saying, okay, I type for the girls and I take money from men, which can be, I guess, maybe some sort of fraud, than the actual main charges that he's been alleged with, which is sexual crimes. And every time we go through the evidence on the sexual crime, we went over it earlier from the Vice piece, where we had text messages where the girl herself was debating why it was consensual and it wasn't rape. So all this evidence that we've seen, it's really hasn't been cut and dry, black and white, where we've seen Tate is guilty of the alleged charges. I also wanted to just say that I sent Nick a video. Again, I don't know how Twitter works very well. If you can post that, Mario, in the Jumbotron or post it separately, I think that's very, very informative, based on the talk show that Georgiana and Luana went, and they explain a lot of things, and they have a lot of video footage that I think your audience would very much appreciate.
Perfect. So Nick, maybe you could figure out with Raphael how to pin that above or tweet it or whatever.
It's a YouTube video though, so it needs to be tweeted first. For sure.
Okay, no worries. I'll let you do that. But Nick, do you want to give us, before you do that, do you want to just give us your final thoughts on the discussion? You can comment on it legally, and also it'd be, a lot of people are talking about the ethics of it in the comments. So it'd be good to get your ethical perspective on everything. Nick?
Well, I think there's a lot to be. This is a conversation that's going to keep going and going and going, especially as it does seem like more and more details about the situation come out day by day. And there's a lot of information that seems to implicate the Tates in some sort of nefarious acts. But until we get actual proof of these nefarious acts taking place, I think there are going to be a lot of unanswered questions. And we found out today through the space, based on doing some research, that it does seem like the Tates are still U.S. citizens. So are we going to see some sort of federal prosecution from the Department of Justice? That's something that we need to keep an eye on.
Yeah, I agree.
Sam?
I agree with you, Nick. Yeah, look, I think everyone on this panel agrees that there were issues with the Vice documentary, that it was biased, that they should never have edited the WhatsApp messages. We all agree with that. I think that we also, many of us agree, and I appreciate those who support Tate strongly don't agree with this, that there is what I would say personally clear evidence, because when somebody describes a crime on their website or describes a crime in a video, for me, that I struggle to say that isn't evidence. So the Loverboy thing, I think will be difficult for the Tates to defend. And I also think there's a potential other case here where they were selling this as a course to other young guys. And there may be a case that they were inciting a crime, because we know that it's a crime now. We understand that it is a human trafficking crime, the Loverboy method. And it's been described perfectly by Andrew Tate in videos, and it's also been described perfectly on the website on pages that have been deleted. So those are things that I think we need to consider. And I think that the gray areas that are very complex for us now is, obviously, we've explored, like, live on this space, Romanian law with regards to the age of consent, which we've concluded is 16, except in the circumstance where there was an abuse of power or influence. So obviously, if that did come into play, there are videos online. I know Syrian Girl has shared them of Andrew Tate himself saying he'd had sex with a 16-year-old. Again, people can say, oh, it's just him.
Hold on. Sorry. So is there, other than the Tristan saying 17, there's other videos where it's...
Well, Syrian Girl I kind of watching a lot of stuff that's being sent to me here, but Syrian Girl sent me something where the first thing he says was something about her being 16. Is that right, Syrian Girl? Okay, we can verify that. But listen, regardless, there's obviously mentions of Tristan saying this, and that could be, you know, US law coming into this and Romanian law. So I think what we're seeing here is, you know, nothing concrete at this stage, but some pretty damning stuff. Especially for me, the most obvious and probably the reason why the prosecutor is focused on human trafficking is the clear admission of human trafficking in audio and on the website, and they can defend that to say that was them just you know, mouthing off and trying to be cool and trying to be influential and all this. But then there's a further crime, whereas if they're teaching other people to commit that crime, that's also a crime in itself. So I think we can't dismiss that there is a lot of smoke. But you know, as I've said all this time, it's great to have opinions.
Sam, just a small clarification. I don't mean to open this up into a debate, but I think the PhD program was not how to become webcam people. It's just them saying, okay, this is how you can pick up chicks, but this is what we used to do, or like this was part of whatever.
Okay, I'm just referring. I don't know that. I'm just referring directly to a thing where it says, get her to fall in love with me, where she'll do anything I say, and then get her on the webcam. So, you know, that's all I'm saying, is that there is a lot of stuff here that suggests the lover boy method was used, and I believe that's probably the prosecutor's strongest angle. I'm not saying anything beyond what I'm reading. I get so much hate on my thread, in my DMs, everything, just for reading stuff out that people don't like. I'm just reading out the words that these guys have put out there. So that's all I can do. I've tried to be objective. I don't think that the documentary was particularly good. I don't think it was particularly damning, if I'm being honest, but I think there's a lot of other stuff out there that does put validity, at least, into this investigation. So, but I think it's been a great space. You know, I really appreciate everyone on both sides coming along. And I think, you know, these debates are important. None of us know the facts in reality. We're debating evidence that we're finding online. That's all we can do.
Evidence or claims.
We're not debating evidence, my friend. We're not debating evidence. We're speculating based on all sorts of things.
Well, for me, something that's been published on a website or came out of somebody's mouth would be considered
can be used as evidence. Yeah. So I take
something published on a website is evidence. Okay, that's an interesting way to do it.
Sam, referring to what you were saying about Syrian. Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say before you comment on the Syrian girl video, just Shooter, if Andrew Tate, if Andrew Tate on their website they say, hey, we've slept with girls that are 12 years old, I'm sure that will be used as evidence in the court of law. Or if there's a podcast in which they say, they never said this, by the way, I'm just it's all hypotheticals. Or if they say something on a podcast, that's a recording of Andrew Tate saying something, that is considered an evidence. Now, evidence doesn't mean he's guilty. And doesn't mean what he's saying is true. I'm not saying that this means he's guilty. I think what Sam is saying is that there's speculation and there's evidence, added speculation. Because a lot of it is like a witness could be used as evidence, but it doesn't mean that the court will accept it as evidence or is enough to consider someone's guilty, because that evidence could be thrown out by the court. So I just want to make that clarification to make sure that it just continues to remain objective. And Nick, you wanted to mention before Slimeman jumps in, Nick, because Nick wanted to jump in about the video that Sam was referring to before we move to Slimeman and Shooter.
I just want to give a little bit of context to that. So Andrew Tate said in the video, he said, I messaged a girl and said, you're so hot. And then she responded, I'm only 16. And then he responded to that saying, I don't give a fuck. So I think that is the context to the whole 16-year-old situation.
Okay, so that saying I don't give a fuck doesn't mean he slept with
her.
Yeah,
no, I appreciate that.
No, but then he goes on to describe that he sleeps with her in the longer version of the video, which is also in the thread that I posted.
Okay, yeah, I only saw that excerpt.
Okay, so we'll go back to Slimeman. Slimeman, anything to comment on what was said by Sam and final thoughts ethically and legally?
So yeah, we'll have to check what Syrian girl said, because a lot of times their information never matches up. I want to thank Mario and Sam.
That's very untrue. Sorry, Suleiman.
Whoa,
that's very untrue.
But anyway, I want to thank Mario and Sam, because I know you've hosted this stream quite very fair, especially with the fact that there was only me and Raphael here for a long time. In terms of when you look at the what Sam says, I mean, my conclusion is quite different. I say everything that one assumes is evidence is basically speculation, because even things that Sam has said is evidence, I've countered that and given explanation of making money together and so on and so forth, how that wouldn't be trafficking. And so we can only rely on.
Would you say, Sam, just quick question on that point, just quickly. If Tristan says I slept with a girl at 17, can we call that evidence or still speculation? That he slept with a 17-year-old girl.
If there's
he said it on
evidence,
the
if
recording.
there's evidence that he slept with a 17-year-old and he actually did, yeah,
Okay,
that
so
would be evidence.
okay, we'll skip that semantics.
But
It just seems like
again,
an issue. But yeah, I think it's
but again,
semantics. So I agree.
and why I mean that it'd be evidence is if that woman, 17-year-old, comes out and says, yes, this guy slept with me, then that would be evidence, because someone could just be talking nonsense as well, generally speaking. So now, in terms of what I'm saying is, what we've got is speculation. People are putting videos up, so on and so forth, snippets. And what we really have substantially is the judicial documents that we received. So we received 2 statements from DICOT, and we received the judge's 9-page document. In there, in terms of rape, in terms of human trafficking, and he doesn't mention Loverboy because Loverboy falls under human trafficking. In terms of them both, he says there's enough evidence to remand, but there's not enough evidence to prosecute and convict. Now, this evidence has been collated together for 9 months. So this is not something where they've just got evidence together in a week or 2. They've had 9 months. They've been able to scour the internet. They've been able to scour all the information. Despite that, this is what they've said. Now, they could start using some things on the internet that they never found before. That's possible. But at the moment, the judge is saying quite unequivocally, we haven't got enough evidence. And if we don't have that, then there's not enough evidence to prosecute. So for me, it's quite simple. I actually think that this has been Romania doing this on their own, and that's why they've done a bit of a bot job. Second, third world country, and I guess it's the irony of and the mistake by Tate to go there, not understanding who he is, his background, and now his religion. And so they made a move, and I agree with all you guys. They've done it because they're very low on the human trafficking website. On the website, they say the U.S. government actually say you need to demonstrate that you're going to be making moves or doing things to be able to go up in our ranking of you. So there's significant factors that have been in play in here, and then they've made these moves, and it's been highly problematic. But that second bit is my opinion. But the first bit, in terms of the judicial statement, it is that there's not enough evidence to prosecute, and that's why they're raiding houses and trying to find evidence.
Except I cited just the exact opposite, but whatever.
So I think okay. So we'll go to Shooter. So,
yeah, we need to review. We need to review that.
I need to leave in like 30 seconds, guys. So, yeah, thank you.
Shooter, final words for the audience.
Yes, mate. So it's definitely been the most respectful and productive, I'd say, space, which is great. What I'd say to everyone is the current woke sheep narrative is to hate Tate. What I suggest everyone does is exercise logic, exercise assessment of credibility of sources. Suleiman is a PhD researcher, so he knows how to investigate. He has an LLB law. I know Tate.
He doesn't have a doctorate.
Let me said a PhD researcher.
Great fluffing.
Yeah,
guys,
let me finish. Thanks.
Everyone
Let me finish, guys.
had their piece. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm a professionally trained investigator with over a decade of being an actual investigator. That's what I do for a living.
Who is a friend?
Yeah, and I'm a fan, definitely. I've said it very clearly. I'm not an objective source. But what I do have is insight to the man and 4 years around him. And if you look into me professionally, you know that I actually know how to investigate. Those who are hating Tates are not professionally trained, haven't met the guy, and one of them even has a picture of a crab and is anonymous. Do we look at the credibility of the sources?
Okay, no,
and
hold
the
on.
Credibility analysis.
I work at the freaking Post Millennial, and I'm a reporter in between jobs here. But I'm an actual human being. But to just attack me like that just really reveals a lot about you.
Agree.
I'm not attacking you. I'm speaking to the lack of credibility of your analysis. I'm not attacking you as a person.
Okay,
as a
so
person,
I think
yes, you are.
You've both spoken about each other's lack of credibility. So I think you've both had your piece on that point. Appreciate Shooter jumping in. Crabman, I appreciate coming in as well. For my end, first for the audience, there is a newsletter pinned above. It's tweeted as well. That will summarize all the evidence that was shared. For example, Syrian girl, I've had a few people message me. Correct me if I'm wrong, but the video, I'll read out what my team just said. According to the video, he picked the girl up, but never did anything with her because she was ugly or something. That was the message.
No. He said that he did stuff with her, had sex with her, but he had to look at the picture she posted online while he was doing it because she was so
perfect.
ugly. And this is the video that Suleiman doubted just now.
So what we'll do is like these pieces of information, the audience needs to actually watch the video, get like, hey, what's the conclusion there? So everything will be put into the newsletter. I've tweeted it, I've pinned it above, so worth checking. Otherwise, I'm gonna end the space before giving my final thoughts, and then you can all watch the Vice documentary on my profile. We'll be streaming it in a few seconds. But my final thoughts, I think it was a great discussion. I think it was a very fair discussion. Raphael and Suleiman did a great job before Shooter coming in, and we had another Richard, but couldn't stay on for long. Keeping the conversation balanced, I think it was very balanced. In my opinion, I don't give too many opinions because I try to be as objective as I can. there's a lot of allegations. It's really difficult to prove anything when you're not, you're not the judge or you're not the prosecutor. You don't have the evidence. You didn't have the wiretaps. Some bits and pieces are leaking. You can't have everything. So we don't have the evidence. We cannot conclude anything here. On a legal perspective, ethically, that's a different discussion. I think a lot of us have reservations with some things said or some things done, but that's for another space. I'd say the biggest allegation from this is two of them. There's two of them. Not tax evasion, not money laundering, not rape. Not saying they're not true, but not saying they're false. They're not saying they're not true, but I'm not saying they're true. We just don't know. The three main ones that concern me legally would be the sex with an underage girl, especially in Romania, if he did use his influence or power, and that's very vague, which means that either it's true or the Romanian court, if they're biased, could actually prosecute them on that, because it is very vague. The second one is based on American law. It's likely that that is illegal if they are underage. And Tristan did say, and the Syrian girl is going to send us a video where Andrew says the same thing, having sex with a girl under the age of 18. Lover boy strategy, lover boy crime. There's just more evidence than with other things that could have happened. Again, we just don't know for sure, but it's definitely one worth keeping an eye on. So yeah, these are the two main ones. The passport confiscation, we just don't have any evidence. And some of the witnesses are anonymous and we can question them. One of the witnesses is very biased, having an issue with Andrew. But the conclusion is we just don't know what we don't know. I hope this gives some clarity and some facts for the audience. The panelists did an incredible job. Shooter coming in while he's in an airport. Slayman being, Slayman's one of the, tweets some of the best threads about the matter. Obviously supporting Tate. They're definitely worth reading. Syrian Girl and Crabman have done a lot of investigative work. Love it or hate him. And Sam has read a lot of material. Steph as well, who was in the space earlier. And Nick has done a great job in analyzing everything and the recordings, and Raphael as well. It was great to get your perspective on things. And we did have the witness earlier, I forgot her name, who witnessed or someone that knew Tate. They had a negative experience, and I want to thank her too. There is one piece of evidence that it is very concerning for us. I won't say concerning that it incriminates or doesn't incriminate. I'm not going to share anything until we have permission to share it. But when hopefully we'll have time to share it, and I'll tweet it out when we get permission. But otherwise, we've shared most things that we're allowed to share. Some things that are sent to us that we cannot verify, we just don't share. Otherwise, enjoy the Vice interview. It's going to be going live now on my profile, and hope you enjoyed the space. Panelists, thank you so much. Appreciate you all.